Hello, everybody. Welcome into the WePlay Academy League Season 6. We are, of course, here past the halfway mark now to continue bringing you these group stages. A long day ahead of us, as it has been, full of the best of ones. Looking forward to getting into it. I'm, of course, Scriv, joined by Yumi. Maybe a few faces that you recognize within the CSGO space, but our first time on the Academy League. So I, for one, am pretty excited. Always love some up-and-coming squads, you know. I'm really looking forward to getting into this one. How about you, Michael? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it took a long time to get the paperwork sorted. 6 seasons in, and we're
Yeah.
just still scribbling away. But yeah, no, happy to be here because we've been able to watch how the Academy League has developed as the seasons have gone on. From new teams being entrants into the season, having new participants, but also having players evolve from the Academy system into main squads and being picked up for buyouts and all sorts. This has been a real breeding ground for new up and coming talents to hone those skills and make sure they can take that next level up.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the MOUZ NXT, of course, a little bit unrecognizable, of course, because most of them have ended up in MOUZ,
Yeah.
like you say. But it has been quite the turnaround season on season. We've got the standings here, of course, with Group A. And speaking of that MOUZ NXT, they are ahead with the 7 games, not quite as ahead as Flames Ascent, but looking damn good towards the top end. It's between, it feels like, them and NAVI Junior at this point. I believe the only losses that MOUZ NXT have taken are to NAVI Junior. So a bit of a rivalry there towards the top end, but still no one secure in a way, right? We've got fnatic Rising, Flames Ascent, although a few more losses in the loss column, they are pretty close when it comes to the wins and whatnot. So, it's going to be a little bit of a battle towards the tail end of the group stage here.
Group A is kind of crazy because NAVI Junior is effectively NAVI Youth then promoted. They've just got they're the youngest average age team in this event and they have been dominating. And Group B is kind of a similar story. We've got a bit of a top heavy approach and as we enter this group, Young Ninjas with a 6-2 record, Spirit right behind them with 5-2. There are some teams that have played a lot of games and not found successes. And I'm looking at you, MIBR Academy. 1-6 currently in the season, so I feel like they might be out of contention for making it into playoffs, but there's definitely some breathing room and some growth to be done from this squad. And then of course like ENCE and the 0-0 prospects as well, just kind of hovering around that 3-4. Astralis talent right there, 3-3 as well. A lot of those positions could change in these coming days.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, with the way that the format is, the double round robin and everything, it can result in a turnaround in the latter stage of the season. You've already played the squad once, right? You get used to them a little bit, and you're able to get the leg up the next time around. Or you come up against a squad, depending on how, your format has worked out, as it were. Come up against a squad that you're pretty confident with, and you can get 2 back-to-back wins pretty fast out of them and build up some momentum that we always love to talk about. Got the schedule here for the day, of course, kicking off with MOUZ NXT up against Flames Ascent, but a number of games. Going to check in with some of these teams a couple times, I believe. We've actually got 0-0 Prospects and MIBR Academy to close out the day, but some pretty nice matchups, actually. NAVI Junior against fnatic Rising, who are, of course, are third in that Group A side of things. So hopefully that'll give us something to get excited about as well, and whether, again, we can see a dethroning of the NAVI Junior squad. And my guy Wolfie is in that fnatic Rising squad. I like that guy.
Yeah, I mean, pretty prospective talent, but these are the other games as well. We'll have to close out the day. FURIA Academy OG versus Big Omen, and then ENCE, and then 0-0 Prospects and MIBR Academy, like you said, at the end of our segment for today. 7 best of ones is what we have planned for you today. But yeah, there are a few games that could definitely shift positions. You're kind of highlighting the fact that fnatic Rising are going to have their game, Flames Ascent as well are going to have their game in Group A, and those are definitely placement games within the grand standings of the table. So you want to be able to get wins against some of these top teams because those are the most pivotal ones to secure a path to the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it's at that kind of point where we're starting to separate a little bit of the wheat from the chaff in the groups, but nothing's quite secure just yet. So you know who you have to look at, you know who you kind of have to respect, and who maybe is a bit less of a challenge, right? So we'll see. I think that there's an awful lot here to kind of unpack. We do have that veto panning out as well for this matchup here, Michael. So hopefully give us a bit more of an idea. Of course, down to the best of one, so just the one map. I mean, there's a good number of options, I think, to come through in a matchup like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with best of ones as well, is that you can actually kind of avoid certain maps in the pool until you end up in best of threes. So I don't think we're seeing anything too outside of the ordinary. Flames Ascent have gone with this sort of Vertigo. I think Ancient has also been one of their bans, but it's also been one that MOUZ themselves have kind of floated them in previous games. So, I mean, if we end up on like an overpass, it wouldn't be too far and away from what we expect. But no, that we have Mirage in the final round, which is again, it's a fine landing ground. Both these teams have played it so far this season. I think both have actually played it twice so far, and they've been relatively successful. I think there's maybe been one from what I can remember, the Flames might have one loss on the map so far this season, but it's not as if they're going to be out of their comfort zone.
Sure, yeah, I think that certainly both teams will be comfortable with it. Kind of curious at the end there. I mean, MOUZ have been pretty confident on the overpass. Looked like they had the choice of it, but they decided to go towards the Mirage. So, you know, fair enough. Now that we have the map decided, of course, we can look a little deeper into some of the stats that Michael was kind of highlighting there. But we've got a few more that perhaps are a little bit deep as well.
Yeah, it was actually MOUZ that lost once so far this season. I had it the wrong way around. Flames have actually been flawless so far, and that's also kind of reflected in these stats because they're not sort of actively taking part in other competitions as well. You know, that was always the joke about MOUZ NXT is that while they're competing almost as much as MOUZ, they might overtake them in the HLTV rankings. You know, why are they better than the main team? But that's not actually the case. You know, they're just taking part in a lot of these online cups. But the head-to-head is going to be quite difficult for Flames Ascent. As much as I would want to maybe try and back them as this underdog, plucky up-and-comers, MOUZ NXT have proven to be a contender multiple seasons running. This is the most winning organization in all of the Academy Leagues so far. So when we look at this squad in particular, I mean, Flames Ascent are going to have their work cut out for them because they've got a proven system that works here at MOUZ.
Yes, very true. And I mean, you know, like I was kind of mentioning, you know, they are a team that I think have kind of taken advantage a little bit of where you're able to boost your position, as it were. They got FURIA Academy 2 games back to back. This is Flames Ascent, right? So that's kind of bolstered what could have been more like a 3-5 position into a 4-4 position. Before that, they were on a bit more of a losing streak in the academy, right? So that's something to kind of consider, that yes, they're maybe closer towards the top end in Group A, but not necessarily as high up as you'd expect, just because of the way that these games work out. That's why you got to zoom in. That's why you got to put things in context a little bit. It's not just all about where the numbers are.
Yeah, MOUZ NXT as well. Rebuilding. They promote so many players, it's kind of hard to keep track, but we're straight into the pistol round, and there's already action in middle. Control being taken by MOUZ NXT, but they will lose one of their players for their efforts. Christian actually taking a lot of room. 16-year-old in-game leader for the MOUZ NXT squad, and finding that head. They may collapse on B quick. No,
or maybe not.
Yeah.
Indeed, as the case may be, they are using this bait and switch to great effectiveness. Hansi, don't know about this one, Chief. He's going down. Indeed he is. And there's also still that lurking presence over on short as well to make sure that it's all locked in. Just going to be down to Speedy. Up against 4. I don't think there's really any chance on this. Maybe a kill. Maybe some bonus moving into that force buy. But no, not going to happen. And MOUZ NXT kind of showing their chops a little bit there with a nice worked out pistol round.
They've built quite a collection of star players here on the MOUZ NXT squad. Meanwhile, when we look at Flames Ascent, you know, they did what I think is quite strategically a good move. You know, a couple players that have played with AGF once upon a time, and then a core that have been competing in closed qualifiers within the Danish scene. It's cool to see that they've built a calamity like this, but we know that MOUZ have got the flair, the star power, and the system. And they're putting a lot of faith into a young buck to be an in-game leader and caller for the squad. Highlighting Chrisen earlier. Addix is the one that's kind of an oddity. You know, he used to play with 0-0 prospects, but now inactive, so he's found his way into this squad instead.
It's interesting, isn't it, with MOUZ NXT? They're still looking, you know, good as an academy team, but kind of suffering from success. You know, you form such a great little project. They look really good. You test a few of those players in the main lineup, look quite nice there. Then you really need some solid moves, and obviously you've got the coach who's going to vouch for them, and I want to play with the guys that I'm comfortable with, and all this. So they move essentially the core. And Shuya, I just say Sui these days because obviously it's funny. He's obviously moved on to greener pastures as well with Gamer Legion. Shane's kind of the only one that's, you know, left a bit inactive. But yeah, and then that leaves you to rebuild So I think the fact that if they can make it to kind of playoffs, if they can look competitive in this season, I think they can be really happy with that, right? And it just, again, would be a testament to how well they can indeed rebuild. Maybe give it a season for these guys to fit together, and then you never know what will happen.
And they built it around young guys, so this new rebuild has clear targets that they want to hit. Nice clean round here from MOUZ NXT. Made sure to take their extra time, not losing to those pistols. That's also another thing you want to look at when you look at academy players. Make sure that they're not overstepping. You want hammered in fundamentals. As much as winning the academy league is lovely, a lot of people are looking intently at your game as an individual and how you sort of collaborate with your teammates. Everyone wants to make sure they've got the right radars on.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question, actually. As we go into a full eco, we can continue a little bit on the podcast mode, right? What do you think are, like, the most difficult positions to train up, or roles, I should say? You know, is it an IGL? Is that why they're using a young IGL? Is it an AWPer? Is it just general... Oh, that's unlucky for Adex. Ace stolen away. But, you know, is it just general fundamentals, like you say, or do you feel like there's a particular role that really does need more attention than others?
I think in general, you're probably looking at support players as being like critical hinging pieces. Because without them, your entry fraggers are going to feel comfortable, you know, going in wide, swinging an angle where there should have been a flash at a timing, or maybe the spacing for a trade is bad. There's a number of different things, but that would be my most important one that I think people are going to look at. First gun round coming out for Flames Ascent, and the opportunity is missed by Hansy's AWP. The fast push out of Palace, though. QQ gets the kill, and Jimfat's right behind him, so closing in on that gap. Hansy being tagged up. One more bullet should do him, and he's a dead man walking. Bunny gets nothing from the connector as well. He was inside of a poor man's sandwich, and this is a poor man's round here for Flames Ascent. They get very little out of a full buy.
And look, man, this, talking of fundamentals, is just kind of strategically a great textbook play. You've won the pistol, you've converted cleanly, you know, there's no real stress in there. Your economy's in a pretty good spot because of that. So let's just test the water, boys. Let's go for a fast set round, a fast burst, and see how they respond. And you can see it's a little messy. They lose the first player. That's one thing, you know, you maybe get a bit unlucky there. Pika's advantage exists, right? In the worst case scenario, you're probably getting traded there anyway. But you kind of have the AWPer on stairs, doesn't quite know what's going on, and just gets completely overrun. You know, the player in connector can't help his AWPer out. So it does feel like we've got a few fundamental issues coming in from some of the Flames Ascent boys here. So we'll see whether that continues and whether MOUZ NXT continue to therefore exploit it.
Yeah, I think as well, when they quickly recognized that the AWPer took the fight mid-floor, and just being able to pounce at that opportunity, because he fired off that shot pretty late into the round, you know, albeit it was in the first 15 seconds, but he was hovering to see if he would be able to get that kill. MOUZ just jumping out of Palace to punish that, because usually that means there is a solo A-site player, and they found him quick. Little four-man setup at the start of this round here for Flames Ascent in middle, but nobody will be home for MOUZ NXT. A lot of good utility being deployed on this A-bomb site. Those at the smokes. They've just got so much room to throw flashes just out in the open. This one way over the ticket booth is a cute idea, and actually is far more than cute. It's deadly. Okay, about 4 kills in an instant. What's going on here?
I don't know, bro, to be honest with you.
It looks so good.
Yeah, I think they kind of... it's one of those, isn't it? Where I think it's them that throws that CT smoke. The idea being that, you know, you can catch them and... But I'm not sure, to be fair, because, like, I think at the bottom of the stairs, you can see people's legs. Hard to tell, hard to tell. I don't know if you've got an inkling of who got it, but it worked out for the CT side. That much we know for sure.
Yeah. I'll talk about it in a second, because I've used that one-way smoke, and it had to have been a CT one.
Okay, okay. Oh, is this... Wait, I think I've also seen it. I think I was in a VU video.
Yeah, well, that me. Yeah, that was me.
You were the guy.
I was the guy. Yeah,
of course.
VU set me up.
So yeah, they clearly hadn't seen it, but it just sort of looked the way that they were moving out. No one was really paying attention to the top of that smoke. So I just kind of thought that maybe the T's had put that down with some kind of weird intention. Ooh,
how on earth did he not
is
get that kill?
that a tag?
Yeah, 7 HP. Some divine intervention, maybe. Thin, permeable layer of air. Speedy will get his kill over the A-bomb side. They try to creep up Con, and they want to end up on this A-bomb side, but the Molotov will not do a whole lot, and Inspire is there to cover, so Speedy doesn't have to be too panicked. They're, in fact, not getting much space here. MOUZ NXT Flames a pretty solid shutdown so far.
QQ in towards mid. Not really sure what damage he's going to be able to do. I think he's hoping that, you know, these two Palace players can really draw the attention away, but then said Palace players are repositioning. This kill on ramp could make or break the round, really, so let's see what Speedy's got. In that sense, down goes QQ, 10 seconds. Do they even want to go for it? I don't think so. And this, for me, is going to be one of the big things in the Academy League, having, you know, caught a few games and caught the playoff stages mainly. So much Counter-Strike goes on, you know, I'm often working and trying to watch it all and trying to catch it all back.
Yeah, busy guy, I get it.
It burns the brain, really. But definitely always catch the tail end. And something that, you know, I notice with these levels of teams is they have those great little ideas, you know, open up a round, let's work off of a spawn, okay, let's run this round. But then when it goes south, they very often run out of ideas and they kind of struggle to get back into a round. And I don't think that that's something exclusive to the Academy League, don't get me wrong. That is most certainly teams, you know, kind of outside the top 30, maybe a bit further than that, I would say.
Finding your play style.
See. Yeah, indeed. And finding that kind of adaptation really is really important. Speaking of an adaptation here, Michael, we've got a kill in towards mid pretty early on. It looks like they feel like the A-bomb site, therefore, is going to be vulnerable. So they will very quickly make their way out, try and get this bomb plant in. Speedy, working around this one way. He's going to be so annoying with it, isn't he? He's going to be so annoying. Nexius is ready for the trade, but it's not really there, and there's too many players in towards CT for him to deal with. Getting a bit predictable now, and, well, Flames Ascent kind of rolling through them the past couple of rounds.
This is a really good test that Flames Ascent are putting up. Not only are they finding successful defenses, but then they're also using a gimmick, effectively, to defend this A-bomb site, which is something that will be very hard to sort of read into if you're MOUZ NXT. This will push them to a limit where they have to find a way to adapt around that smoke if they're going to insist on using it so frequently, because they've not been able to punish it so far. They haven't found a spam kill. They've been unable to sort of molly him out of position. Unless they want to attack that angle and have to deal with that same smoke again and again, they might just feel the need to actually sort of pivot to the B bomb site instead until they can come up with a solution that works, because they just can't get this kill.
It's cheesy, it's annoying, and it is also something that he can kind of mind game around. You know, you saw previously he played above it and got a timing, got a couple kills with the Deagle, probably the linchpin play that wins out. That round, he's underneath it. Maybe in another round, he's going to try and run through it. Maybe he's going to throw it and not even be CT at all. It becomes like a whole thing. You remember that heroic game where Cadian on the B-bomb site was just throwing the smokes in between pillar and dark and playing, you know, above it on the dark box, playing around it, just hiding in dark. You know, you can really mess around because they become a bit fixated and almost frustrated, maybe even subconsciously like, I gotta beat this guy.
Yeah.
I can't let this guy keep
You can't get away with it again.
Exactly. And it becomes a bit of a problem. So we'll see, to be honest, whether that is just the one big thing. And it's a great idea. You're best of one, starting on the CT side. Why not go for a gimmick? Big game. You know, just
one of the big fish.
Just try it. Just try it. And so far, and then when it stops working, you go, okay, I'll just not do it anymore. But so far, he's earned them like 2 rounds off of the one smoke, which is more than enough.
Yeah, he's been having great defenses, but Hansi as well has been showing some great work on this AWP. He's been instigating some of the action, taking some of these fights down middle, and now as well dealing with the connector presence. No casualties here for Flames Ascent in the 8th round. And I believe we'll be treated to a little bit of the comms behind MOUZ NXT coming into this round. This is an important buy for them to swing the momentum back into their favor. Let's take a listen in. I thought we were just getting the silent treatment there
I
from MOUZ.
thought we were as well.
Just so focused on the task ahead.
No, this is the round where we're going to, put you on broadcast, guys. Like, oh, okay, no problem. And everyone just says nothing.
Yep.
But no, indeed, we'll get that sorted. And we'll let you guys hear in because I'd be curious. I'd be very curious at this stage of the game, to be honest. But we'll see. In future rounds, all right. Keep with us. Keep with us. Don't worry. I can already see the Twitch chat now. You know what they're saying. But either way,
camera shy. That was it.
Yes. Yeah. The pressure. Concentrating on the game, mate. They don't need to speak. They're just so coordinated. We already missed. They just say run round 340, in the playbook, and then they just don't even need to say anything.
Yeah, they've got like yellow pages of strats. People don't even know what yellow pages are.
I know. I was thinking that. The phone directory book, which, to be fair, I think is just also outdated in most countries.
I like the idea behind this play here by Crizzen, but it is so late. 30 seconds, and MOUZ NXT are grouped up in the B apartments. There are 3 players there on the defense, and Crizzen has found nothing. They've got extra information as well, the Flames Ascent side, so they're stacking this B bomb site comfortably. Great entry from QQ, but the rest of the team are diverting. They want to go up Con instead, and they're finding entries. No more A site defense, no more B site presence. It's an A finish that, I mean, until the last few seconds, MOUZ hadn't made up their mind.
Yeah, 4 seconds on that bomb plant. Fez giving his life away, though. Kind of a massive one, to be honest. It's totally free. That's the whole CT area now beaten out. Uh-oh. AWP rings off. They know where both players are coming from, but it's not going to happen, surely. This is just too much. Too much at this point for Inspire. He lost his teammate, and he's got too many to get through. They'll go for a double peek, and they will indeed take him down. A beautiful little move coming in from MOUZ NXT. It cuts it close, but it did win them the round.
That's an awkward-looking round on like just a macro level. MOUZ are losing quite a lot of territory without their knowledge. They're sitting inside of the, or sort of outside of B, waiting for the pop, and waiting to see if Crizzen gets information on that A bomb site. But because of the forward push through ramp, Flames actually sort of lowered their defenses on the A site, and they let Crizzen get so much room that he could then sort of cut off rotations, and all they had to do is find the solitary A kill, and it made a massive difference. Kind of fortunate on the timings there for MOUZ NXT and just what Flames went for, but that can sometimes be how these late rounds play out. Crizzen was, 30 HP at the start of the round because of utility usage in middle. So him taking a risk there and being able to get that information for the squad was pivotal.
Let's see what the response looks like then. Flames Ascent, plenty of cash even now. So they do have space to work with, let's say. Looks like an A hit, at least straight off the bat for MOUZ NXT. Lining up with a few smokes and whatnot. It's difficult always to tell what the move is going to end up being. And again, the A defense is not the strongest here. Deep con smoke. So that leaves stairs open. Maybe that is part of their intention. Awkward fight. It is traded out, and Inspire is here at the top of stairs. Deadly little setup. Hansi can't trade one out. 3 versus 3 now, and once again, they're pulling out a fake. So this seems to be a bit of a trend for MOUZ NXT, changing the bomb sites. Bit earlier, and could still divert down middle towards A, but all the same, they love a good fake right now.
Yeah, so far we haven't seen them really leverage star power. They have just been trying to outmaneuver Flames Ascent, and can really appreciate that. Sometimes can feel like a crutch that's a little too reliable. Seen Jimfat have a considerably large season so far. Don't know why I framed it that way, but it is of a considerable size. It's 3-on-3. Fez will be the main stopgap between them and the bomb site. He does have Inspire relatively close. Molly hits him, and QQ delivers a finishing blow. Inspire is going to try and sneak by. They fake the plant, but no, they pull the bomb out just as Inspire goes out for the swing. There will be room for this plant, though, and the AWP already honed in on the angle, but a critical miss.
don't know. My man on the USP, he's not ready for this flank coming around the corner, and Jimfat will take him out on the timing. Just managed to work his way around after planting that bomb. Little close, little dangerous, but MOUZ NXT again with the double pump, just really in their heads, aren't they, to be honest? And, you know, again, it can get kind of annoying, to say the least. So we'll see how things pan out. Flames Ascent, they took a timeout a couple rounds ago, not taking one for a few now, but might have to think about it if they lose this one. The cash is drying up.
Yeah, they had a nice coffer built up, but now a couple of rounds from NXT in a row, and they're straying away from going for executes. That's where they've actually been getting punished by the Flames Ascent side. You know, that's where we're seeing the one-way smoke on the A-bomb side. That's where we're seeing some good counter utility. They've actually just been not going for executes. They're instead homing in on the mid-rounding. Oh, wow. Really nice shot there from Nexius. Hansi was in underpass very nice and early, and honestly has the advantage in that duel. Difficult fights, a 4-on-3, and Flames Ascent are once again left guessing.
Ooh. Smoking the way, they don't want to go through that one. It's a bit of a waste of utility.
Wow.
Nice find from Fez. Jimfat trying to make noise, trying to be annoying, and now, you know, maybe the jig up a little bit that he was a lurking presence and they're going to head towards B, but the question every round, are they? Where are they going? There are always options available to MOUZ NXT here, and you can see the A-bomb site pretty much empty. There is a player at CT who can get there quite fast, and he is now getting into position, but pretty much being the operative word. We'll see what happens here. Don't really have a smoke to deal with the CT area, so Bunny could be massive. 20 seconds, looking for that bomb drop. He can't get it. However, he's maybe bought enough information and time. Speedy with information in and around that smoke. Needs covering from CT. It's not going to be there, and Fez will get that big double. Flames Ascent securing 5.
Geez, I mean, a 4-on-3. I mean, the fact that this gets pulled into a 3-on-3, this is great work from Fez. I think he ends up with a triple kill in that round, you know, those 2 kills at the end. But the fact that he found Jimfat, who, you know, predominantly was hiding. You know, he lurked his way out to Sandwich. He was waiting for the timing on the connector rotate if there was going to be any presence pulled towards B. He thought he might have found a free kill, and then Fez just decides, nope, I'm going to swing from short, instantly demolish you, and the round was more in flux there from MOUZ NXT. Much faster approach coming into this one. Quick B split they want to go for, but Hansi's already cut down the numbers, and fortunately oh no, the AK wasn't recovered. Nate actually blew it away, but they will still accelerate off this.
Oh god. No scope doesn't land, 20 HP. He's looking for a fight, not going to get, well, he does get it, and he ends up going down. Inspire, though, with the trade. Still, solid man advantage. Bomb plant coming in. There's your return on investment. Maybe get rid of that AWP out of the map. So they don't have the double team kill from Hansi comes in. The Molotov burns Jimfat. QQ finds the first in this 1-on-3. It's gotten chaotic. These are the moments, aren't they, that you see this happening in your mind's eye. He's pulled the Deagle out. Looking for 2 in 1.
Oh my god.
Playing the sneaky game. Playing the time game. I don't think they'll expect him here at all. Tap onto the bomb.
Oh my god.
I have no idea. He's even done damage into the legs of Speedy. Just messing around with him. Will go down. There's just about enough time for the defuse, I believe, looking at the bar at the top. But it is awfully close. That is a shame, because that would have been a hell of a thing. The little sneaky play. I didn't think that his mind would go there.
He is somehow evaded all sight lines, and I was really thinking, if they somehow win this, that team kill will haunt Flames Ascent. It was probably an accident. It probably won't happen again. But it really did prop up a position where MOUZ could have stolen this round away. Really commendable effort at the tail end of it, but not to be. 6-6, Flames Ascent still maintaining hold of this game, and at least keeping their economy in a good place as well. Was reaching a point where it might get toppled over. The MOUZ NXT side, though, have bought in. These Galils, they're again going to try and pace their way out towards B. Fez has got himself hidden away at bench, but the smokes are down, and it's making it very hard for anyone to really see anything. Now the double kill comes in for MOUZ NXT, and they've got deep position on market.
Well, here you go. You were talking about that pivot towards B, maybe, and although it's come in different circumstances than we expected, it certainly is here for MOUZ NXT. Keeping these trades coming thick and fast. 3-on-2. Orc from short to do some damage here if you can find someone. That was awfully close, but nothing comes. So will indeed be moving to save here, unfortunately, for our excitement. Nonetheless, it is MOUZ NXT taking the lead once again.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about how this MOUZ NXT T side has ended up becoming. They have just kind of given up on going for full executes. They have been going for faster plays, a little bit more just standard defaulting into map control, and then decide on where to go as a pack. That's all well and good, but I think I would like to see them go back to an execute just to prove to themselves they can make it work. So far, Flames Ascent have been doing a good job when it comes to those particular side attacks. But overall, I mean, 7 rounds already on this T side. They're probably pretty satisfied with how this scoreline has developed, even if Flames Ascent did mount a mini comeback themselves. A little awkward there for Crizzen. Took a lot of damage for his effort to get towards the top mid boxes and doesn't even feel safe to stay. If he had a nade, would have finished him off. Double connectors, smokes are down. Jungle will also be segmented off. Speedy, yeah, not going to get too much success. No, actually, he does. I was surprised. Smoke was down. They were staring right at him, but the flashes were great from Inspire, so gave so much room. These two players that remain on MOUZ NXT are basically non-existent.
Combined HP of 10. Yep, I can do the basic maths.
That's the average age of NAVI Junior.
There you go. Yeah. We're on it, mate. We're on it now. We're like the real sports, you know? Get them playing 4 to 6 hours a day.
Yeah.
From 4 years old. You know? Ready for simple junior, you know? We got like Bronny or whatever is LeBron's son. That's... So
yeah, and until we start seeing like old Counter-Strike heads make their kids become the next prodigies, we're not there yet.
Okay, we got a bit more to do.
Yeah.
But this indeed, an academy league is the start. You know, it's somewhere for them to get involved, like the collegiate scene in American sports. You know.
It's just it is super cool that there are some teams that have been doing this. I think even before the sort of Academy League incentive was there, I think people have definitely been encouraged because the Academy League has shown to be a fantastic platform for all of the participant teams. But we have seen some teams sort of dive in before, but get their feet wet and then just decide, you know, maybe it's not really that's not really the sort of space they want to occupy. But talent development is the hottest thing right now. Everybody's looking at where are the Swedes that we could bring up in the scene. Why aren't we able to field a full German roster that can compete at the top end? I know big kind of counts, but you know they're not fully there yet. I think their most competitive days were definitely when they had Centaurs, and he never learned German as far as I could tell. So there are certain steps that people want to take, especially when we're looking at, you know, national representation, because there are teams that want to be fully national squads. You look at Sprout; they've had to go international quite recently. So if you're looking at talent development, this is it. And I think both these squads have very different approaches to how they wanted to do it. You know, MOUZ NXT organized around a couple of players, and they are focused predominantly on their 16-year-olds. Both Jim Fat, Sergey's brother, I believe.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and Crizzen, also 16.
He's definitely a bro of someone.
He's got a brother somewhere in the world.
No, you know what I mean. a brother of like a.
He's not an only child. That much I know.
A Finnish pro player. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. More. I can't say the word. I needed to be more specific.
Yeah, Sergey's younger brother. Just double check.
Okay.
And Crizzen, yeah, both of them 16, and both of them looking like very, very good prospects. And, you know, they've kind of built some older heads around them that are also looking for this sort of next leg up in their career, but I can act as, I guess, like sort of more mature sort of mentors to these guys. It's all built that way. And then I talked about the 2 cores for Flames Ascent to make their roster. It's all coming together in different ways. MOUZ NXT, this game definitely means a little less than Flames Ascent. I mean, if Flames were able to beat MOUZ NXT, it would certainly be a story. One of the favorites for Group A. They've tested them. 7-7, the last round of the half, and a cobbled together bye here by MOUZ NXT, but won't find too much success. 1-for-1 in the trades in mid, and they broke down the boost. They didn't even fully commit to it. Jinfat's laws a timing where he could maybe capitalize, but Bunny is round the corner, so he'd be within earshot.
Ooh. Banged out from short. Not a common spot for the AWP, to be fair. So not expecting that one at all, and gets the backside taken down. 4 versus 3. Looking for this A-bomb site. Oh, through the smoke. Speedy finds a frag as well for good measure, which really just secures the fact, you know, a really nice little crunch move there from the CTs. I think that will be all she wrote for this one. What's he doing up there? Says Fez, a little bit annoyed. I'm sure that he's just died from the top of short. But all the same, there's the tag. So I think that will probably seal the deal. In comes the nade. Oh, lucky to be alive. But not for much longer. That is the half, and it is Flames Ascent to take the lead moving into the second. So a nice little recovery from them, those early rifle rounds, and you know, the quick pistol and the mind games and all that. It looked like MOUZ NXT were getting their claws in early. But Flames Ascent, they bounced back.
Yeah, and that one round where they had the force buy and they made use of that, the one-way smoke, you know, they used it again in a follow-up rifle round. It felt like that was a real turning point for them to get their hands back on this game. They ended up on a 4-0 run for a little bit. And even then, we're still able to contest the later rounds as well. Let's dive into the Flames TeamSpeak to see what they have to say coming into this pistol, because they might just take hold of this game.
Har I ikke hørt noget mod B overhovedet? Venter. Ja.
Der er ikke noget, der er tonsede kort.
Har I ikke hørt noget udgave?
Okay, bare se på.
En vindue jumpspotter. Gå tæt højre, her.
Ja.
Han der spotter.
Han er ikke
selv løb.
Nej.
Jo,
jeg
har.
Okay. Jeg flasher igennem her. Bange. Jungle.
Default og CT.
Under bro eller sådan. Under bro. Default. Jeg har dræbt en jungle.
Lad os CT.
Ja, men nej. Jeg har ikke. Bare fight dem sammen.
Det er fint. Jeg prøver lige plant her, så hopper vi ham, okay?
Ja, det var det.
Hopper igennem her.
Jeg reloader. Lad os bare pikke sammen, kom.
Ja, jeg tror det er begge ude.
Kom, ja. Gå til. Han CT burde have kæt, og han burde være ramt noget. Skal vi fight ham?
En om på ild.
3, 2, 1, piker ikke.
Ikke pik. Okay, ja, chiller.
Han skal søge. 2 med 1. Jeg kalder timing, okay?
Ja.
3, 2, 1, pik.
Nej!
Fucking vigtigt spillet der, drenge.
Yeah.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I mean, not too chaotic. I'd say they're pretty clean.
Yeah, I don't speak Danish, but I speak Counter-Strike, and it felt like they had a very organized plan about what to do, you know? Peek mid, find nothing, get close con, got a flash primed, flash, pop, jungle, underbalk, you know, they called positions. It was nice and clean. It's easy to follow, even if you don't speak the language.
Money. All right, let's see whether it develops into anything substantial here. It's going to be a hard eco out from MOUZ NXT. They've got the old snake up short. What's the plan here then, boys? Oh, there it is. It's to bait Hansi into a wide peak, and, well, go wide he shall. They've got a few more rifles in play here now, so should be able to clean up house. They will indeed. Only losing the one player, and it was just a MAC-10, so who really cares? 10-7. Early rifles, like I say, for MOUZ NXT, wanting to get in early like they did in that first half. Stay on the heels of this Flames side.
They will be doing so on not exactly the weapons they're most proficient on. Would want to see Hansi on the AWP once again. Was a big propellant for them on the CT side. A young 17-year-old star to be. Aggressive move here by Nexius, and we'll get spotted, but the double kill, the nades that are down over towards top middle as well made it a little bit more difficult to hunt him down, but the smoke in the underpass doesn't quite bloom fast enough. Nexius wanted to get out of there. follow-up frag. There's two players that aggress through mid. I mean, this was a complete melting pot here for the next, the MOUZ next squad. Just crunching mid and continually fighting. It left Bunny all alone. You see where all of those X's are, where the bomb is. They all met the same fate.
Unlucky. And Bunny going to get taken down by the man in behind. All too easy, it feels like. MOUZ NXT. I mean, this is one of the things that, you know, I maybe worry, just kind of having caught now on the eye test. I feel like the individuals on that MOUZ NXT side are maybe going to be a bit harder to get through than Flames Ascent expect. I mean, they themselves put up a pretty good brick wall. It came down to a lot of, you know, mind gaming and a few gotcha rounds where it's like, oh, we're actually going A, you know, or whatever from MOUZ NXT, which are unreliable. So we'll see if Flames Ascent have got any of those types of rounds in the back pocket to just get this ball rolling. But for now, MOUZ NXT very, very quickly, they are back in. You know, they get the round, that's one thing, but they've broken the bank. Keep them away from bomb plants here, keep that economy as low as possible, keep their own economy bolstered. And suddenly you're in an incredible spot, in fact. So, 2 rounds, it is a much, much smaller gap than it even seems at the get-go. Nexius. Oh, God. A little awkward. Will, unfortunately, have to sacrifice his teammate there, but he stops him getting the bomb plant in. Saying that, Flames Ascent, they're happy for any kill in this round, to be honest with you.
The extra money from the bomb plant is probably more valuable than any kill, but only if it was single kills. A second, yeah, that's worth. Speedy got a lot of room over at B, and he wants somebody to peek his dig. You'd have to be quick. You have to be snappy to hit these. Oh my goodness. Okay. Don't call him Speedy for nothing. Look how fast he's flicking his crosshair. Oh, he's even got a spam lined up. Man of many tricks, but where on earth is he going to go? 25 seconds. Bomb is dropped on side of the bomb site, and there are weapons to recover. It's clearing angles at a mile a minute.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really expect too much of the tail. You've already done what you came to do, right? Mm-hmm. They don't get the bomb plant. That is one thing. Like you were saying, that would have been very nice indeed, but I suppose a basic lesson on CS economy. It does seem, at least in my games, that some people don't quite know what it's all about. If you're surviving with 3, then, well, technically, depends on how many nades and whatnot, but let's say you are breaking even on the CT side. If you go under 3, then you are losing money. And particularly on that CT side, because it's a lot more expensive, quite substantially so. That one kill really does make all the difference. So they will be kind of kicking themselves a little bit that against a pretty much full eco. And you can see it here, right? We've had a player that needed to drop across. And therefore, only my man Adex can buy in the next round if they lose this one. Everyone else will be sat on an eco. So, pretty important round now, where it may have, you know, you had a bit of breathing room if you'd have won that anti-eco cleanly. This one is very important indeed. And Nexius, with the aggressive swing, not only to under, but also towards middle, does not seem phased at all.
Adex has been tagged, so there's at least somebody weak in the knees alongside Nexius, but not finishing off on any of these kills so far. Flames Ascent. They are grouping themselves up in mid, and Jimfat is in a position to stop them. Adex as well. Tight angle to hold with the AWP, but one that can be capitalized on if they go up short lackadaisically. Inspire does deal with Adex, and that was a low HP capitalized on. Jimfat finally swinging. And the flash from his teammate, in fact, is what gets him killed through the smoke and connector, and Nexius gets nothing, but it's a 1-on-3 now for Speedy. The trades were nice and quick, and Crizzen will not falter. No problems here for MOUZ NXT getting up to double digits, a tie game at 10-10 a pop. That was critical that they won that, because you were saying that the money wasn't looking too good, but now moving into a round where the money ain't looking too hot for Flames Ascent. Let's actually look at how MOUZ are going to approach this one. Let's get a glimpse through their comms.
Boost me B, Marcus.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, we can.
No eyes.
Yeah.
I go
Gift
for stairs.
Fuck gift window.
I smoke bottom.
Ned,
Lad
ned,
på
ned.
kort, det I skal gøre. Flash over, ikke? Bare løb, bare løb.
They're going window.
Kom lige med.
All.
Jeg er konstant død. Jeg kan tage med.
I'm going CT. I'm going CT. Yeah, I'm going CT. What guns do they have?
Han er dybt nødt til at for det ikke.
They might need CT. They might swing
Har vi
multiple
dog CT?
here.
I'm coming.
Dead, triple one.
Flash over left,
Good
flash
use.
right, brave.
I don't see. I can molly ninja. Late. Hold gun.
Er
Hold
det
gun.
som...
It's wind market window.
I'm baking.
I'll smoke bomb. Smoking bomb. Flashing ramp. Watching palace. Jungle spamming. Jungle and citrus. 1 HP. Nice.
Listen, we gotta be a little bit more up to.
We were just about to hear the
I
reflections.
know. I was ready.
We need to be a little more what? I want to know.
I mean, absolute chaos there, to be honest. It is cool to kind of listen in, you know, because that's a round against pistols. You got like, oh, I'm just flashing this, and then all of a sudden, connector, you know.
Yeah,
it
the
just
comms were
goes
hectic there. In all
wild.
honesty, and we know we're able to keep track of it. QQ was probably the most calm of all of them. Like, guys, I'm
Yep.
going CT. I'm gonna flash this. They threw a molly. I've got this util. He was the one that was continually communicating. That felt like others were a little bit more dialed in and zoned in. Addict's very slow on his rotate away from the B bomb site. Pulls out a nade to sort of flush out a player in
Called
the
it market window, I think, as well. He definitely got flustered there.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things where, you know, these are the improvements you want to see from players develop, you know, continuously. It's why I love these comms segments that we have as well, just because we get a glimpse in, and then, you know, maybe 4 or 5 matches down the line, those small errors are totally tuned up.
Nice pickup coming in from Nexius to open up the round. And, well, he might not be able to deal with his call-out so hot, but he can certainly hit the flying shots, apparently. 5 on 3 straight out the gate. MOUZ NXT showing why they are indeed one of the favorites here. A little bit of a clutch factor in these past couple of rounds, really pulling out some nice opening moves.
And Nexus has been a real instigator here on the CT side. I mean, we were looking at Hansi on his AWP for Flames Ascent on the defense, but it's really been this M4 of Nexius. He's been so dynamic, so flexible in the duels he takes. See if Flames Ascent can bail themselves out of tricky waters.
Well, there you are, the ultimate question of this round for sure. Hansi just waiting. Give me that peek. I think they're all doing a little bit of that, to be fair. Speedy. Oh, definitely spotted the barrel there. Might be able to catch Prison in transition here. He does indeed. But it's the trade opportunities. Prison has that IGL. Probably just looking for the information and setting up the big man Jimfat to find the frags. That is indeed what it's all about. Hansi now bringing up the rear with this. Oh, gets the tag there, but can't finish it off. 12-10. MOUZ NXT as well, breaking that bank, denying bomb plants away. Making life a bit difficult here. I think they will buy, but it's certainly deep once again into those all-important coffers.
That's what Krisen will say. He'll say that I set you up for all 3 of those kills. No, fantastic work from Jimfat. Just great spray control, and he was in a great position to sort of capitalize on them moving into and past the connector, but it was desperate after the first kill there from Flames. They thought as soon as they get that kill, they might be able to take some open space, but there was somebody waiting in the wings. Continuing to get good performances out of Jimfat. One of the top performers in the league. And, you know, every team has one that seems to sort of separate from the pack. That's just how the Academy League system kind of ends up. You know, maybe I think except with the exception of NAVI Junior, but Headtrick is on substitution duties for the main squads. He's not actually playing with them as of late. They got bigger fish to fry. But Hansi is usually the one that we look to on this squad, and hasn't been able to get as active on the AWP. I had this conversation recently with another commentator, Tea Time, about what quantifies going missing. And if you are one of the star players, main sort of accelerants for your team, even if you are having an okay and acceptable game, because I think Hansi has been fine this game, all in all, but if you are touted to be a star, if those are the numbers you put up on a relatively consistent basis, on the times that you don't, people will say you went missing. You know, you were held to a higher standard. Right now, I don't think they're putting that much pressure on him. Maybe relatively newly assembled squad on the Flames Ascent squad side, and they're, you know, probably still feeling each other out. The two cores intermingling and collaborating. But they definitely needed that extra juice, that extra firepower against MOUZ NXT. We knew they were going to be a big head. The MOUZ, yeah, this is a MOUZ with a big head.
Yeah. Yeah. A few big heads, maybe. A mouse hydra thing.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds a bit cursed. That's one of the, you know, Greek mythological animals they don't tell you about. But it is there. It is there, deep in the books. Looks like we're getting back into the action here, folks. So enough rambling on, and more shooting, please. That is what we are after as well. Don't worry about it. So 12 to 10. As NXT starting to solidify their position. I believe the Flames Ascent have a couple games today as well. Could be wrong on that, but all the same, this one is an important name. That is a missed middle smoke, and Mr. Adex, well, he found a kill because of it. However, to be able to get any more, they will indeed get it in there and sort it out, but certainly something to consider that one of those lineups is a little bit off, boys.
Yeah, it should be their only game for the day. Don't want it to be a loss, but yeah, missed util, being down a man and around like this as well certainly hurts, and Nexus is only making it worse. Again, continues to be one of the forward players for MOUZ NXT, continuously finding advantages. Bomb was dropped and spotted as well on short.
This is getting very weird, isn't it? Very, very weird in this round. I don't know how to feel about it. Nexius ready for this boost up, spots it, perfect angle, and I think that might start to seal it in this round. 4-on-2. Fez, I mean, hoping. It's a player at short. I think he's maybe just been seen. Oh, maybe not, though. Jim Fat. He looks pretty ready for this one. There we go. That is a bit filthy, isn't it? And, well, he's going to be robbed of that frag, but all good. MOUZ NXT running rings around them in round 24.
He was simultaneously ready and not ready for that fight.
Yeah.
Very, very cool to see the mechanics on full display. Very quick aim here from Jim Fat. I mean, thinks about it for half a second and then decides to turn back. Yeah, this feels like this game might have just gotten out of hand. Flames Ascent now on an upgraded buy. Not an ideal one. Still hovering around some cash for a future round, but a scout is in play. And there's some upgraded pistols as well. Small thing, and Hansi will try to make use of it. Scoped in very early in Palace to get all the way close so that the scope sound doesn't give him away, but it's not even him who's activating, it's the Eagle that comes out first, and they line up for Nexius out of the connector. That's 3 for him, just on a bit of panic as Flames got the entry, but nothing else. Hansi's all alone, and that bomb is too far away from him. QQ should just make him cry instead. 14. Flames Ascent need to answer back quick, otherwise this game might just be over.
Starting to get away from them, really, isn't it? Starting to get away from them. Gas in the tank kind of argument for me, maybe. And there have been some exhausting rounds in this game. But we'll see. We will see. Still room. And complacency is most certainly a thing. MOUZ NXT got to keep it together here towards the tail end. Hansi. Oh, looking for the frag. And Nexius had the drop on him, but Hansi's got the flick. And, well, he actually lands that tag. This guy's a bit nasty, isn't he? It's been a quieter game than usual, as you mentioned, but maybe picking up the impact when it's needed. We'll see.
Molly ticket, and the immediate reaction here from Flames. They just decide to collapse on the A bomb site, but the smoke connector is terrible, and QQ will capitalize. This gap is too big, and Addix is finding kill after kill. Might have been nice sparks of flare there from Hansi at the start of this round, but now he has to come in with a clutch, a 1-on-3 presented to him. They're all clustered. They're all so close together, so one shot fired. Hansi's a dead man walking.
It's a bit tense around here, isn't it? They really do not want to give him the chance. Figured at one point this AWP might start creeping. He's just going to go for it. Gets the first. Goes down. And he's just too many, like you say. If there was only one other player there, I could maybe see him getting that. Because for the first kill, that's pretty perfectly played. But it's kind of an unwinnable situation.
Yeah, it looked unwinnable.
Everything goes really, really wrong. But, you know, if we're playing things to even just sort of 70% effectiveness, that one goes the way of MOUZ NXT. So, unfortunate. But Flames Ascent will be sat here with a timeout. They ain't got no cash. Hope dies last. We'll see whether they've still got any of that.
Yeah, what would they cook up in a round like this? I mean, they can afford Galils, they can afford SMGs. They might even get an AK out. It would be at consequence to utility, but you might just risk it. Seen some very, very effective Galil plays as of late. People actually appreciate this weapon, I believe. Still a weapon that sees a lot of compromise, but anything will do. They actually opt predominantly for utility. Not a single AK graces the hands of Flames Ascent. This actually gives them a lot of options to kind of toy around with, but these late mid-round moments have really been the MOUZ NXT mantra. They just continue to find success, especially when the clock is low. So if Flames decide to chew too much off here, I would only sort of gain more of an advantage for MOUZ as the round develops.
What is the move here then? Late through under. Late to middle. Run boost. Does not result in anything. Connector, though, looks a little better. So 4 versus 4. And we always love those 1-for-1 trades on the T side. But where now? They'll be able to recover the bomb. They'll be able to get a few smokes down. But they have to do something with this control that they've been given. Only 45 seconds means that you really do have to get a move on. Player at the top end of ticket. He's blinded, but finds the kill. Adex been looking great. As soon as I say that, of course, he does miss a bit of a sitter. Can't find it. Trying to bait them in, though, of course, to the M4 of Jimfat, the only A4 user in the world. And you can see why. Alrighty, then. That is one way to finish things off. A beautiful closeout 16-10 from MOUZ NXT. And a bit of an impenetrable CT side there, Yumi.
Yeah, doing great work. Just playing off of each other and reacting late. The longer the rounds developed, the more that felt like they had a handle on what was going on. So, nice effort from Flames Ascent. When it came to fighting against MOUZ NXT, we knew they were going to be big fish, but this fish just continues to swim over some of the smaller teams in the league. And Flames Ascent, unfortunately, this is their inaugural season in participation of the WePlay Academy League. They've got some lessons to take away from this, because MOUZ have got a system that works, provably so.
Yes, the CT side didn't look too bad, right? Setups-wise, getting pieces activated-wise, not too bad, but the T side left a bit more to be desired. Same could possibly be said from MOUZ NXT, but I think, you know, ultimately they had a little bit more in the back pocket, and of course, putting out that pistol always helps. So, yeah, it's a difficult one. There's a few other things. Jimfat there, as you see at the end, but not the only time. And of course, throughout the game, he looked really, 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 really solid, and also backed up by Nexius here. So, you know, and they all had their moments, it felt like, maybe apart from Prison, but he's leading the troops. So, MOUZ NXT, very complete team. Flames Ascent, we indeed, like you say, got a little bit of an issue with Hansi not quite loud enough, and indeed just working on some of those coordination issues. But good signs all round. Still a competitive game, to say the least.
Yeah, and I think just Jimfat was the security to end rounds. Nexius was almost the one that was putting them in advantages. So MOUZ having that two prongs of the assault, Inspire had a pretty solid game all in all for Flames Ascent. Hansi as well on that CT side felt like he was doing quite considerable work. But yeah, translating that into the T side felt like a massive difficulty when they've got just some solid key star pieces on the MOUZ NXT squad that were constantly in their face as well.
Yeah. I mean, really impressive stuff, and you can see why they are kind of one of the favorites going into it, one to watch, and how it would seem, MOUZ, they really have cracked it, at least in terms of, rotating the talent around. And that's not even just this season necessarily. I think that's always been something in this team. They brought in a lot of young players. Remember, Nico once came through this organization. Rops is another name that I'm sure we're all now familiar with. One, could have won a major. The other one definitely has. Yeah, absolutely. So really, really impressive stuff from them throughout the years. And this is a great way for them to showcase that and continue that kind of thing going. So hopefully for MOUZ NXT, it all pans out and maybe we'll see them another season. It's a little bit of a ways away, but they are indeed one of my favorites going into it. Either way, folks, we are going to take a quick little break here. When we're back, we'll be back with Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are here with more of the WePlay Academy. Of course, getting that first game wrapped up 16-10 to MOUZ and NXT. But we've got to move swiftly on. You know, we got a lot of games to get through, so I hope you're going to be here all day long. But for this one, we've got Astralis Talent up against MIBR. Very much looking forward to this one. Astralis Talent, you know, they've actually been looking pretty good this season. So a difficult start. I do seem to remember a lot of people, because it's a big organization, mentioning in the first couple seasons that they didn't look so hot. But they definitely have picked their game up. And of course, they've got My Guy Bro, which is one of the funniest usernames I think I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, they've been kind of put in a weird spot as well because the circumstances surrounding the main Astralis squad, you know, Config's out, Mister's in, so that means that there was a gap in the Astralis talent roster where, you know, they typically would have been able to rely on Mister as a pretty consistent rifler for them. They're instead having to sort of go venture outward and go with somebody that's a little newer respective to the squad. We do have the Vetoes entering the screen as well. We have Inferno, Vertigo, Ancient already removed. Dust2 and Mirage are in the next phase, which does leave Overpass still in and amongst it. Does also leave the idea of maybe actually I'm struggling to think right now. God, I hate that I've done this to myself. I hate that I've done this to myself.
Nuke, bro, Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke and Overpass as our last round.
I left you under the bus.
It was gonna be Overpass anyway, so I should have just left it at that.
Yeah.
It doesn't really, you know, when we go into the best of ones, you know, this is also a map that so far this season, we have seen both of these teams play. I think both of them one time as well, so it's not as though we're entering fresh waters for either of them. The Astralis Talent guys did have a very close loss against Young Ninjas the other day on this map. It was a 19-16 loss. MIBR Academy, though, their whole season has been chock full of losses, and the only map that they are actually able to win was Overpass against Young Ninjas. So that little head-to-head for them is looking pretty good if there is a transitive property between the two series.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see, right? You're kind of at this stage of the season where, you know, it's a lot of pressure. I think MIBR Academy, they're relying on a good few permutations of the scenarios here, but what they have to do, they've got to start winning and keep winning, really. So it's going to be a tough run back, but if there's any map to do it on, like you say, Overpass may well be that one against the Astralis Talent boys. Again, no, I do feel like Astralis Talent starting to pick themselves up a little bit. Like you say, scenarios in their world make it a bit difficult maybe towards the tail end, but we'll see. This is a team, you know, they faced off against each other. They've already got the victory on that Astralis Talent side, so I would imagine pretty confident moving into things here. And I, for one, am kind of on their side if we are to give the quick predictions. But the beauty of the best of ones, the beauty of a middle ground map and everything is that it really can go either way. But we have seen a few one-sided affairs, I think it is safe to say, when it comes to MIBR Academy. A lot of their losses have been under that double-digit mark, which these days I would say is a very, very dominating scoreline, especially with where that econ is at. See the beautiful graphic. Does mean we're getting into the map soon. It is Overpass. I'm excited for this. I think it should be a good game.
My favorite map in the pool.
Oh, yeah?
It is, yeah. Overpass is it's a cult favorite.
Yes. I think it is the thinking man's map. You know, you can positionally outplay a lot of gamers on this one.
Change connector. That's it. And this map is flawless.
I'm not entirely sure where connector even is these days.
It's the door.
All right.
Make the door non-blow-upable, and this map improves dramatically.
Okay. There you are. I hope Volvo are listening. They made a few small changes to Mirage, so I don't see why they can't make a little change. Don't need to completely rework the map. So, yeah. Get on it, guys.
Look to see if MIBR can get off to a good start on the CT side. Only map that they've been able to win so far this Academy League season. So if they can beat Astralis Talent here, that would certainly be nice. Card will not be expected over at long, but we'll go 1-for-1 on the trade. Spinny is very close and past the smokes. There wasn't one at bank. And Spinny will just keep himself alive as well. Lub right behind him. They have a man advantage to play off of, but the fights from Astralis, they're actually missing a lot of these opportunities. They're triple bank.
Yeah, we got some weird ones going on, to be honest with you. B-God will manage to chime in. A lot of damage coming out from these Glocks, but no kills. Patty, what can you get done, mate? Out towards long. Oh, God. A good number of opportunities to maybe find a head there. Not going to happen in MIBR. They will get that first round on the board.
Good priority, just to keep themselves alive and try and play for the post plant as well, because they just kept cutting down the numbers there for the after plant. Astralis Talent were basically stuck to long and short control, and that just doesn't really suit you when you're sort of fighting for the side. As soon as MIBR are able to get some distance and close in on the gap on the remaining sort of dice player or anyone fighting close long, it just becomes an almost unwinnable scenario unless this player within the bomb site just finds 2 rapid headshots. Very aim reliant to win that post plant for Astralis Talent. MIBR Academy had the numbers. They played well. Good pistol and maybe a chance to build more. This force buy from Astralis Talent, though, is pretty well placed. If they get the bomb plant down, so the extra money allows for this particular approach. See how far back MIBR Academy are playing as well. They've got SMGs, so playing distance isn't ideal, especially when they've got Galils to sort of outrange you. But I think they anticipate what's coming their way. Maybe they should have bought more rifles themselves.
Yes, I mean, it is a fair argument because you end up with, weaponry-wise, losing out on most of the fights, at least theoretically speaking. Card going to be in the same spot as expected this round. He will still get that 1 kill. B-God and Spinny playing off of each other very, very well indeed. A bloodbath over on the A bomb site. Not worked for Astralis Talent. Hoping for a burst play and success off of it, but it's just not come. So, bomb down on the deck. What are we finding here? Crack angles. Being annoying, aren't they? Insani seals the deal. Should just be my guy, bro, with the light up mouse. I'm liking this guy so far. He can't find any kills. So, my opinion of him does not help him in Counter-Strike, that's for sure. Second round for MIBR Academy comes easy, baby. We do indeed have a little bit of a tune in here, and I'd be curious in a round like this, actually, as to what Astralis Talent have got to say, because it's that hard eco, so I'd imagine they're just going to mainly be talking about the next round.
Vamos dois da cara, sabe?
Tá. Bom.
Quer smoke? Não precisa.
Bom. Faz patrocimento, Spinny.
Aham, faço.
Vou fazer double ray. Passou, velho. Vou matar o porquinho que passou, tá?
Tá. Porquinho seu, café minha. Pode ter liga, guys.
Pode ter liga.
Diego.
Tem meu.
Mais 3 cabe.
Mais aqui.
This is actually MIBR. We're listening
Tô
to.
fudido. Tô vendendo a liga, não tô vendo nada aqui, guys. Tá.
Fudido aqui,
Pode
velho.
subir, Spinny. Sobe, Spinny.
Faz aqui comigo, velho.
Virando. Boa, Cardão. Faz a festa, Cardão.
Um dois. Mais um.
Passou, caralho. Passou. Cabe a nós.
Eu tô aqui pegando info só.
Bora.
Eu já tô com o Insane aqui.
Eu vou buscar ele.
Esquerda é minha, Insane.
Eu vou jogar com de fora, pô.
Aquele parquinho, velho.
É parquinho aí.
Boa, caralho. Tem coxa nos corpos aí.
Mano, não vamos rushar esse primeiro round não, mano.
Well, if you thought that Danish sounded an awful lot like Portuguese, you'd be right. It was MIBR Academy we were listening into instead, and you could see, I mean, some nice shooting from Card to make that round, you know? That made that a little bit more doable, a lot more feasible, but Bro did his due diligence as well. He was throwing rifles away, just rude behavior.
Very rude indeed. I mean, yeah, it's definitely worth noting with that squad as well. They are over here in Europe. The European scrim's going to be worth their weight in gold, I am sure. So could develop into some really scary players with, you know, a breadth of knowledge from many different regions in the next year or so. For now, in this game, where they are the underdogs. Heavily so, if you want to look at it from, you know, a fully bookie point of view. And yet they look pretty damn good here, don't they? Surviving the difficult second round. And now they're getting their rewards, man, because you see this buy here. They have indeed expended some of the utility, but there's not a lot left. MIBR Academy in a great spot to really start to bolster this CT side.
Last smoke that they had to play around with is thrown over the A-bomb site and is used as a bit of a lurk smoke. Don't know that they're actually going to commit around with it just because they've got presence on short and the bomb is still situated outside of Monster. Paddy's just trying to distract and keep these MIBR Academy players guessing because those 3 players at A are going to be in no place to help these B defense.
Wow. Slow. Very slow here. I mean, Captain Obvious, of course, but 25 seconds. Astralis talent. Late burst in. It's going to be tough. And look at this smoke down from Love as well. They really do not have any utility to battle against that. The one Molotov is used to perfection, I will say, but look at where they're at, you know? They're just not able to defend themselves, not able to get the bomb down cleanly, but we do have an overface here. However, no time. Yep, Card is going to secure that fact. I think it would have been awfully close to get the plant in anyway. And just Altex to survive there. So MIBR, it's dicey and it is costly, I suppose, but they'll be happy to keep them coming.
Yeah, picking up the bomb and then having to switch to it and then dial in those digits, it just felt like there was just too little wiggle room. He did so at about the 5-second mark, and Card just made sure that he didn't even have to think about that for too long. Great effort there on the defense, and actually the right target there from Astralis talent. You consider how many times they've attacked the A bomb site early into this game. It has been predominantly that bomb site, so they decide to layer in some utility that direction and go the other direction. MIBR had no idea, but still were able to mount a successful defense. Some of the trading, some of the pace from Astralis talent certainly missing from that round. Oh, that's an awkward looking duel. B-God peeks out very late. Bro, that was an easy enough kill for him to get. Might even get his hands on an M4 for free as well. Can upgrade. Hesitant to do so.
Oh. And maybe rightfully so. We'll get traded out actually by the boost there, I believe that was.
Yep.
What's happening over here then? Crystal. A name many might remember. You remember North?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember those guys? They had an academy team. I think he was on it. And then a little bit on the main roster when, you know, it all collapsed. Nice find with the nade from Patsy. Card with the spin around, though. That's the big moment, isn't it? 2 huge frags coming in. He loves this long angle. And he's playing it to perfection right now, looking for another. The shadow comes up, and this guy is so fast this afternoon. Down to just 1. He might even get that. He will, unfortunately, fall. But another round for MIBR. This is looking hot.
Orb will be saved as well for Card. Yeah, he's up to double digits already. 10 kills for MIBR Academy's AWP player, but Astralis talent this time over. You know, we tried to look at one of these rounds where they didn't have a whole lot going for them. Let's see what their comms are like for a round like this.
Blok UG for dig.
Ja. Skal nok snart break dem. De er bare heldige lige nu. Bra.
Smoker midt og muller midt. De laver det der, hvor de slår def af. Jeg løber bare frem med dem.
Jeg ser ikke UG. Jeg er helt fremme. Get right.
Pas monster.
Nice.
Hovedet kort. En UG og en banan. Og en B.
UG. Jeg er stadig monster. Monster clear. Jeg er helt fremme langt på dem.
Lad os bare freeze lidt.
Gutter, jeg er helt fremme langt. Kan I hente bomber og så være klar til at komme mod B? Jeg er helt en monster. Jeg skal lyd nu. Jeg er helt en monster. Jeg står skrald lige nu. Ja. Kom ud. A, vi holder langt lige nu. Jeg kan også støtte lyd.
Jeg hopper her en gang. Jeg ser ikke noget vand.
Jeg henter bombe.
Vi kommer B.
Nej, jeg lister lidt på her. Stop bare ABC. ABC. Den er han burde nok være alene. Ja, nice, Chris. Ud backup, og den anden var på A-side. A-side var sidste.
AV.
Jeg står til backup med. Han skal fucking langt ud for hente mig.
Du var ikke høj der? Jeg ved det, måske løgn.
Flash høj.
Ja, han er høj.
Jeg har høj.
Ja, bare stå på ham.
Okay. Jeg er fucking creme.
Hvor ligger der våben?
Kort. Han sparer nok, by the way.
Ej, skutter. Fucking god runde. Hej det. Kom nu.
Det var han på.
Godt løg.
Sindssygt god, mand.
Der er ikke høj.
Vi behøver ikke hunt. Lad os bare spille vores penge. Vi skal være gode til at abuse B mod
Jeg
dem
håndter om
her.
det der.
Ja,
Ja, men det er det, jeg tager bare kort.
De har ingen
Det er
info på
fucking
A.
gratis.
Nej, det er også det.
De giver mig seriøst korten.
Vi skal bare presse dem væk, og så kan vi skal være hurtige til at komme monster sammen og sådan noget.
Sygt.
Nej, jeg tjekker AV nu.
Bro, de kaster kun 2 smokes for monster generelt, dreng.
You see, when it's basic, I feel like I can follow along. Then they're starting to have like full-on conversations in the late round, and things get a little confusing, to be quite honest. But I mean, that round started off good for them. Virgo had this double kill on short, and then from there they're just able to get like 1 or 2 of these trading kills into the B bomb site, and that was all they really needed.
Naughty. Very naughty indeed. But yeah, I mean, look, I spoke to Snappy a few weeks ago, and he, on the edition of Valde, right, said that those Danish comms, bro, are just kind of far and away the best, maybe in the world. You know, is what he's going to be a little bit biased, right? Of course, but it does seem like it's something that is hammered into these young players from a very young age. And then, of course, you know, you have this pride element where the best team and indeed the best country in the world at one point, in terms of talent, in terms of how deep it went. You know, we had Astralis, we had Heroic, we had North, we had what were they? Tricked before they became Mad Lions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was one point where there were so many Danish teams just really tearing up the field, to be honest.
I mean, we had so much talent, we started overflowing to other regions as well. You know, we had Optic as well. We had Rogue with Cadian.
Yep. Oh god, Cadian and Hiko.
Yeah.
That was
the power duo that couldn't quite make it work.
Yeah, well, that was a wild time. You remember like Winter Fox?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those 2016, 2017 NA days were unprecedented. And the content. Never forget the content of that time. NA FPL was...
Yeah, the fight between ESCA and Faceit for the best hugging platform.
Yeah.
All the same now these days. And Astralis talent getting a 1 round and then the follow-up is really nice, but this buyback from MIBR Academy is looking good. The openers from Card have been great. He's been on the money with the AWP. Oh my god. Wow. When a game's going right, it's really going right here for Card. He gets full flashed, stands his ground, and he's in the one spot that Rock provides full coverage from.
Yep, I mean, it is a little bit when the luck meets opportunity kind of thing, so he definitely does capitalize. A nice find from Altex. Costs him a fair chunk of HP, though, and, you know, he doesn't really have teammates with him. They can't capitalize on it immediately. It's a hole that can indeed be plugged, and they're trying to keep this long control, which would be the move. Egod's spot 1. Oh, lost his life to another. Oh, my God, how is... that not a collapse? Usually they come out of nowhere, but that one looked like it should have been. Bro with the trade through the fallen corpse of his teammate. Brings it into a 2 versus 2. 35 seconds. And, well, not an awful lot of HP. Not too far behind the second count, actually. 32 between the two of them. The AWP. Oh, spots. Rings off a shot. Does not land. Sunny still giving them the angles, giving them the spot, and ultimately giving them the bomb site and the plant. Unconfirmed damage on a lot of these players, right? So it doesn't really know how it's going, but the positional change will indeed catch one off, and now just play it together. 2 versus 1 against the AWP, can only fire 1 bullet at a time. Easy enough, right? So they say, let's see what happens here. Bro, not usually the AWPer. Can he find these kills? The answer is no. Insani with the patient play, it will pay off. He's the hero of the round and the retake. Number 8, sorry, will go the way of MIBR.
Yeah, that looked like a round where as well, Insani was just battling his sort of primal instinct to defend the bomb site. At a certain point, you have to give up the site and try and play together as soon as you realize where the target is. I know that both these players were low HP, but if the AWP is amongst those weapons, the last thing he wanted to do was put his teammate in a 1v2. So played it very patient. As soon as he was spotted, repositioned, and punish them for overstepping their bounds as well, and maybe not realizing where the open space was in time. So great work from him. Some of those instincts do take a little bit to dial in, but he was battling them, and he chose the right set of choices. Nades exchanged, kind of. Bros didn't quite make it, but he was hoping to go for the trade.
Oh. Toes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can often let you down. I think players know how wide they are, but sometimes forget how tall they are. And yeah, just a few inches back and he would still get that same sort of information and maybe not show his little toesies.
Yeah.
Won't lose too much HP though for the AWPer.
Feet picks for free.
Yeah, I mean, should never be done. Come on now, guys. It is lesson 1 of influencer culture. Lub and Insani, other side of the smoke, looking to get the Mo down here. Oh my goodness, look at this. It's going to be the double in for Insani, so at the very least they keep the numbers even, but where to go now? I mean, the one joy is even trades, always good for the T side, yes, but they're so deep into Monster, you can't just burst on that because you have no info. They could have rotated players down ready for it. They could be all over the site, could be stacking, so you cannot go into that. 20 seconds to get up here? I mean, there's time, but can't really stop running. They've bought into this. They are ready for this. 10 seconds to get this bomb down. Going to take a sec to just plant. Oh, there's the bomb hitting the deck. Gets a little weird now. I think they might just be able to get the plant in, but they've lost all the players, of course, because it's just so chaotic. 1v2 for Bro. Able to get away, and it's definitely a doable one, isn't it? Half HP on both these players. Not out of the question. So slowly played so far, though. And, well, the patience will pay off. I was expecting a bigger explosion at the end. Bro goes a bit too wide. I thought the slow play may well have worked against them to allow him to get into a position, but I suppose it instills a bit of panic in the lone terrorist, and he will indeed go down.
Yeah, very, very difficult, and actually still very winnable around there from Bro, but unfortunately for him, MIBR have just been so on point with these retakes. Anytime that they've been contested and brought down to these 2v2s, these 3v3s, they seem to work off each other wonderfully. Not getting caught out by any shenanigans, any antics of the Astralis talent side. This was a squad that, when they entered the season, I think there were definitely some concerns. About 16-2'd by 0-0 prospects. But then they bounced back against MIBR Academy. So that was what was rather interesting about their journey so far. You mentioned Christo. I think Cajun B is also coaching. Though he was touted to be a stand-in for the squad, but...
Yeah, I think when this whole config thing happened, it was for a minute there.
And then instead, Bro took the position. So Cajun B's been with him in coaching duties, which is... You know, I've always been a Cajun enjoyer.
Yep. That is the based opinion.
Yeah.
As they say.
The beef variety, the chicken variety. I'm a fan of all of it.
True. I mean, true. It's a good name. But a bit of a legend, yeah. I think we all enjoyed the TSM team back in the day, especially. I think he was on Astralis for like a second, wasn't he, really? Card finds the head of the first. Still aggressive, still coming away, as you can see on the camera. Can't get his third, but he's done the damage. And, well, did you look at this? There's a player out towards long, hidden in that corner. Who'd have thunk, Bro, with the big entry frag. They will get the trade out towards long, but God has done a good job, to be honest, of finding even just one. Nonetheless, 20 seconds, 2 versus 2. Another end round scenario for Astralis talent. Can they finally pull it off? Bro didn't get his 1v2 last time. He's looking for it this time. Flash goes out. He blinds himself. And he's left incredibly low. He might just be able to get the drop, though, as he's crept around the dice, and he will indeed get it. Bro clutches up, making up for the last round, and finally Astralis talent are able to get a round on the bloody board.
Yeah, that looked like it was still going to fall away from him, but able to wrap round and find the kills. He's up to 15 for the Astralis talent side. I hadn't quite realized just how much influence he seems to be having. They've got a clash of titans, it feels like, in the server. Card on the AWP and Bro on his aggro rifling, but an important clutch, that's for sure, because they have finally broken past the money situation of MIBR Academy. Down to, I think, scouting some upgraded pistols in this follow-up round, but we get a flash back. And full flashed into the future round.
That was nice. That was nice. Kudos to production. You know, transitions are important, bro.
I feel like that
transitions.
Was... Yeah, but that felt more like a... Remember that time? It's like it just happened, actually.
Well, I suppose.
We don't got that short memory.
Oh, yeah, it moves pretty fast. People might have missed it. You know? Might want to see it again, give it an examine. But yeah, it is a bit, you know, Nickelodeon flashback. Either way. Altex opening up in towards B. Things looking very good here. B God, the first one to have found a kill for CT side, looking for that inch perfect headshot. And I think he might have got one through the wall, you know. Spinny runs out of ammo and is caught out in the open. So we're just looking, you know, for the cheeky exits here. Those stat padding frags. B God on his cheeky little angles. This is where you get to whack them out. But it will be that round going the way of Astralis talent.
Yeah, should be 2 more saves around the corner as well here for MIBR Academy. If they do find some more damage, that's not insignificant. Sort of prop Astralis talent to fail in a future round. But they really want this AWP in Card's hands, and he won't be able to afford that in the next round. Nor will they be able to afford too much in general. So we should start to see them close in on this gap. I think if Astralis talent get to 6 rounds, 7 is even still really feasible. I feel like, I mean, technically they could get 8, but I just feel like that might just be out of the conversation. They'd be satisfied with that. T-side start, some growing pains at the start of this game, having to also adapt to Card's good form on the A-bomb site. Sometimes that's as well something you have to bear in mind, is that when someone has an on game, feeding them is not the best way to break it.
Hard. It is hard to know. I think that's one of the kind of beauties of this game, is because, you know, it's a bit more mechanical. You know, it's like, wow, this guy's really just on it today. Whereas, you know, in a MOBA, you can set the strong roll up to get the kills.
Yeah.
And therefore you can maybe avoid the strong roll, you know? So maybe not quite that simple, but you know what I mean? You can kind of target. It's pretty obvious which guy's the damage dealer or whatever. Whereas in this, it's tough. You got to shoot at everyone equally, but some shoot back a bit better.
I will say for the MIBR Academy guys, it does feel as though their setups on the A-bomb site are very they're very rehearsed. They're very readable. I mean, you noted it in one of the previous rounds as well. It's like, oh, there's somebody in the close long corner again. And usually some of these gimmicky angles are played once or maybe twice and a half maximum. But to see how frequented they've been used by the MIBR Academy side, especially on CT, has been a little worrying. There are other setups you can practice. There are other ways you can play this bomb site. You can even play outside of the site. The progress to the A-bomb site is one of the best on a CT half to have, because even if you play forward, there's more than enough time for rotates to come in and sort of pick up the slack. But they've been pretty self-contained, outside of maybe a little connector presence and I guess the card AWP. They only really aggress in like the first 20 seconds of a round. And they go truck and long corner. I think it'll take much for Astralis talent to kind of realize that themselves. How many times have they punished this setup? The question is, do they actually move into the A-side attack in future rounds, expecting to make that adaptation, or do they expect that MIBR will change it as well? Seems like we've got a bit of a technical pause. There's a lot to consider. Not a whole lot being discussed, I'd imagine, but people thinking about how they can improve themselves.
Well, I'd certainly hope not. You're not allowed to talk in tech pauses.
That's what I mean. They're just all, it's all internal.
Yeah. I'm not sure. It's always a bit harder to police online. That's usually the line that we use, isn't it? I suppose.
It's just like myself. Like I have internal dialogues with myself frequently. In fact,
do you know some people don't? And here's a big one as well. Do you think in words or in pictures?
I think in words.
Yeah. Some people apparently think in pictures, and some people think in both.
Interesting. Okay.
So there's some neurological facts for the day. Just to fill that final 10 seconds before we get back into the game. As, well, no thinking required for us, right? It's all here on the screen. We just talk about what's going down. And at the moment, we got a triple boost, or at least an attempt at one. Oh. trying to get out. Oh. Yeah. Not going to happen.
B-God has decided this boost sucks.
Yeah, he has. Yeah. For those of you that maybe don't know, when you hit a triple boost, it sort of forces you off. So if you hit like a roof above you, then there is maybe a way in which you can stay on, which is what we've just seen there. But obviously, it's to the behest of the game, the physics of the game. But if you just do a triple boost out in the open, then yeah, you kind of get pushed off, and the game doesn't like you doing that.
Yeah. They tried to make triple boosting not allowed, but if there's a wall in front of you, yeah, you're fine. Hold me back, bro.
Very quiet around here.
Yeah, but just like a bar fight tussle, it's all about to kick off very quickly. You tell on that A bomb site, and the bathroom is occupied. I don't think anybody needs to use the lavatories just yet here on Astralis Talent, so nobody will investigate.
Still, trying to whack out these boosts. Not going to happen. Down goes Insani. They do need to be a bit careful. Bro kind of hemming them in a little bit. Down goes another name. We'll start to get some faces here, and everyone will fall. Clean round from Astralis Talent, MIBR Academy. They still hold the lead. They still have a good chance here to extend said lead and indeed, I suppose, keep a hold of it. But Astralis Talent turning things up. We were at a 7-2. Now we're at 7-5. They've kind of found the groove here on that T side. Just got to keep it coming.
Yeah, team building exercise perhaps there for MIBR Academy in the previous round. Only USPs, but they all went to the bathroom together. Live together, eat together, sleep together, eat together, go to the bathroom together. This gun round is important. Don't want to detract from that. And Insane is actually taking a very aggressive route into this round. Connector his domain and will get fast flanking opportunities on either the A or the B bomb site. The choice he makes will be pivotal because Astralis are currently set up outside of B. So if he finds the timing, this could be massive.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
He's waiting for more.
He's got the info. I mean, the bomb's here, so surely he takes this drop. Why did you not knife him? No, I mean, it's probably a good move that he didn't knife him because there's many players around the corner, but you know, the opportunity was there. Got to build up that cockiness, I suppose. But look, it's an early kill. He nearly gets a double. If he had an AK, he does have a double there. He's dropped the bomb, and he's gained a lot of info. And, you know, as you're seeing here, we've got B-God filling a similar sort of role. At the very least, keeping the info that B is clear. He'll probably hear them come down connector, open that door. And in terms of the T-spawn route, he knows that it's clear. So, they can play 3 on the A-bomb site. That's what they're after here. And, yeah, this is a pretty formidable setup. An AWP to boot. No real counter utility as the T-side come in. They've got an awful lot. Oh, God, a team kill comes through. They will manage to take out Lub at the very least. Still got this guy, Spinny, though, in on the site that they're not expecting. They thought they had fought them off. Oh. However, bro, with the double spray down, what is going on? 8 seconds to get the bomb in. They'll just about be able to do it. B-God is here, but he's late, and he might just want to save.
I think he'll take a crack at it. Someone present him with an opportunity, anything, to allow him to justify this move. No one's giving an inch, not even a peep. Too hard to justify, but the AWP will be recovered. That will be what's saved into the future round. Astralis Talent have done it, and it is again Bro that steps up. He's up to 19 kills already. And this is a weird feeling round for MIBR because they actually felt like they had a lot of control of the map. Insane's flank and potential cutoff of that bomb, as well as other kills that he could have found. you know, him not getting 2 for his efforts and only getting the package, it's probably going to be one that kind of haunts them, because it suddenly all the CTs were displaced. We got B-God too far away from the action really to help and support the A-bomb site, either with utility or by getting his presence there quicker. So by holding all these advanced spots, MIBR actually found themselves at a pretty big disadvantage by not having an early alarm. If they went B, then they would have been perfectly fine, but Astralis went the other way. Triple nade, could find a target. Actually, it looked like it was a little short, weirdly enough. I don't know that the lineup was quite correct.
Yeah. Usually one that is a little tougher to land, I think. Seen an awful lot of those triple nade setups, and, you know, one doesn't quite make it over the wall. Ooh, big find, and it's Bro again. Yeah, he lost that 1v2 all those rounds ago, and he's been angry ever since. And, well, maybe we should make him angry on a regular basis, because he looks pretty damn hot. The AWP will be recovered by Spinny here. Still not expecting too much out of it. Altex, oh, his kill nearly looked away at the worst possible time. All the same, just 2 now, and they might even move towards A for the super safe play. We'll see. Lub hoping to, you know, catch someone in a bit of an awkward spot. Now would be the time. Well, he thinks they're coming B, unfortunately, and they're not. They're going connector, so it is going to be round over. Bomb will go down on the A site. That AWP will get saved, and maybe Mr. Lub goes for an exit of some kind.
It's a little curious why they boost up the AWP there, because purely if you're going to boost late into a round, the main thing that you're sort of hoping is that you catch somebody off guard. Because if you build it quick, you want the fast kill. 100%. Like, you build it at the start of the round, that's fine. But late, a D would probably accomplish the same job. You could have maybe had the AWP be aggressive elsewhere, but I think you're probably right. The AWP was the primary objective in saving it, and they may even be denied doing that. Lub will try and get his hands on it, but he has to fight his way out of the situation. Christo dead, but there's Paddy right behind him. 7-7. Astralis make sure that there's nothing brought forward into this future round, but that all can still be afforded by Card himself, and he has been the one player that has really been a stopgap between the Astralis talent side getting more round wins, especially on the A attack. But these past few rounds has not been able to find his impact. Double up, in fact. B-God will join him in the range duels, and maybe this actually opens up positions for Card to play. Actually, just very defensive. 2 AWPs a day, both holding long lines.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Flash through from B. Only 1 kill off of that. Not good enough. I think that's safe to say. Still a player at B ready to go, but kind of screwed themselves a little bit. And it's one of those within the round. I get the idea, but I don't know if it's the move. I think Astralis talent have been reading and beating those aggressive, whether it's, you know, late in the round or whether it's solo or duo play, and not getting caught off by those anymore. So I'm not sure that that's the move that you should be making. And now the A-bomb site very vulnerable indeed. Card is here with the AWP in the bathrooms and might be able to find him, might be able to catch him, but he's in between a rock and a hard place. They are surrounding him. Perhaps aware, yep, that it's not clear out there, and Altex will be able to find him. So looking good for the end of the half here. 4 versus 2 on the retake. And well, Astralis talent, they have really, really found it towards the tail end here. Bomb goes down. Bullets don't quite land. And B-God. He'd love a save, but we're on that final one. So just a few stats, maybe. Make his first half look a bit better on paper.
Yeah, I think it's about time he be gone.
Ooh.
Yeah,
He's saying be gone, mate.
These kills don't matter. They don't add up to much. You said more stats, maybe? And yeah, that's all he'll get. 1 kill, but 8 rounds on the T side here for Astralis talent. Bro having a stellar half. I mean, 21 kills. We saw how many multi-frags he got, especially in some of these like late round scenarios where they were down to 10, 15 seconds. It felt like he was constantly the bailout. And this guy's just standing in. You know, he just stepped in late into this roster. Looks good, though.
Yeah, I think he maybe understands the gravity of the situation, how important it could be towards his career if he plays well here. You know, might get an opportunity on sort of a tier 3 team, might get an opportunity on this very team. We'll see. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Either way, we are moving into this pistol, and let's see. MIBR, they struggled heavily towards the tail end of that first half. Let's listen.
Rápido aqui, guys.
Kvar.
Veja bem. Vou sapa.
Mano, eu acho que não precisa de banho pra sair aqui, tá? A gente sai no pelo mesmo, velho. Bora?
Bora.
Rua.
Bora. Gente, esquerda.
Screen.
Boa.
Vou jogar no cimento.
Peraí,
Vamos
vamos
céu.
no castelo. Ok, céu. Vou bangar pro sapo. Vou bangar mais uma. Não vou bangar não.
Sem saída, com saída.
Tá.
Liga água.
Liga abriu, guys.
Bora feitar o conselho, depois não volta. Morto.
Vai ser
Vocês são
dois,
um, vocês são um.
dois.
Faz comigo. Conceito. Trava não. Conceito e esgoto.
Gostei de jogar junto também.
Bora finish isso. Rua.
Valeu.
Ai, caralho.
Quase, valeu.
Rough. That is most unfortunate. A game of Counter-Strike is no quieter when in a 1v2 clutch, eh?
Oh my goodness. That
Just
was
the
so
silence.
close. I thought he was for sure losing that round. Like, they spot him getting to connector. The player lock. His plant position is perfect to ISO duels. It just didn't happen. Yeah, that's a really commendable effort there from Spinny. Started to root for him, even though I thought he was a dead man walking.
Yep. I think you got to it at a certain point. Who is talking in my clutch, though? That guy. Someone said something when he was just about to start fighting. Might have been to, I don't know, remind someone's got a kit or whatever, but
Yeah.
all the same.
Comms felt pretty fluid there from MIBR in general, though, for that pistol. Just lost too many players. Well, it won't come into this round with all too much. They did get the plant down, so justifying an upgraded pistol is fine. They could have definitely forced bought here, but maybe not feeling like they want to toy around too much with their T-side rounds.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. It's always cool to see, you know, where differing philosophies are at. Some good kills, some good damage here. I don't think anything else is going to come of it. Altec's a little giddy. But he will be able to just keep that aim punch up, really, on card and make sure to finish him off. So they lose a couple, but not the end of the world. But yeah, I certainly as well. I think that there's been a lot of, you know, thinking about this and theory crafting it and everything. Do you reckon it's in the second half? They want to go for the earliest buy possible, really, especially after you get a bomb plant. That opportunity presents itself.
I think it's like
trying to stay on.
I think it's just a psychology of where you think you are in the game. Like 8 to 7, 9 to 7, they maybe think that they need to be able to get the best buy possible forward fast. Whereas if it was the first half, they might not make the same choice.
Right.
In theory, they are the same round, but the context just feels different. Pressure.
Depends. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you let it get to you. We see a lot of teams in the work that we do that are quite confident, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, and they don't really care so much about the scoreline at the top. It's round by round. which I think is definitely an interesting one. Nice flash out. Big double for Patty. Altex as well also chiming in. So MIBR Academy, see you in a bit. This round is over.
Yeah, that's perfectly placed there from Astralis Talent. So weapons as well being dropped over that these lower buys can move to recover, but not moving away from their spots too heavily. As you want to see replaced are on the other side of the map. B-God could still make this interesting. Christo being dropped at the back. Altex doesn't want to stick around for this duel. Knows that they could just open the round up entirely. B-God's taking no damage in these fights so far. MP9 at distance. Yarko will be able to finish off the job. Long way to trek to go and retrieve that AK, and will be able to do so in time. 3 rifles recovered here for Astralis Talent. MIBR's buy finds very little.
Yeah, very little indeed. It'd be quite scary, to be honest with you. So I would be on the worst side of history with this one. I mean, not looking good at all. Not looking good at all. 11-7, the gap begins to grow. The first time it feels like in a long time, actually, for MIBR. You know, they are the ones that are down again. Getting off to a good start is a struggle as well. Astralis Talent, it's a bit easier to keep your momentum going on the CT side. That's the overplayed storyline by a lot of commentators, for sure, but it is true. Slow into this one, though, as you would expect. MIBR, they hoped to find some action in towards short. Nothing comes of it. They're actually eating a fair bit of damage here from the nades and the bullets that make it through those walls and those wooden panels.
Very defensive, very slow build from MIBR in response. No one's aggressing into them. They'll have to be the aggressors. Maybe it'll be a bunch of microaggressions with the MAC-10, a sub of the machine guns.
Altex does manage to find the double. He's actually dropped the bomb there as well, Michael, which I think is a pretty big deal on this one. And stays alive.
Yeah.
Wow. Really felt like he was going to get overwhelmed. Looked like that was the idea of the round, was to, you know, flash back sight and get in there. But standing strong. Beautiful round from Altex.
Longest standing member of this Astralis Talent roster. Many players have come and gone. Altex, one of the few that has stuck with them for a few seasons now. And yeah, very reliable.
That was a bit rude.
Yeah,
I've unplugged mine. I'll tell you, man. I've unplugged mine. I've
that wasn't my mistake. I knew
I know,
Altex
bro.
was too close. I made the mistake.
Yep. Well, I don't know, because I've got you know, the other company that does them. I'm not sure where we're at on mentioning names, but and I don't say the magic words, and it's come on a couple times over broadcasts.
Yeah.
So they really, I think
It'll
sometimes
find any
if you
excuse.
just ask a question, you know, they're like, oh, I need some attention today, so let me. You know.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah. So I unplugged mine a long time ago.
Yeah.
I miss the ambient music I'm able to put on in my room from time to time, but other than that, I don't much miss it. I am still of the generation where I am able to Google things with my fingers rather than with my voice, I suppose.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, Altex, very dependable. That's what I was finishing off my point with. This 4-man boost has, I think, overstayed its welcome, but they're committed.
Yep.
Somebody's gonna
This
peak.
is quite the commitment, actually. Nearly a minute in. Because one of the things that we talk about with this, obviously the 4-man boost had its time. It crops up every now and then, but it definitely had its time where it was, you know, every game we'd see it at least one. You lose so much control of the map that you then have to retake it. Cristal perhaps should have found one, but he did not.
Yeah.
However, look at this, you know, we know it's all pointless. 45 seconds, they'll get some utility out towards connector and bathroom. There's no one there. So it's all a waste. And it's not like Astralis Talent are moving. I think that they can put 2 and 2 together and figure out they must have gone for the 4-man boost, and that's why they're running out mid so late. But do we need to get aggressive when we're already a man down? Perhaps not. 25 seconds. Banking on B. It is going to be a bloodbath here. It's just a question of which way it goes. Player at barrels, I think, has indeed been spotted and now Molotov'd out. The patience, even though there's only 15 seconds, is pretty damn high right now for the MIBR Academy. And Bro, who was hidden the last line of defense, he'll be found out by Lub, that guy who was faking out A. So, despite the commitment to the 4-man boost and how we may question that, they'll still win the round.
Yeah, the spooky thing for Astralis Talent is that when they break down that boost, the first person that is spotted and takes that fight is ENCE, who has the bomb. So being spotted back middle, sort of progressing towards, like, last intended target towards A, they needed an info play and they were punished for it. Let's listen to the Astralis team speak.
Jo, Ulvi for min.
Jeg har ikke.
Klar med flash på det skud.
Fra min.
Rykker toiletter hos Born.
Hold op, mig her. Jeg var lang her.
De laver bokmolo fra T.
Ja, de mullede hunden.
Kommer du ind?
Pas på kort.
Ja, nice.
Godt var kort.
Ja.
Jeg er første for ABC, ja.
Ja. Bare stå dodge helt, bro.
Ja.
I kan godt lige stikke af midterside, Chris.
Ja, jeg trænger tilbage her. Imod, de virker som sådan noget walk noget bag, eller så skal jeg blive klar bag. Bare fucking slow, man.
Har du flash, Chris?
Nej. Ikke noget peeket. Ja.
Mukker lige grus her, så
kom
giver
kort
du
endnu kort. Altså, vil det ikke booste så?
Ja, det kan godt være.
Jeg går lige peek det her.
Jeg giver den flash.
Monster død! En mere på peek!
Flash!
Hvad så her bag dig?
3 mod B. Vi er ikke kørt. 2 mod B. A vender ud foran os.
Har vi smokes til monster?
Ja, har jeg ikke. Alexen...
Pas på,
Jeg går med A og store monster. Kan vi ikke søge frem på A om lidt?
Bare kom med Alex. Bare kom med Alex.
Jeg store monster for dig at bruge om lidt.
Jeg ser ikke noget langt.
Kan du flash grus?
Ja.
Jeg må gerne prøve at frem, så dør så det er fint nok, jeg er med.
Det er ikke noget.
Jeg kommer med B.
En inderside.
Den retter der.
Alene.
Søg videre.
En monster kort.
Hold op, den der.
Der var med.
Går det.
Det er ude ved mig.
Xbox er høj. Så sat.
Nice.
Går bombe.
Jeg ved ikke hvor. Kort.
Kort og monster. Fuck, man.
Kom igen.
Nasty at the tail end, and MIBR, they are, well, picking up pace, looking decent. Astralis Talent, you can hear, you know, a few choice words towards the end. It's getting a little deflating.
Yeah, they sound frustrated, in all honesty. I mean, even at the start of that round, they're saying they play so slow, man. And they were definitely unexpecting of the fact that MIBR actually picked up a little bit of pace just around the time they said that, funnily enough. A lot of slow defaults, but they've been throwing a few extra bits of seasoning in there. Make sure that the meat is still well tender in certain areas of the map. Some seasoning can tenderize your meat. Let's just put that in there. Citrus.
Cajun, you know?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Talking about Cajun B earlier. You know? I think that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Either way, is a B stack. Insani's gonna go sniff it out. Oh. Yeah, you know, as soon as he's getting spotted, he's just gonna get overwhelmed. Doesn't find a single frag. And now they can just start, you know, again, goon squadding it out, playing together. Run through that molly. Go for it. Yep. Okay, hold on. We've got an AK in the mix. Okay, hold on. Oh, God. Oh, God. They've just lost against pistols. That is a disaster. And you panic, really, don't you? Because the thing is, they find that one kill. Then the predictable thing is, Insani is going to say, oh, they're all B. Yeah, of course he is, because, you know, he's seen them all B. So then, your conditioning, right, just as a CSGO player is, well, A's got to be clear. Let's go A fast. But Astralis Talent, like, they're going to go A fast because it's the obvious thing to do. And they're able to get into position and really work around the panic that has been strewn, you know? So MIBR maybe a step back for a second to think that, oh, we're just against USPs and, you know, maybe a few upgraded pistols. We're still going to be able to out-utility that.
Yeah.
But it'll take that second.
As important as the kill on ENCE was, it was the Altex Deke kill that really just sparked everything else, because then there was a gun dropped on the bomb side, they picked up the rifle, the quick collapse. started from there. Altex had to hit the shot, and he did. He has been very, very good on this A-bomb site. This has, I think, really winded MIBR. They're starting to build up some momentum themselves. Even if they were waiting super late to burst onto the bomb site, they were finding success. Now to lose a round like that will hurt. Phasing the smoke. Jarko's waiting for the right timing. Flash. Or, sorry, deep smoke deployment will be late, and it actually will be Bro to try and counteract the push. Wow, Jarko just went for the wide swing, and they never saw him coming.
That's a bit nasty. I think he's found the perfect timing. Whoa, to move in for that. This guy is so fast right now. Super clean from Astralis talent. MIBR Academy, you know, they've lost. It's that juxtaposition where, you know, you win the pistol round, it gives you a big kick up the arse, and all of a sudden you're playing much more aggressive, much more confidently. And MIBR on the opposite. You've run out of that energy. You can't keep it together. And it's those types of moments, those types of rounds that really... really speak to how deep, you know, the bind goes, and how you're able to overcome those moments as an individual player and as a team. And MIBR Academy, I think it might just have cost them everything losing that pistol round, bro.
Yeah, that just hurts your mental, and even if you're so focused on the task ahead, you've kind of found yourself stepping into a pothole, and unfortunately your leg is stuck. Don't know who the helping hand is going to be to get them out of the situation, but they would need some kind of spark, some extra flair, and they would be reliant on Lub to get success in this round. Single AK that's brought in. Looking good for Astralis talent to take a win over MIBR Academy. Overpass wasn't the sore spot maybe that MIBR were hoping for. Can they beat the Young Ninjas? But Astralis lost to them in a close OT. This might be another loss in the column for MIBR. But Lopez got his kill with the AK. The one weapon. 4 players are grouped up elsewhere here for MIBR. They look to overwhelm. Paddy has spotted at least a few. Not confirmation on all 4. But that was backup right behind him. Spinny gets his kill, and Altex set up for a couple. Lub continuing to be a nuisance. They win this round. Lub getting so much impact over on the B-bomb site, while the rest of the team are just destroying them on this long fight.
Wow. Okay. A wild way to do it, but we've talked about certain aspects that make the game beautiful. That's another one. Any round is indeed winnable. So we've seen that a couple times in the past handful. Lovely stuff. MIBR Academy then, keeping themselves alive, keeping them off of 15 is very, very important indeed. But Kristau on the left eye peak is going to win that fight. Ridiculous. It was left eye into left eye, which does get a bit weird. But nonetheless, 5-on-4. Make it a 5-on-2. Patty catching 2 players completely off guard. They've got rounds to play with, man. And again, this is a bit of a difference. They find their confidence not being knocked. Now, perhaps it should have been a little bit there as they lose 2 needlessly. But we're still 3 versus 2 in favor of that CT side. So looking very, very strong here. Keeping them miles back. Spotted out the bomb. They're able to bolster their positions, you know, with some short information, with some long information. So still feeling pretty confident about Astralis talent.
Get a quick kill on Christo, and suddenly the round is open, though. And he is currently jump spotting back and forth. Molly at the front of bathrooms will keep them at bay. But no confirmations here for the Danish Orper. You won't know until they're right on top of him. Might have gotten a small glimpse of the shoulder. B-God fancy the peak, but are they going to try and phase the smoke? They have reinforcements here. Bro is right behind Christo now. All they're looking for.
Oh, not ready for this guy Optimus, though. I think Insani's a little unsure. He will get that info in from his teammate. Molly comes out, but he's able to escape. Great move. 10 seconds. Have to get that bomb down. And it is indeed going to be the hold. Insani against 2. They are on opposite angles of that A-bomb site. So there is maybe a world in which he finds his individual fights. Easier said than done. He is being followed, so he really cannot afford to stop moving for a second. And, well, hard to beat out this bro guy, let me tell you. Close to 30 on this one. 15 in for the Danes.
He's playing out of his mind right now, and doing so respectfully. You know, sometimes players are super hyperactive and they just simply hit all heads. Bro played that incredibly smart, knew exactly what the targets were going to be in that 1v2, positioned himself so that he wasn't a free kill, but also made sure that he didn't get quick flanked in from bank. Awareness is there, positional play, the aim. It's looking like a full package here from Bro in this game. We haven't had too many sort of leaders of the pack for Astralis talent this season. A rougher season than some. But Bro is definitely impressing here on this map. A 5-round discrepancy that MIBR need to clamp back on. We're looking at an overtime or anything close. Last broadcast day of the WePlay Academy League, we had a lot of 16-14s. We had an overtime thrown in there in like the opening 3 games. So far, this day has not been quite to the same order. Still close, still contestable, but not quite all 30 or more.
Molly out will make life awkward for Crystal. I like the contact play, though. But he has let the player cross by. Main doorway is indeed guarded, but is it guarded vehemently? It is not. Altex is in between angles. Ooh, the orb's on its way. Lub looking away. Oh, that's where the player cams come in. I think he just shot across to his minimap there, and thankfully did not get caught off guard. Nonetheless, he was the one doing the catching. 5 on 4. 30 seconds and a gamble on A.
Wow.
They have been well and truly bamboozled by the big man Lub. Bro sticks around. Lub goes down. See what Bro can get done. Gonna drop that bomb with 15 seconds. This is a testament to how he's been playing, as he just cannot be stopped. The one-man army brick wall over on B gets the 16th and, of course, the victory in for Astralis talent. What a game from that guy.
Basically a solo side hold on this final round. 31 kills from Bro, was a nuisance on T side, and then on CT was just as unrelenting. Fantastic work from him. And the rest of the Astralis talent squad, all things considered, they were definitely met with some trying rounds. They won one that was certainly unexpected. You know, they had a USP win in there and amongst it. But then they lost to upgraded pistols and a hero rifle. So I think it's all fair in love and war. But you could see MIBR Academy, they've definitely been growing as the season has gone on. I don't think we would have put them into many sort of testing positions so far this season, but they made sure the Astralis talent had to work for this one.
Yeah, definitely. But again, as we kind of touched on in the previous matchup, some individuals in there just a bit too much to deal with. And yeah, keeping it together, maybe the use of the timeouts from MIBR Academy. Lost that silly round. Have to return on it. You know what I mean? You cannot let them take that inch and turn it into something bigger. And unfortunately, they didn't, which puts them under a lot of pressure, keeping them away from 15. That inevitable slip up you feel like that should come in. You have to play some perfect looking Counter-Strike, and they just couldn't keep it up. But indeed, like you say, making them work, making them sweat. And they got off to a pretty weak start. You know, 7-2 it was there. And MIBR Academy able to turn that first half around and make it as competitive as possible with the 8-7 finish. So, you know, that is certainly something. And I think, like you say, they've been slowly improving throughout the season. And hopefully that will continue for them moving into future seasons.
Yeah, also shout out to Altex, because it wasn't just Bro, it was him as well. Both of them were just a nuisance on CT side. We do have more games coming, though. There's some best of ones for us to look at today, and we've already chewed through 2. Be back in a few for a 3rd coming your way soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are, of course, getting on with our next game. Now, for the astute observers out there, you may notice that we had a bit of an extended break there. We unfortunately had to skip through a game. But we are moving quickly straight back into the action, all right? Now that we're on camera, that is a good sign. And if you're here 4 prospects up against Spirit Academy, then, well, you're in the right place. It is myself, Scriv, and Yumi to take you through the action for this one. Once again, this looks to be a pretty even matchup, I would say, between these two teams, right? It's been, you know, not the worst, but not the best, let's say. Spirit at the moment looking good, but I don't know. There's been a good number of close games in there for them, especially recently. Prospects, meanwhile, you know, it's a bit weird, a little bit inconsistent, I think is the best way to call this team. They've had some great games. They've also had some really messy ones in the middle there. So, but I feel like the way that the pools work out and everything along those lines, I think that this could be a really interesting game, actually.
Yeah, I think I kind of share your sentiment, but I think the big surprise for me has been just how, I guess, maybe not poor the prospects have been, but like you said, inconsistent, because they effectively built a core around players that were kind of competing at this level, or maybe even slightly above, you know, kind of gatekeeping a lot of the Swedish scene, you know, coming from the Lil Mix roster. Sure. It was always interesting to see how they did in this Academy League system. So, I mean, Spirit are in a much better position just based on how they've performed so far in this group stage. They're currently 5-2. They beat the Prospects in the opening round and have since been able to take wins off of Astralis Talent, ENCE Academy, which was a very close game, MIBR, and Big as well. And those are not exactly small fries within the group either. So I think Spirit are going to feel confident coming into this game. There's a lot more to prove still with this new Prospects lineup, the way that they've rebuilt and renavigated it. They haven't beat many of the top dogs.
Yes, that is very true. We also end up, as you can see there on your screens, over on Mirage, which gives us a pretty good idea. Both teams enjoy that map, play it to a pretty decent level. So again, we're, you know, in with a good spot because of the way that the pools work out. So should be a pretty exciting game on that one. We are, I would imagine, therefore, getting into things pretty quickly. But, you know, I'd like to give a bit across to Spirit. I think that, again, as an academy system, they have maybe cracked it within the region. You'd think that, you know, it would be NAVI Junior kind of scooping up all the talent, but Siren, Patsy, they've made their way onto the main lineup. They started here a while ago now, but they still started here. And, you know, not only are they at the major, they're also in a legend spot. So Spirit, it seems, you know, they're a team, both the academy and the main team, that sometimes people, they don't necessarily count them out, but they don't give them as much attention as maybe they deserve. You know, I think the main Spirit team, no one's really talking about them. You got Cloud9, Dark Horse, all that for the major. I think Spirit could maybe, you know, pull off an upset, get to a semi kind of vibe, right? And Spirit Academy are in a similar sort of spot. You hear about, oh, look at this guy on NAVI Junior, he's really hot. Look at MOUZ and NXT rebuilding themselves so well. Well, these guys are in second in their group. So they're also playing really well, but they're not a name that you hear a lot about. I think that's safe to say, to be honest.
It also does feel like, I mean, they've done this whole academy system for the Spirit side a little awkwardly. You know, they effectively built or collected an entire roster and then just sort of shoveled off half to the academy system, half to the main squad. And they've been able to make that kind of progress with the squad ever since. We've had a couple of the stats come up as well from map pools. And I think when we look on reflection to the Spirits map pool versus the 0-0 Prospects, it does look a lot better. We are certainly expecting some big things and some big strides to be taken from 0-0 Prospects in general. But yeah, you see just how good this looks from a top-heavy end of the spectrum. You know, Mirage, Nuke, Vertigo, those are good maps to have in your pocket because especially when it comes to best of ones, it will be so frequently pushed past.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree, to be honest with you. So we'll see here. I do feel like, you know, again, though, it should be a game that opens up a little bit more. We've had some, you know, competitive moments throughout, and I think that's sort of the beauty as well of the Academy League. There are sometimes some pretty one-sided games, maybe just can't get your head and the, you know, squad into the game, really. But for the most part, I think that we end up with a lot of really close battles, and, you know, the anybody can beat anybody is an overplayed cliche, but I think that it can apply to some teams, and I think that this is certainly where we end up on the map is definitely, for me, a pretty comfortable spot. Now, it does kind of depend. I think it was Spirit that banned us down here. So I think that, therefore, I don't know if they knife for sides, actually, but I would imagine if we're going on, you know, knifing for sides has kind of died off a little bit. I think it comes down to, indeed, who banned us down here. So it should be a Prospect start on that CT side, which we've seen throughout the day so far is really valuable for these squads.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm I'm pretty sure just because of the way they do the banning, it's like first round is by one team, second round is by the other team. I think it's based on who's the home or the away team for this double round robin.
And you do a double, yeah, exactly. So surely those things flip the next time that you play.
Yeah. So that'll be my assumption for it. But either way, I don't think it's going to really hinge on that. I think that my key points are really going to focus on just the stars of Spirit Academy. I think they've definitely got more in line with what I would consider a traditional star. I look at somebody like Owner, who came from the Marlian roster and then eventually made his way into Bait. You know, if you're looking at Bait and you saw them at the RMR, he played with Wrinkle once upon a time, and then found his way in a Hellraisers that was effectively like a development roster at the time. You know, they kind of strayed away from being competitors or one of those perpetual we made it to the major kind of organizations into more the talent development cycle. So Owner has looked very good this season, and I think he'll be a major propellant if we're going to have a Spirit Academy win over the Prospects, whereas I almost expect that it will be like a team effort from this squad, because they do have a nice core. Franson, Hype, Bobek, Steve all worked together for quite some time. And then you've got someone like Spooky, who's, you know, worked with people like Heap, Jay-Z Walking, Sapek. These are all players that have kind of been floating around the Swedish scene and I guess the Nordics for some time. And Alex as somebody that I kind of weirdly attached to, because he was once upon a time on like that Fierce roster that was competing in the UK, which is interesting. And you know, he was a part of the Fnatic Academy team before there was Academy leagues. So there's definitely some people that you can be excited for on this Prospect squad. It just doesn't feel like they've really meshed together at the start of the season.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is kind of it, isn't it? You know, pulling the team together and building up this academy team is going to be one of those things where I think it's a bit of a test of the metal of sort of the GMing side of an organization. You know, I don't know that we have definite individuals, so to speak, like we have for some teams, but there certainly will be people who make these overall decisions. And is it pulling together individuals that are really strong in their roles and then working on the team play afterwards? Is it picking up an established quote unquote core and players that are familiar with each other but maybe don't have as much in terms of, you know, that team-based experience, or I guess playing around the roles? Because, you know, the Lil Mix, it's kind of in there, isn't it, really, that they sort of we've got an IGL, we've got an AWPer, and then everything else is a little bit loose. So I feel like this is maybe a team that on the prospect side do indeed approach things that way, and, you know, try and shoot first, ask questions later, I suppose. So things like that, I think, are going to become very interesting as we move on further down the line.
It was always the funny thing, because like even though they came from a team called Lil Mix, they are actually like their own organization. I think sort of self-owned by one of the players. God, now the name escapes me, but it's not quite as mixed as it would be. But I think the basic premise was that, you know, people can come and go, and it's just kind of a landing zone, a platform for a lot of these players up and coming, which is what the Academy League has turned into itself. So choose on the other foot, Lil Mix. You're going to have to find another angle, another niche. So hopefully... Oh my goodness. I don't believe it. As soon as I even get the words out, I'm like, hopefully into the action. Because obviously we've been rattling on a little bit there, folks. But when we get this in, it means that we are about ready, of course. The boys trying to escape with all the cash on Mirage. Well, they're going to have a battle to do so, and we are just about to get into things. Okay, I was a little bit worried there. It looks like we should be resetting in just a momento here, and indeed, here we go. So, Spirit end up on that CT side. I might have had the band downs the wrong way, but for the next game, I think we should pay attention to which way it goes. But as Michael was kind of saying, it's not really all that important, right? We have a few of these overplayed, what is it, ad nauseum, I think is the fancy term. I saw Maui Snake use it one time, so, you know, I'm going to steal it. And eventually, you know, it becomes a bit annoying that we get these overplayed sort of storylines. And, you know, it might be nice starting on the CT side. Maybe it does give a psychological advantage to some players, but in actual fact, both sides of the game should be good. You shouldn't be relying on one to overperform the other. Donk, looking for one. Needs to put his webcam down a little bit, if anyone can let him know about that. It's just the top of his head. Nonetheless, he's going to lose his head. That bomb's gone down. And a very weird little game state here. Only one kill coming in, despite a plant on the B-bomb site. Are you kidding? 4 kills for the Prospects. Looking good, isn't it? 5 on 3. I think there is a kit
There isn't a kit actually dropped, no. So, yeah, no real chance of getting in. They were hoping for a scrap. They had an opportunity for one, and no one took the fight. So, a weird pistol, to say the least, from Spirit Academy.
Bob's just getting every kill as well at the end here. So there is no escape here for Spirit Academy. Oh, Bob XD jumps over, but will not make sure to fall to owner. Still a first round. I mean, kind of, yeah, it is odd that we ended up in this game state where there was just no contact on the B-bomb site. It was just fairly non-dramatic looking from 0-0 prospects. Just very odd. Not exactly a heavy B-sided setup there for Spirit. They were more concerned about mid and potentially the A-bomb site. That's why they wanted to have that contest, but once those flashes came out, they just couldn't find the duels. Quick and easy from 0-0 prospects. Now it's about building on the conversion rounds. We definitely have seen today, I mean, this is one of those things about academy teams, and even teams at the top level, the ones that are really, really going to excel and make sure that they are top 5, top 10, they are exceptional at winning rounds, they shouldn't. And they also make sure that they don't lose rounds they shouldn't either. This is where you can hammer home some fundamentals and make sure you don't lose to the buys that shouldn't even be on the same page as you. They've got AKs, they've got SMGs. You're against pistols. Make sure to be methodical. Have a clear set of targets, a checklist, if you will.
Yeah, you can definitely play these ones a little bit more by the book, as it were. And it is so often when you go against the book, or they do something that is against the book themselves, that it goes south. Little unfortunate that no kill comes in there for Zontix. Donk, though. Still looking for his first. Yep. Oh, come on. I want my knife kill, man.
The idea was still good.
Yeah, of course. And he's got himself an AK here that he can get away with. And, of course, they're buying into the next round, so... The 15 young gun, the mystery man. Ooh, and a nice little nade there as well. So we've done some damage here. This could be a pretty big early rifle buy coming in from Spirit. This could do some serious damage.
Keeping it light and breezy here on 0-0 prospects, but you're right, all that damage is certainly going to add up into the future rounds. Especially with them having a buy in the follow-up. Getting a free AK. They probably won't want to hold on to the MAC-10, but also wouldn't be the worst gun in the world. See so many MP9 buys, CT sides. MP9 is definitely a superior weapon, but we will have an upgrade from Team Spirit and Spirit Academy. This is an important round to get them on the board. Let's listen into their team speak to see what they've got going on for this round.
Молли даже забил.
Я в андере.
У меня нет смока.
Флешки мид. Могли выйти.
Две только. За белыми.
Потушил T1.
Я ушел.
Я в России не играю. Молли Кандер. Я буду в России не играть.
Подвал.
Я прыгаю, КТ.
Го в миду.
Мид не вижу.
Убить.
Подходи к ним, мида.
Мид чисто, не вижу. Только стул может быть. Я андер один.
Я спрячусь, бенч, Жень, буду по твоему.
Подходит андер, я не смотрю андер. Андер может выйти сейчас.
Ок.
У тебя молик есть.
Бэдо может играть, Даня.
Забил меня вижу.
Парень убил.
Андер.
Молик есть, Мишань. Он дал, хае дал. Хае. Топ-мид не видел.
Я молик вандерфом.
Бэдом играет. Играет бэдом.
Д1. Упал тачку. Тачку убил.
Флешка над киченом даю.
Бэдом.
над киченом. Я смог выкатил мусорку. Машина. Мы можем выйти по тебе?
Минус 90.
Машина. Выиграть, я тебя забрал.
Убей.
Вы дальше? Розетка.
Yes, окна играю.
Ракета. Была ракета. Фор, слева.
Симпл.
Я кого забираю? Слева бэксайд.
Это лучше.
Yeah, I mean
recovery.
Clear comms throughout all of that, but you can see as well just how important it is you keep your voice around with you, because there were a couple of those peaks that weren't communicated, that were kind of out of the flow with the rest of this round for Spirit Academy, and when they were speaking, they were getting kills. You even saw when they were fighting for mid control, as soon as they kill the mid player, collectively 3 of them say under, because they know where the next player is coming from. So Really well read there from Spirit, but so important that you keep your comms clear in late rounds too.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, you know, Na'Vi famously have very quote-unquote messy. I think it's not necessarily messy, it's just sort of non-stop, where some nations, some teams, the way they build around their comms will have maybe just one voice doing a lot of the talking. Maybe, you know, FaZe and Carrigan is a great example of that. And, you know, you just sort of give your info and there's a bit more micromanaging going on. And then you also just maybe have the fact that they like a bit of dead air and don't speak around it. But what I will say is you really got to have your sound balanced if you're playing in one of these CIS squads, because, you know, the homies might be a bit loud and cover up footsteps and whatnot, which is certainly not what you want. BobXD, just get a trade out there. They'll be happy with that. Any damage is good damage. That's my phrase for rounds like that. Nonetheless, 2-2 now in a battle for the top spot. Let's see. The buy is pretty good from Prospects.
Yeah, only getting that one kill. You could see that was the target the whole time. They left the bomb in spawn. Wasn't even a consideration. Yeah, this buy is going to be good enough here for Prospects. Should expect to see more of the same. They've been trying to build into these rounds. Slow default into a site convergence. Molotov does spread onto Hype and do some damage. No one's within earshot, so not likely to know he's tagged. Spirit have taken some good control over towards the top of middle. Staying here forever is not really a possibility, though. Once the smoke fades bottom con, Artfrost will be a little bit more hesitant to stick around. Ooh, good timing there for Artfrost. Gets information on another player in Palace. Molly will connect on him, and they're not looking for it. Just sits inside the flames, and BobXD had no idea what hit him.
Yeah, totally in tune right now. You can see on his cam just him and the monitor, really. Branson, he will get the kill because of a missed shot here, and Artfrost does need to... What? I was going to say be a bit careful, but apparently not. He knows how to hit the no-scopes. He was feeling the ace there. Ono with the trade out here. Knows that Alex has got to be nearby, and, well, the nades come in to help him out. Massive round from Artfrost, and what a ridiculous shot.
Yeah. I was more surprised that he was even going for it, but he let luck take the wheel. Gaben hits the shot for him. Yeah, great stuff there from Artfrost. So in tune with what timings he could hit, and hit some marvelous shots along the way. Him and Owner. Not only them, of course, but they are certainly doing the dirty. Prospects are in the dumps in this round. Oh, Deke for BobXD. There's a little reciprocation. It wasn't Artfrost. He was the one who agreed. Oh my goodness. Hitting egregious shots. It just continues to go the way of 0-0 Prospects. These Deeks are dangerous, and they've got their hands on rifles now as well. A bomb site completely open for a plant.
Uh-oh. This becomes very, very problematic now. A fantastic spot to find themselves in. Jumping towards window. Nobody spotted. Shoot out the little murder hole and try and move in together via connector. It's this AWP that they've got to get through that is really, really, really bloody scary. Molly does land. Oh, the AWP ringing off, so they vaguely know where it's at, but, you know, where's everybody else? Not a lot of time here either, so they've got to start rushing in and finding these frags. Just have no time. Tap onto the bomb. Smoke comes out. Big frag. Get on that bomb. Might not even be enough time even with the hold here. Zon6 finds the kill and just about able to get it in. I think a couple seconds on it. And the molly actually killed him there at the end as well. Donk found his lucky stars to get away with that one. And Spirit Academy, well, they will wipe the sweat profusely off their brow. All the same, that is a tough round.
Yeah, like half a second between that Molotov killing him and him getting the defuse off. So definitely fortunate that it's come out that way. The extra tag damage from the rifle almost finished off the job. But not to be. One survivor. That's a close shave for Spirit Academy. Could have been a lost round. Hell, maybe even should have been. Thought for sure Donk was going to get caught off guard by the CT player, but if they lose that, they lose all security. This was the bonus round. Oh yeah, we get a nice little replay for Ardfrost's ridiculousness.
Yeah, I mean, just can't even really believe it, can you?
Kind of a dumb shot, yeah.
Yeah. It's not much to say. It's just the balls to go for it, and then the fact that it works. It's ridiculousness all round, like you say. Either way, it is a forgotten moment, okay? We're moving on, and that's, of course, what Prospects are trying to do here. Not had a round for a while. Mid setup, owner. Run boost comes in, and he will indeed find that frag. Not going to work out. Usually it's the AWP that gets run boosted, so a bit interesting they send a rifle, nonetheless. We don't really get to see how it pans out. Baz, many A's and many Z's will find a frag. Zontix taking out Franson in the apartments. They are getting picked apart bit by bit by bit right now. Prospects just totally stuck for ideas.
Yeah, the mid-fights have been really fruitful for the defensive end of things. Spirit just keep putting a lot of importance on that area. There might be so much importance, in fact, that they've vacated one of their bomb sites, but oh god, wasn't prepared for a long-range fight with Zontix. 2 games in a row on Mirage that we've seen a cat player deal with some kind of an A lurk, and Alex Sol that's left and on no HP. Really think the next buy rounds for Prospects should look a little different. We might see them move to more execute style play. But this round is a done deal. They're all over the site, and Alex is just clinging on for dear life. To be honest, that could have been... That's probably the most healthy candidate for a knife out of the ones we've seen today. I know you've wanted more, but...
Yes. There's been many.
Yeah.
But no one... It's the seriousness of the whole thing, you know? If we were in a online qualifier with 4 chances to make it in, I'm sure we'd be going for knife.
It's a confidence thing as well. Like,
I suppose.
You need to be
a
confident enough to just... Yeah.
Also. It's a bit unsportsmanlike as far as it... You know, it's not quite up there with... crouching on top of someone, let's say, but, you know...
We're talking about having good fundamentals in the sort as well. You know, pulling out your knife. Maybe that's bad fundamentals.
True. Very true. Looks to be a B hit. This is the change-up you were after, Donk. Gonna spot them out, and for now he is a bit alone. Rotations are not too far away, but he certainly does need to be careful, or does he just take the fight? Oh, God. Being ripped apart by the solo hold. Maybe that one's a bit too wide. Nonetheless, he's created the space, and he has left a smoke here to allow one of his teammates to come through and drop the bomb onto the ground. Spooky finds himself a frag, but he's traded out Zontix with a nice reposition. Couldn't buy a round right now, bro. Like, they are just getting absolutely ruined.
Yeah, and here's the thing. They were down in the dumps last time we saw them. They played up against, I believe, ENCE Academy on Ancient. They were down 12-3 at the half, and that game ended up being an overtime win for themselves. So, as much as I'd like to count out the Prospects, they have also shown us some good vigor. They've definitely got the heart, a little bit of heart and soul, but Spirit are making this look a little easy in certain rounds. Sure, the damage has been done. It's not like their money is escaping the potential for 0-0 Prospects to come back into this, but they're not even getting into too many close moments. Closest we've seen is definitely the low buy round where Spirit lost too much. Another exec.
Ooh, Pop XD to open. There's gaps here. There are gaps. One to be exploited by a boost, and one, yeah, to be exploited by the short players. We'll patch the hole, sort of, but Zontix still around. Can't stop the bomb plant, though. A kill. A weapon. Ah, but they lose quickly. Will back Alex. Can't get that trade, and it's a pretty big deal that he doesn't. Down to just Spooky. Not going to happen. It's a bit of something. It's a bit of something, you know what I mean? They're the ones dictating the pace there. They get a kill. There is a gap in the smoke. But that's okay. That can kind of happen, to be fair, on those conventional ones. It's why usually people are going connector smoke and leave stairs open, or Molotov it, or something along those lines. Either way, they get the bomb down as well. So a little more energy to them in that round.
Yeah, I think regardless of what variation you go for, smokes-wise, there is going to be something that can be found around them. It's not perfect, but it usually does the job. It's got like a wild background. Is it a house? Like a mansion or a church or something. It's hard to tell. I will say there's been a lot of advancements in webcam technology that is honestly kind of spooky. Don't know if you've tried the video broadcast with like the whole background removal thing. I know there are other people that are bigger proponents of it than I. It's all AI generated, and I don't understand how graphics works. So the future is now, as are the players of the future. Also
yes.
now.
Oh, bada bing. There you go, mate. Yeah, that's why they pay you the big bucks.
Thanks, man. Really loop that one together.
Yeah. Alex trying to find a spot in towards middle, but it will once again be a bit of a B hit. Maybe feeling confident with where things were at the last time they came B. Surely Doink can't get another 2-man out in the open. They are playing him alone here again, though. Oh, no. And this time he goes down without finding a kill. I would say that is probably the round if there's no missteps here, and they might feel that way as well. Lots of deep nadage. Still got full utility and everything. This is a hard save in the sense that they keep most of their money invested into this round, so it does make sense.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird decision, even for me. I mean, this is the thing. When you've got enough money, feels like you can make whatever choice you want. And right now, it felt like Spirit could have gone for this retake. But I can certainly appreciate that it probably would have been a losing effort. They lost way too much room. They just had no prospect coming into the retake.
Yeah, I think it really depends on how you look at it, right? Do you see yourself in that scenario? You are the tease with 5 players up and a free bomb site very, very quickly. You'd probably think, oh yeah, we win that every time.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's the... Or do you have no respect for your opponents and be like, whatever, man, you know, I'll just run in and click their heads. So it really depends on, I think, where your outlook is at. And also, we see pros an awful lot, maybe even to the extreme, especially from this region. You know who I'm talking about out there, guys. Mm-hmm. Who play the highest percentage play, even way beyond, you know, and sort of, if it's 51%, then that's 100 for me, you know. And I think that's certainly what they're sort of looking at there, and just, you know, move into the next round. What's 16-3 versus 16-2? So it is a bit frustrating from our point of view, but you have to sympathize with where they are at. They're going to try again towards this fast B. Now, they have bolstered the defense this time, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So let's see here. Alex? Hello? He's all alone, but he's just found 3 out of nowhere. If he had a bit more HP, I'd maybe give him a gun in for this, but I don't think it's going to happen for him. He's got the AWP. He's contacting around. And he will get caught off. That's unfortunate. A nice attempt, but not going to come through. And yeah, Spirit, save now is worth its weight in gold. Look how rich these players are.
Yeah, their money has been looking good. And yeah, I can definitely sympathize with both angles. Economy is such a fickle thing to navigate, especially on the CT side. And I can appreciate that Spirit are looking at the long game. And they might still be able to close this out, half out in a considerable fashion. See the 0-0 prospects buy into AKs. They've got a lot of utility alongside it, but they have been predominantly going for more execute-oriented play. Last round, they lost their top mid player, and they were hoping that they don't lose it again. They've instead been aggressed by the apartment's pressure. This time, Donk playing on top of the balcony and finding the frag. Actually, I think it was a spam. Just looking at the death positions, which is non-ideal. Spooky's already low as well from his mid-adventure. So this will divert the 0-0 prospects. I think they did want to go towards that B bomb site, but with the way this round has started, they'll try to salvage it elsewhere.
Hardly any movement. The bomb making its way back round, and there's Zontix being the one to make the play, and he will, you know, catch you resting on your heels, man. Not showing any presence. Leaves a lot of gaps and a lot of opportunity for a team that's already confident and already ahead in this round. Step heard at short. Spooky, he's been seen, but he's found the kill, and Zontix, well, he's wasted all his ammo going in for that one. Spooky's really just trying to be the distraction here, but there's just not enough presence, like I say. I think that's a jump spot from CT. Ooh, okay, a little awkward, but they're good. They're happy. They had a 2-man advantage at one point, so they're just able to play off of that. Bomb plant comes in. Franson, his little head is indeed spotted, but not taken down. An owner caught reloading. If Franson had won that one, then maybe we were on, but the 6 HP Spooky's up against 2. Uh-oh. The AWP doesn't care. Oh, but the nade does. Art Frost with the touchdown fadeaway straight into the defuse. It doesn't get much cleaner than that.
Yeah, a little no-look pass. What can you do? No HP and nothing to play with. Art Frost makes sure that that round is an impossibility. Great shooting from a couple of the 0-0 Prospects players, and they identified some of the isolated players that they had in sort of in their path in defending that A-bomb site. Certainly made it feasible, but it does feel like there is a bit of a reliance. You know, they've been going between execute to sort of more mid-round focused play style, which is good to be dynamic like this, but it does feel like they're still lacking a little bit of structure on these rounds. They're not giving players advantageous gunfights. That is a nice gift, though. This is his time of the month, you would expect, or his time of the year. Spooky. October is probably the spookiest month we have on the calendar.
I don't know, bro. January's pretty scary. That's when we pay tax in this country, so...
Well...
yeah. I don't know. I did mine, not sure about you, but I think in previous years I've managed to either not earn enough or, you know, but last year's the first year I got to pay tax, and let me tell you, it's scary. It's uncool. It's very scary.
I was just talking about Halloween, man. You're gonna make it about tax.
Yeah, sorry, I had to bring the adult life.
Real life hits hard.
Yeah. But there you are. We'll see. Spooky and the boys looking to capitalize on his opening frag. 40 seconds. Bomb plants. Cannot be stopped. So, what are we doing here? We got 3 on B. They're miles away from the action. Are we sticking around? I don't know. There's a player in towards mid here. Mr. Bob XD. Another great name, and he will indeed find a frag because of his name, solely because of his name, and now they're still going for it. 5v3, double nade in towards Firebox, finds nothing, and I think we should just save here, fellas. I'll tell you that one for free. They will indeed. And 0-0 Prospects, not too bad at all.
2 more rounds left in this half after this one, so they are potentially opening up the door for their Prospects to come back into this game. Not really contesting too heavily for that one. They were more incentivized than they did in the B attempt. A-bomb site feels more open. Got a little bit more room sometimes to line up utility. There's arguments to be made. You see the coffers running a little light for a Spirit on a couple of their players. They do have enough money to sustain themselves for these next couple of rounds. So there's no easy path here for the Swedes. If they can convert, bring it to at least a contestable half, 4 will not be enough.
Yes, certainly, indeed. I mean, they're in a really good spot here, Spirit Academy, to hit that double digits, get beyond it as well. The all-important. We've had some very, very close first halves as the game goes on. And this one looks to be another one. 3 quick kills, only 1 traded back from the Spirit Academy. So 2 players at CT trying to rotate in. They've got cash for the final round, right? So might as well give it a go. If they could pull this off, it would be quite something. Looks to be a boost over. Cheesy kill. But no. And now they've maybe given their position away a little bit. At least one of them has. Just going to go charging in. Alex has got the angles. Oh, wow. Crisp, clean lock, boys. 5th round comes in for Prospects. And a good chance to make it as close as damn it.
Yeah, I mean, just a calamity of kills all at once there for 0-0 prospects. It's kind of surprising how quickly the A defenses fall, considering, I mean, Spirit have been very good at sort of managing the aggression. They've had good reads on when these executes are coming. They've been able to bounce off each other and sort of play together, but yeah, 0-0 prospects just came in all guns blazing. Flashes are great. Owner was all by his lonesome. The smoke that was down doesn't exactly allow for much, but Artfrost got one before falling. And the A aggression as well has worked out for Baz. So it looked good to start. But now they have lost a significant number of their players. Only 2 players that remain. 1-for-1 that was exchanged. Spooky trying his best to apply some pressure over on this A bomb site. Alex as well will come to join him. Double peek won't be ideal. Yeah, overrun and outgunned. 0-0 prospects have enough room to get this bomb down.
Sontics, first line of contact here, being covered out by the AWP in behind him. AWP gets awkward on a retake though, and oh, Spooky. The big reposition for the plant. Alex gaining a lot of information. Spooky's gone down ramp. There's only really one place they could be. And it is this connected jungle side. Smoke onto the bomb. There's Spooky activated. Does he have the angles? Artfrost will find the frag. Looking to try and get the trade out. Just going to have to jump on the bomb as best he can. He will indeed. 8 goes down. Bullets will land just about close as you like, but a 9-6 finish and a good recovery from the prospects with 3 at the end.
Yeah, some critical kills from Spooky, and none more important than that. Just being able to apply that pressure late into the round and also secure it. I think Spirit Academy were certainly looking at that half and thinking nothing else could go wrong. They've already accomplished their main objective. You know, I think 9 is enough on that CT side, but they could have built on more. That's for certainty. Fantastic work from, honestly, just all these entry kills that the 0-0 prospects were able to get. That's one thing that Spirit were able to negate in the early stages of that half, just consistently doing damage. But now we're moving into the second half pistol. Let's listen in on the TeamSpeak of 0-0 prospects.
Jag hoppar i mitten på mig igen. Kan du stanna och vinda?
Ingen står på rulle. Slå upp en, jag dynkade. Ut av. Mycket av. Småklänk, tror jag.
En av vit. Kom jag på en djungel.
Pusha djungel. In i djungel.
Hjälp i smoken.
Djungel, tog.
Nice.
Jag är med i djungel. Jag är med i djungel. Kör.
En AS.
Håller AS.
Jag reloadar.
Hejdå.
P50. AS.
Pallas.
Nice.
Bra köpt kit.
Nice Johan.
Jag köpt kit.
Ja, men jag blev en 4.
Bob.
Jag blev en 4.
Du har inte ens kev? Du har inte ens full kev, Bob?
Nej. Just det,
Vadå?
Skojar ni? Jag såg att du hade 2 kills.
Jag får göra det.
The end.
Ja, bra. 3
Sure.
slår här.
Movement.
Ja, bra.
Bra.
Were they confused that someone bought a kit? Again, I
think
don't
a little
speak.
bit, yeah. Got a
I
little
don't speak Swedish, but I felt like somebody was like, "Wait, you have a kit?"
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not talking about the buy so much. Classically calm.
Yeah.
As is the Swedish way.
Again, smooth communications. I've been dinked.
Yeah.
Mid is clear. They smoked
a little bit
Link.
of support as well, you
Yeah.
know. Link being connector, I would imagine.
Yes.
Not a language expert, but you know, I maybe figure that one out.
I've been doing a lot of interpreting here, but I think we're pretty accurate.
Yeah. But it's just good to get the general feel, I think, a couple times a game. You know, even with the win of the pistol, not going too crazy. Nice, you know, good job. Not letting the emotions run super high.
Yeah.
Because they still have work to do. Job's not finished. Especially because the bomb went down. We've got a pretty good buy coming in from Spirit Academy. It's a pretty heavy defense here. It's going to be hard to get through. Alex on that MP9. So damn annoying when it's running and gunning. And they've got plenty of information of the remaining 3 players. So, great start. Should be a clean finish.
Frost, make him eat his words. Do it to him. Doesn't look likely, but I'm here for the chaos.
You never know, bro. You never know. My guy, Art Frost.
The only way that you can ever manifest rounds like this is by saying that it is simply impossible. This is an unlosable round.
Yep.
Well, yeah, we're either right or we're wrong and happy. Either way, good stuff there from 0-0 Prospects. Pistol, the conversion. They made sure that nothing really got too far away from them. That force buy didn't exactly accomplish a whole lot. Spirit Academy will be down in the dumps. A tying round is likely here for 0-0 Prospects, and considering where they were at the start of this game, this is a pretty considerable recovery from the squad.
Well, looks to be a bit of a faster B here. They are awkwardly split and awkwardly tagged and awkwardly finished. BobXD with the info and some great little utility spots there. He does need to be careful he doesn't lose his own head. A nice little start for the Prospects, right? These types of rounds where you're up against the Eagles and things, you maybe not sure, do they have armor, do they have utility? It's usually those first kills, the first one, or maybe a play like that where you get the two-man that let you breathe a sigh of relief. You know, because sometimes you just get a bit unlucky, especially at this high level of the game. A quarter of a second lapse in concentration is a Deagle flying around the corner and banging you out, and then all of a sudden panic ensues. So, clean stuff, Prospects, good start. I'm liking what I'm seeing, man. I am liking what I'm seeing. Spirit, I've got to change the narrative with this rifle.
They can't get away with a flawless start, surely not. I love the little run boost that we've been seeing coming out of the T-spawn. Artfrost has a pretty solid spawn as a result of that. Nobody will peek. Molly down, but there was no window smoke, so it in fact just stops the CTs from peeking. They wanted to disrupt the smoke. But if there's none there, it does kind of just work against you. Mid-floor control for Spirit Academy, uncontested at that. They are nearby, and they're still hovering top con on the 0-0 Prospect side. That will be navigated. Molly does tag one of the players, so info gained, but there's still a kill that's been found. And 0-0 Prospects start with a man advantage. They actually still want to fight this. The smokes are fading. Spooky's got another.
Donk. Trying to make some noise on B. Ooh, maybe slightly working. He's drawn a lot of attention. Nearly 4 players. I think they've, you know, realized that kind of fact. But definitely 3 set up heavily on B. And Zon6 is looking for this gap that's been left. So far, can't really find anything. 45 seconds and starting to pick up the pace ever so slightly, but it's going to be so tough. It's going to be so tough. They've got a smoke and 2 flashes between the 3 of them. What do we do with those? Looks like jungle and then just burst out a little. Oh, God. The spot in from Tollbooth as well. Really could do some damage here. The bomb in such an awkward spot. Where do I go? Where do I plant? And that's exactly what they were looking for. The chase comes in. There's just too many bodies. Bomb is now on the deck. BobXD with the final 2 from short. Prospects take the lead. First time in a long time.
This is actually looking very similar to what Prospects were doing on their T side, and Spirit Academy, in some ways, almost lack a bit of sort of that independent flair. You know, we talked a little bit about how this Prospects roster was brought together, the fact that they had this core of the Lil Mix roster. There were a lot of these sort of chaotic, sort of mid-round decision-making moments, and especially when you look at those players, I think they almost seem to do better in rounds like that because they've been in that circumstance so many times over. Spirit at the moment, with some of the players not being able to hit as clean shots as I think they're maybe used to, they are struggling in these later round choices. Their Prospects are taking good advantage of that and should be able to build up a pretty sizable lead as well. I don't think Spirit Academy are going to find a solution quite quick enough.
Ooh. Nading. Smoking. And leaving A. Okay. Spirit's starting to be the team a bit stuck for ideas now, eh? I mean, this T side is leaving a lot to be desired for. Not being the best run so far. As yet to pick up a round on the T side, and I would argue for my money, as yet to even come close. It is problematic. It is very, very problematic indeed. Looking for a bomb plant. But I don't know if it's going to come, and they're just wasting time. Ooh, there is a catch to be had down there. However, it looks like
this timing's perfect.
The hunter, becoming the hunted. Oh, he will be spotted. Will be tagged. Will be finished. Art Frost, of course, his Spidey senses. Frosty senses tingling, but I think that's all they're going to get. 20 seconds. You want to die here for your loss bonus, guys, so I'd probably get a move on. Maybe Art Frost is going to hold on to his A1S, but Owner definitely needs to die. In the most dignified way possible, of course. He's looking for a fight. It doesn't come. But Art Frost will hold on. Might even go down here. It's not the end of the world. All the same. Another round. 11 now for Prospects, getting dangerously close to the finisher.
Yeah, everyone dying within the clock. Art Frost, like you said, was likely to save his weapon, but let's see what Team Spirit have to say coming into this round. Thought we might have actually gotten a little team speak, but no, a little tech pause instead. They have been really struggling to get engaged, and I think this is the one comparison I'll make so far from these T sides is that 0-0 Prospects, even though the rounds were looking difficult, you could at least see them lay down the framework for winning the round. You know, sometimes they'll miss out on shots, or they maybe get shot in the back. So far, from what we've seen, and has been an early state of affairs. You know, we're just jumping into the second half, really. But they have not been able to lay down that framework whatsoever. Almost every time that they've broken into the bomb site, there are more players than they expect. And that's a real issue to do with sort of pacing or readability coming into rounds. It's very hard to target as well. Sometimes you just think that you don't have a particular timing, or those timings are sort of sectioned off by a troublesome player, either spamming through smokes or utility that's down. There's a number of different factors that go in, but it's the one thing that we can do as sort of the outside perspective, I guess, spectator, is you look at how the attack and the defense are sort of lined up next to one another, and just positionally, there are going to be some advantages that are held if you get certain number of defenders in a spot at a certain time. It is kind of like an RTS game, but it isn't quite so simple.
It can be. It can be. Counter-Strike is, far more nuanced than just clicking head, as we sometimes joke about.
But it can be broken down as simply as clicking head.
At the same time. Yeah. It is an interesting mistress, and that's why we all love it, of course. Let's see what Spirit have got to say about this upcoming round.
Конвей, буква. Я
Б.
фул.
Конавик.
Андер.
Я не могу пикать конавик.
Пойдем рейд там много.
Готово.
Да, давай, я играю. Тикет прыгает.
Он у вас будет. Я даю внешку сразу.
Бля.
Я дал внешку. Джангл выйдет. 2 по правой минимум. 2 по правой.
Моли глубокий даем. Моли
Стейв
глубокий
забираю.
дал.
Забрал
Дал
стейв.
флэш джангл.
Еще нужна будет, чтобы на ошибаться.
Не вижу.
Здесь крой.
Робс будет.
Первый
Робс.
рожки, ребят.
Go
Флэш
flash.
дал. Еще флешку даю.
Заберите
Кон.
пачку, я заберу КТ. Поставили
Давай.
джангл.
Джангл дал.
Я жду
Крой
КТ пик.
сыграет.
КТ аккуратно сейчас.
Мог
Жду
внешку
КТ пик, жду
продел.
КТ пик.
Флэш
Пикать
кон
или
будет?
ванвей?
Флэш кон.
Нет, я внешку дал.
Я красный.
На тикете я
Ванвей
смотрю
тикет,
за
ванвей
лаз.
тикет.
Я
Кон
дам
на коробку.
Я
Кон на
понял
коробку.
ему.
Я умер.
Под коном.
За фаером взял.
Один в коне справа.
Я жду за фаером.
Вышел за фаер, убил.
Пожди,
Авик
кон.
меня контролит, Авик меня контролит, не могу играть.
Вышел авик.
И кон справа.
один.
That's rough. I mean, it looked pretty good, right? They were very fluid moving in. Good comms, very quick move to be like, yo, flash connector and let's do something. Got the bomb down, but these post plants, they just break down. They just break down. I guess it's one of those, isn't it? It's like fluid getting into the round, and then when you get the bomb down, you may be like, okay, we all have like a set spot to go to, and that's how we've practiced it. But you're not allowed, and you can't make it into those spots. So you have to play fluidly in the post plant, and they can't.
Yeah.
It looks a bit more rigid, actually.
Yeah, and 0-0 Prospects had a Molotov to clear out Tetris, which was a real annoyance. Spooky spamming through the mid smoke has found Owner's head, which is an unideal way to start. In the simplest terms, it's bad. So full buy, and Spooky has gotten another one just as that smoke fades. This is going from bad to worse. Their prospects are making this CT side look so good. Even in that last round when the execute was coming out, Spirit were throwing like scaling utility. They were trying to go kind of on the fly. And they got hit by HEs, flashes. They were delayed. Not even a prospect in this round, though. They couldn't get close to sites.
Got him. Frost. Oh, going to be the last one left alive once again. Few too many bodies you would expect here. Can't even find one. And yeah, I mean, this is looking good. You've got to bear in mind as well, the prospects have got another game today, actually, against MIBR, who, of course, we caught earlier. So those guys have got a couple games. But yeah, really, really interesting stuff because it looks like they are hot, they are on it, and hopefully they can keep up this sort of energy going into what will be actually the last game of the day, I believe. So looking forward to that. Spirit Academy, another timeout from them. They've got to turn this around and fast. It's getting away. And this might be a pretty decisive victory even against one of the best teams in Group B.
Yeah, was a lot of slow building rounds from 0-0 prospects at the start of this game, but then they started going for more executes and actually went for like some fast rush almost timings. You know, we saw, I think, Donk put under the microscope a couple of times over on that B-bomb site. And he succeeded, and he also failed a few times. Enough that 0-0 prospects could feel confident. That comeback, it has been juicy. See how many rounds in a row that was. I'm bad at math, but it was on screen for a second. A 3-round or 4-round discrepancy, but 3 rounds till their goal. Not finding a kill with the Deeg will certainly spark some interest in this round, but it is Scouts and Deegs. Game mode that never was.
True. Still got the Flying Scoutsman. I think you can still play that.
Yeah, that's Scouts Knives, but Valve spin.
Indeed. Do love a good scout though. Shout out Scouter CS one time. He just runs around. I don't know if you ever seen that guy.
Yeah,
He's
no,
like
it's pretty
global
ridiculous.
And he just uses the scout. Shout out jump scouting back in the day. Now, that was ridiculous, but also fun. I used to love a good jump scout, I won't lie.
Still works. Just not as good as it used to be.
True. You gotta be a bit more skillful, I guess. Zontix. Speaking of skill. He's opened up this round. He's opened up this bomb site. Art Frost gonna find the head of Bob. XD. Franson with 2 could be massive. He's still alive. He's trying to change his spot up a little bit to make this awkward. And it looks damn good. 2 versus 2. Now make it just 1. What a round from Franson as he will get himself all 4 moving into that there A bomb sites. And Spirit Academy, I mean, if you were down and out before that round, surely you've got to be after it because best prospect they've had for a while at winning a round. And get it done.
This round looked like it was going to end in disaster. Like, yeah. I was going to be very surprised if the first round we see 0-0 prospects lose was to just upgraded Deagles and the sword. And it almost happened, but not on Franson's watch. He didn't have lose to a force buy or lose to a half buy on his schedule. Last real chance here for Spirit Academy. Best buy that they can muster in this round or the next. Should they lose this one, it's very likely we see this close 16-9.
Come on now. Prospects have done the hard work, right? So surely their flawless CT side is just on the horizon. There you go. I've gone and said it, guys. Let's see. Caster Curse, is it real? Now is the time to find out. Alex. Left with an open CT angle. Trying to find a head. Nothing comes, but he's got some info. Starting to rotate in. Keep your eyes on number 8, Zontix, towards middle. Hype through the smoke's going to find a kill. The Zontix with this flank. It could be perfect. It could be perfect. He's losing his teammates, though, so he's going to have to go nuclear. And the player looks at him. That gives his position away. He still manages to find the double and really, really, really throw a spanner in the works now. Even so much so that they think maybe they've managed to creep towards B. Rotating players away. The plant coming in at A. It'll be a retake scenario. What a move from Zontix. We'll see. Bob XD. I mean, this has even been sniffed out. Could be a massive round. Art Frost has taken down Alex. Spirit Academy, thanks to one man, has got a good chance into this one. And I think they will indeed secure it. Hype. They have cash. Why not give it a bash? But surely you imagine this does not go his way.
This is where I wouldn't hate the conservative route. They've just got too many angles to attack this bomb, and without much chance of being able to get a pair of peering eyes staring back at him. Yeah, Hype will just try to escape with this AWP. And will succeed. No one was moving to chase them. First round in this half for Spirit Academy, and it comes off a cracking performance from Zontix. Like you said, a single man who's completely opening up opportunities, so much so that, yeah, 0-0 prospects had to consider the B bomb site as a potential reposition because the ramp players had fallen silent. So that was the last real chance, and they make sure not to squander it. Long run of form there from 0-0 prospects, but see if this is the answer they were looking for. Can they get replicating performances? If not from Zontix, then somebody else on the squad. Again, we put a little bit of importance on Owner. His earlier performances this season have been noted. Him and Arfrost have been the stars to look at, but Owner has not maybe stepped up in the same way we expect. Spam from Spooky. How? 2 shots, it seemed like headshot, and now they're caught to a halt. Spirit Academy are getting destroyed on this B hit, and now it's only the Artfrost AWP that has a response. They have to back out of this.
Disastrous. I mean, that spam never works. Are you kidding?
Fired like 2 bullets.
Yeah, I think so. It's the perfect. The only time I've seen, you know, little trickles of damage, maybe like half HP spam.
Yeah.
But 2 in the noggin. Quite the rarity. This has been read pretty heavily, so we've got 2 players ready to go on this A bomb site for the CT end. Ollie comes in as well at the perfect time to just keep them at bay. Franson will get himself into a better spot. 30 seconds. Footsteps. Bomb leading the charge. It could all go south quite quickly. Alex and Franson both will get a frag. No chance of a trade. And Artfrost, what do you do? 1 versus 4. You need something into the next round to stay alive. 5 in a row required, and this AWP's going to have to be a big part of that.
This was a strange round to play. Oh, they're even trying to find the hunt afterwards, but it won't be after time. Artfrost cannot save that AWP, though. He can buy one into this next round. Yeah, what a weird round to have to play if you are a Spirit Academy, losing a player so quickly. The spam in one of the more unorthodox ways for it to happen. And then just trickling out to your death. Anywhere they went, there was a heavy defense lying in wait. Now another buy comes in, but they've got a couple, or they've got a Galil in amongst it. France is taking a lot of room. Maybe some liberties will be taken over towards the B side. If they clear this quickly, they can catch Spirit Academy on this A take, but they are moving quick on the attack. Spirit Academy already out Tetris and pressuring from the Palace. Hype is gone. The AWP duel already won, so now they can create more room with the smokes down.
Yeah, but it's single. There's no flanking potential now, and the smokes are a bit off. Boost towards stairs could result in something. Franson not expecting it at all.
CT flank.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this is pretty quick as well. Gonna drop the bomb before it even goes down. Maybe in for another Baz. Quick as you like, but the bomb is out in the open. Let's try and capitalize on that, say the CT side. Spooky will, his teammate won't, and Artfrost just carries on fragging. Oh, it is tough, and again, big moments throughout. A lot of info, they knew it was coming. Spirit Academy, it seems, backs up against the wall, and they perform a little bit better, so we'll see how this continues.
What a time to make a call like that as well from Spirit Academy, because you could tell 0-0 Prospects had some very firm plans for how they wanted to approach that round. They got a quick boost up into the apartments on B, they were pressuring underpass, and they wanted to crunch that and make sure that it was going to be an A play, or if there was B presence, that they were able to sort of tag team on as that duo. Spirit Academy went fast through A, and they caught them out. Now a quick B play is on the cards. BobXD, smoke pulled, and he didn't have his gun out, but short presence there from Spooky does at least create a little bit of room, but Baz the double. 4-on-3, and Hype is here on time, but the Art Frost AWP has been hitting different these past couple of rounds. Yeah, they're saving. Feel like Spirit have just decided speed is the way.
I mean, get those individuals activated, right? Like, it is literally the only option that they have at the moment. So you can't really knock it, and it seems to be the one that's kind of working out for them a little bit. You do have all these kind of catch-off plays, etc., etc., etc. How long does that continue?
Yeah. The one concern is that when stuff like this happens, and you are reliant on just running over your opponent, we've seen 0-0 Prospects hold some of the bomb sites when they've just gone for, you know, these, I guess, drier or faster attacks. Past couple rounds it's worked, but is this not filled with variance? They only need one more round on the CT side.
Is it sustainable? That's the question. And ultimately, as we say, you know, you are on the side of commonality, let's say, and usually there is a mistake that comes in. Once you hit 15, this far up, you have to say that it is most likely going to go the way of the team that's on 15. But as the game goes, it is not over until it is over. We don't have any chunky women around, so, you know, that's the old classic, but we'll just go with over till it's over. Baz and Franson getting a bit weird with their kills. Oh, Donk. Hello. Spooky hidden away, though, playing the patient game. They've gone past him. He's lost a teammate. He's trying to get as many as he possibly can. Oh, God. It's also weird. He's taken out from behind. BobXD is granted the information, but I don't know about the round, and neither does he. Looks to make his way out of there. Nope. Still sticking around. Okay. Hold on. Reposition. Oh, could get the catch. I think he's just been spotted. His little kneecaps. He's got an AWPer to get through, though, and it's just not going to happen. This has got overtime written all over it now after winning that round. I won't lie to you.
God, what a missed opportunity on this under Balk play. Ay. There's so many smokes on the bomb sites, so he didn't have targets. He wanted to get more than just one kill. If he just went for the planter, he probably would have gotten away with it, too, because nobody was really in a great position to trade him, but gets greedy, hangs around for a little too long, and gets confused. I think I'm with you. This is certainly feeling like overtime could be calling. Francis does have an M4 coming into this round, so there's always hope. Hope strikes.
Oh, trades. I think it's just going to be a bit too much. Well, and there they are at the same exact moment. So the full 30 required, first game of the day that does indeed require it. We are, you know, paying for being ahead of schedule thanks to a skipped game in the middle there, of course. But that is the way that we like it. As competitive as possible. We've had, I wouldn't say blowouts, but certainly some more one-sided affairs, especially once the second half's had its say-so. And Spirit Academy, like I said, fire under the backside is maybe what they needed. Back against the wall. Always love the metaphor, and you have to find a way to get out. Gun against your head. What do you do? What do you say? There's always, where there's a will, there's a way. You know? So we're seeing that here from Spirit Academy. But is it too little too late? If we were looking at 14-14 right now, I'd maybe hand it to them. 0-0 Prospects. We have a bit of a pause there, and they have a very nice buy, in fact. So surely now you pull out your best looking CT round to get this victory in the bag.
Do wonder whether that no AWP is going to be a problem. They've been very good at actually dealing with the side hits in the earlier rounds. won't be a round in which Spirit implement early aggression. No fast plays towards either extremity. I mean, now that they've bridged the gap, rounds slow down, and that actually might work out in 0-0 Prospect's favor. Love the move here by bob1. So close. Pays for it, though.
Wow. 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 They're not even going B. And he just keeps on killing them.
They are now.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. Don't take any chances. What a ridiculous round from Zontix, though, bro.
That's 2 rounds in this T-side run where he has been so influential. Just solo entering B, killing 3? Is that in the strat book? Who called that one?
Yeah, those are the uncontrollable variables, I think, you know, when it comes to your own strat, but also the way that your opponents are going to play and the ideas that they've got. Let's get aggressive in the apps. They don't have a lot of presence in the B apartments early. Maybe we can capitalize on that. Well, they don't need a lot of presence. They just need one man, and his name is Zontix. Nearly 4 for him on a solo play. Absolutely ridiculous stuff, and we end up here in the overtime. Can't see it on the scoreboard, unfortunately, as it swaps over to the overtime one, but yeah, I mean, they went a long time. Was it 14, I think? It was 14-9. So they went 8 rounds without picking up a round there on the Spirit Academy side, and now we end up in overtime. So isn't that just ridiculousness? Absolutely crazy. And a great little game here from these 2 squads. Absolutely loving it, and hopefully it continues into the overtime.
Yeah, we got to 15-11, and there was no look, or 15-10, I think, actually. And there was no looking back here for Spirit. Molly deep, and bob1 heard the collision. Smoke will be deployed close van, and he can play inside of it. Oh, this is actually working as a beautiful one-way, but shot right through, and Owner has the flank covered. Only good for 1, though. Wasn't expecting Spooky to be right behind. Are they convinced that it is going to be a B play? They are. But they are repositioning here on 0-0 Prospects, looking for other avenues to attack. Spirit Academy are not rushing the plant. In fact, they're moving close market. And once they clear this out, it might actually move them to the other side of the map.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. What a genius move. I mean, a lot of things have got to fall into place for it, right? There is a world in which you run in. It's more just from the base idea of we have to do something. We're 3 versus 2. We are starved of information. We have to get aggressive. And then it's just all fallen into place.
They are looking for it.
Yeah, Hype's got his eyes on. So does Alex. It's a good trade from Donk. He can't make it across. He wanted the better plant spot. Was not to be. And that is a textbook first round of overtime. Of course, it's the team that let their lead slip away that bring us to overtime that find the round. That happens very often. And also, all rules, all, you know, slow, thought-out rounds that we've seen from Spirit towards that tail end there, just completely out the window. A very, very fast round and absolute pandemonium. He nearly capitalized on said pandemonium, but not quite.
Yeah, something they didn't have the, I guess, the bravado to pull off in the last round of the half, or last round of regulation.
Yeah.
They decided to go back to pacier plays, and this time it was held. Cute idea there from Spirit, though, in the late round. See if they can end up in similar circumstances. I'm digging what they're putting down. Alex is putting down a couple of players on the Spirit Academy side, making their way out Palace. Bomb dropped on the bomb site at the opening 30 seconds of this round is not ideal. Nade as well will finish off Zontix. Have they even really gotten gunfights? It doesn't look like it.
I'm telling you, bro, CSGO is absolutely a mental game. This has got to be, the pressure's off. You know, we're into the overtime. It is a little bit disappointing, but there's less onus on you to win the game from here. And, oh, they're making a comeback. Oh, I don't know if I should do that. It might cost us the round.
Yeah.
All
burdened by the
things.
potential of mistakes.
Yeah. Whoa. Is that one of yours, or have you read that somewhere?
I think so.
Okay, that's good.
I don't know that. I don't read.
Fair enough, bro. Well, there you go. I mean, it's helped you out here. Might be one of the... I don't read very often either, but that is...
I can. I'll have you know, I do read, but just so infrequently.
Yeah. You don't read for like educational purposes or fictional purposes or whatever.
There are so many people that make video content of the same thing.
Yes. Yeah.
It's
if that's the way you learn, that's the way you learn, isn't it?
Yeah.
But all the same, the burden of potential mistakes. That's pretty good. I'd definitely say the fear of failure.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure we've all suffered with things like that. Especially if you are, as Michael and I are, in our mid-20s. It's usually around that area that, you know,
you make these conversations too real, man.
Have a few existential crises. Yeah. But, and this is the segue, Spirit Academy having a bit of an existential crisis right now as they are looking very, very flat as the overtime's begun. Very flat indeed. Completely different from the way that they ended regulation. And prospects, you can see they have regained their mojo, their aggression, and their bravado, as you mentioned a bit earlier. And it is certainly paying dividends. Looking towards Palace. I'll have a bit of a scrap over there in just a moment. So, a big linchpin play over here. It does seem who's going to move first. It was Baz, and the shadow spotted, of course. Hype will take his head clean off, and another opener for prospects.
This is where they're really hoping that Zontic steps up again. He's had considerable triple kills to keep Spirit in this game, and he may be asked to deliver once over. The conditions don't feel quite similar. You know, he was in lurking spots, caught players off guard. This time the spread of CTs eliminates a lot of options, a lot of possibilities for how this late round can develop here for Spirit. Smoke will buy even more time. Hype is nearby in market with an AWP. He has a Molotov as well, so if they do make any sound cues, if they give any indication, a Molotov could disrupt them even further. But they're still so spread out. They want to, I think, set up for a market window flank. This is being watched for to a certain degree, but it'll see activation so late into the round. If they get stopped in the apartments, this round's over.
Okay, Zontix has found a kill. Smoke onto the molly. Flash is perfect. Franson's all the way towards ramp. I mean, it's Bob XD and it's Alex, isn't it, really, that have got to do a lot of work here with these rifles. Bob XD can't get it done. 6, 5, 4. We are getting it in just about, and somehow they've brought it into a 2 versus 1 in all this chaos. Goodness gracious, Spirit not half making it hard for themselves. Artfrost will find the final one of the first half of the first overtime. And we'll see now whether that is enough for prospects to work with.
Oh my god, they like manufactured a moment where Zontix could have that impact. They created the circumstance. I thought once that Molotov was down, that might just be the round. And Bob XD could have certainly put a stop to it if he gets a kill in the apartments, but missed his opportunity, and Spirit won't take that lying down. That is critical. They get that one round on that T side, because now they have the potential to, hell, even win this game from this position. Here's their prospects. Let's not forget, they were struggling on their T side for most of the half. They only had a resurgence towards the tail end of the first half. They won pistol. They won the second round. And they lost 7 rounds in a row, I think.
I
think 8. They went.
Lost 8 in a row.
Dang.
Dang indeed, bro. Big dang.
Yeah. Remembering what even worked towards the tail end, here's a hint, was quick, fast plays. Are we into the next round already? Okay, I didn't quite realize. Yeah, okay.
We had a bit of a lag on our
1v2 and 1v1. Okay, quick AWP shots here by the AWP. Don't know quite how we got into the circumstances before us, but now it's about the 2 AWPs and how they dance around this bomb site. Hype is just too damn fast. That is the match point winning round here for Hype. 1 more is all that they need here for prospects to bring this over the line.
Madness, absolute madness. I mean, yeah, Spirit Academy, like I say, they have lost some wind from their sails moving into the overtime. 0-0 prospects, it's all they needed, really, was just the removal of any pressure, as we talked about, right? So, really has worked out for them. Bit of a clutch there, of course, Mr. Hype. Not the worst game, but not the best, I think it is safe to say. Pretty low-kill game, actually, considering we're in overtime. I won't lie to you. So, fair enough. He's actually towards the top end of players. Either way, Spirit Academy, 2 in a row required for another overtime. They've got to stay alive here.
Real slow development, and 0-0 prospects are set up. Over at B predominantly. Late smoke in mid will at least distract a couple of the Spirit Academy players with the idea of mid control, but I think that's when they're going to capitalize on space. Yeah, they're actually making their way out of the apartment. Zon takes the smoke. It won't even be necessary. They deal with him by bullets.
Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. This is getting a bit weird out here. Nice find from Baz. There's a player towards short. Smoke's going to go down in a second. He'll have some support as well. Going to try and boost up for the orb. If he's on the right angle, yep, should be a win, and it is. Another player in apps, though, might not be expected. So keep your eyes on that. They start to clear in. Nice spot here from Alex, just getting the info play. Franson takes out Baz, trying to get cheeky. And now all the nadage coming in from that apartments player. 2 versus 1 to stay in the game. Just play the time. There's no way. Art Frost trying to find all these kills, and he will indeed get them, but there's no way he wins the game, and no way he keeps them alive. 19-16 as Spirit Academy, a hell of a fight to get back into the overtime, it has to be said. And then they just lost it. Prospects, that's all they needed, was a bit of cash in the bank, get aggressive, license to kill, and they certainly will. This is still one of the standout moments, though, of the day, to be honest. Absolute madness. But yes, it will indeed be Prospects picking up a pretty big scalp, you know.
Yeah, and finding themselves in a hole pretty early in this game. I think people definitely had Spirit Academy as favorites considering the Prospects start into this season, but this will be their 4th win, and yeah, it is one of the bigger scalps to have found so early on, and they did so by considerable margins. Like you were even noting there, I think the team disparity in kills was very much collected together. I think it's 5-6 kills is maybe the discrepancy between top and bottom for 0-0's Prospects, so nobody went missing. They all had very important moments for these close clutches, and then when it came to the overtime, yeah, Hype, I mean, he definitely propelled them into a way that he could win this game for his team, and in the end, it wasn't that much drama towards the tail end of it. Art Frost try as he might, he's hitting a lot of op shots, but sometimes not early enough into rounds to give them advantages.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting as well. I'm looking on the Prospects side. They've got a doubleheader against MIBR Academy, one of those today. So if they can win that out, then they've got Big Academy and Young Ninjas. So I'm really, really curious as to whether maybe they could turn this season around. We'll see. We'll see. It should be an interesting finish for them, but yeah, Spirit now, you know, their life gets a little more difficult. They have to worry about the next few games coming up. This one, maybe, you know, you come into it and mentality's all a part of these best of ones for sure. You think it's a little bit of a gimme, a team towards the bottom end that you don't have to worry about so much. You are preparing more for your, you know, big games, for your Young Ninjas games, right? Maybe even Astralis talent to a certain extent, but it definitely was an up and down kind of adventure for them, and I think that can be a lot to deal with, especially for young players, young team. That's what this Academy League's all about, is building up those, you know, intangible skills that you can't really see on the server, where it's like keeping your head in it, keeping focus, not maybe having a little bit of an argument or a tussle about a previous round, yada, 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 and I think that we see a lot of ups and downs in that one for the boys. Of course, we've got a break coming up here, folks. When we're back, we've got more Counter-Strike action. Stick with us. Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We're here with yet another game, of course. Rolling through them quickly now. And indeed, after a long one there, we'll see how this one pans out for its FURIA up against OG Academy. And that is FURIA Academy, in case, you missed the whole point of this league. Nonetheless, we are here for more Counter-Strike action. Looking forward to getting into it. And hopefully another competitive bout for us. Two of the maybe quieter teams over in that Group A side of things. They do have a few games in hand, something to consider. But all the same, it has been a weak start, I think it's safe to say from them.
Yeah, I think both of them have had struggles just with not too many close games. I think as far as the closest OG Academy have had is against fnatic Rising. That was a 16-14 on Inferno. And for FURIA, they just haven't been close. They either won by quite steady margins or they've lost by quite steady margins.
Yeah.
So I think when we look down at this veto, I don't think there's anything that we can really dissect too much about where we should land up. I'm pretty satisfied with whatever was sort of available in this pool. I think Ancient would have been the only real deterrent, but that's frequently first banned. So yeah, we have Inferno as our site selection, and I really do like this map as the base litmus test for pretty much every up and coming player. Inferno is, the fundamentals are pretty hammered in, even just coming away from like pug experiences and even going internationally when you compete, the rotations don't change too much, the side executes don't change too much, it's all just basics about trading, how quickly you can move between bomb sites, and just taking map control. So this is the one map where you can really see that I think there will be a difference between the two squads that we have today, because I've got an OG Academy. I've got a little bit of a bias. I like the squad they've assembled here.
Oh yeah, you reckon? And yeah, there's a few recognizable names, isn't there? Oxygen, Awaken, Marix. These are my guy Dementor, which is a fantastic name once again. We've got some great names in the Academy League. Yeah, I mean I can get behind it. Saying that though, one of the two victories that FURIA Academy had picked up was early on in the season, I think, second or third day against OG Academy. So there's a bit of rivalry here, towards the bottom end, the best of the rest, as it were, is maybe what they're fighting for at the moment. And yeah, last time out, it went the way of FURIA. So maybe things will change today. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think the big thing to note about the FURIA players is that there have been some of the players that have kind of come up through the traditional feeder teams within the region. FURIA have definitely been one of the organizations that have been, I think, proponents of building academy system, even outside of the academy leagues. They were one of the founding entrants into the WePlay Academy League, and they've been slowly developing that talent in and out. They've like many of the Academy League teams, the main team has made use of the players at certain points, either for critical substitutions or just as an exploration to see whether it'll work or not. And frequently they land on some good ideas. I think FURIA's issues may run a little deeper. The in-game leading has certainly been taking its shifts, but I think this is a place where they can really explore and try and innovate even for what the main squad might be able to use, because that is one thing FURIA are darn good at, is innovating. They are one of the few trailblazer organization and teams that we have in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and I only have that kind of hope for the Academy League as well.
Goodness me, that's a pretty savage intro video. We've not.
The
seen
chicken was
this one
alive.
yet.
It was alive.
Indeed, chicken did survive, but also coming out of a coffin. There you go. That's spooky season for you. Awaken with a bit of a spot towards second mid as we get into a very fast pistol here. Oxygen finding the first head, backing off, and able to make it away. The smoke's coming through towards pit, but we're headed out long. This is interesting. And Oxygen's going to continue finding heads. He doesn't really care where they come from, so long as he has an opportunity to fight. And Awaken fancies using... Whoa, there's smoke to his advantage. But then there's a man coming in from the balcony. 2 versus 2. How did we end up here? Flash round. Make use of that Will Dart. Pretty solid stuff. I believe it's Descenti.
Yeah.
Got a few homeboys who've been muted here. Cheeky fellas. Nonetheless, sound in the 1 versus 1 against Bruninho. The move, he's on high and he's not ready for it. And that will be the finish for FURIA Academy. Nice and easy getting that pistol.
Yeah, many muted men coming into that. That pistol round made it a little bit confusing. We had a Dalmatian
as well.
Yeah. So This is one of the things, and there is some sort of like there's kind of a backstory to it, especially South Americans when they queue games and they end up in North American lobbies. Sometimes the fact they don't speak English, people communication ban them because can't understand what's going on. Well, for that in Europe, everyone speaks a little bit of English, at least enough to communicate Counter-Strike wise. This second round is not looking too swimming for FURIA. They're trying to swim in flames, and that's not healthy.
Definitely not what you meant to do with fire. But it does seem like they were, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. Getting all those phrases out. We've still got 2 more on the B-bomb side, though. I don't think they're going to be ready for this. Some nasty shots landed. Surely enough has been done here. ENCE going to be left to do it all. 1 versus 2. Technically a 1 versus 4 as it pans out. He'll get that bomb down. Pretty healthy. Wants to get in. And Church would be the place to be. He's able to get in between them, but Oxygen will find his head looking crispy this afternoon. And that will be the force buy going the way of OG Academy. First one of the day? I think it might be.
What, first force buy win?
Yeah.
No, definitely not.
As in, straight after the pistol. So I'm being super niche and annoying.
Yeah, no, I don't even know if that one's accurate. Yeah. We've reset between games. My brain, my small cache of short-term memory. I need to upgrade
temporary files.
I need to upgrade my RAM. Well, let's listen in on the TeamSpeak for FURIA coming into this round. This is a cobbled together buy.
Campa. Joguei.
Vem. Eles não sabem, vai dar muito bom, velho.
Tirando a bang.
Vai junto com o Bruninho, o Jack atrás. Prepara, guys. Banga lá.
Bang aí. Tem área 2-1.
Carros.
Grade. Se bomb. Ó tapete lá, ó.
Goodness, that molly hurts.
Banguei chute, bota
Bate o fogo 1.
Baixa o 1.
Baixa, abre nele.
Inip, decente.
Well, not too much out of it, it would seem, fellas, as they only find the 1 kill there. I mean, you're not expecting too much out of a buy like that, but still. Clean comms, keeping it cool, no one complaining, no one, you know. We had a little bit there where there was a guy on the hay cart, the hay bales, whatever you want to call it. Maybe you still call it truck. Used to be a truck there.
Yep.
And of course, a guy on balcony. That got a little hectic. As you would expect. That's the idea.
I think they called out the balcony player like 8 times.
Yeah.
Maybe the most hectic that comms got. Yeah.
Died. He just kept saying.
Yeah, just making sure that everybody knew. I've been there.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you make the call and it looks like your teammates just don't react to the call, so you feel like you have to keep repeating it.
And then they die to the guy that's there, and they go, "Oh man, there's 1 new box." And I said, "Yep." You know.
As I was saying.
They'd say there was 1 more new box. That happened to us in the game the other day. 2 new box, the old classic. And yeah, sometimes because it's like you might call guy balcony, they kill the guy hay bales, and they think he's the balcony guy because he's like fallen down. But no,
enough.
He's not. There's 2 there. So yeah, sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you got to just give the info, clear comms. That's what you want, baby. That's what you want. I don't know about you, Michael, but I would take a okay aimer and a great commer over a great aimer and an okay commer any day. Maybe not an entire team of them, but you know.
I see. So you're willing to compromise on at least 1 or 2 no comming aim stars.
Well, you really have to make up for it, though. You know what I mean?
Somebody that's willing to die at the start of the round and come for him from spec.
Sure. You know, or be the one that gets traded, you know? RX on the self-boost here. Unfortunately, not going to see much action. Now, if he opts to move across as the round goes on, or maybe he will. 1-for-1 trade. Could get the catch here. They're really, you know, running the confusion at this point, and Marix is all by himself, looking to take an aggressive stance. Oh, looking away at the worst possible time. They've definitely spotted him out here, and he will get overwhelmed. Don't know about retaking this one. They've got no control, no info. Flank coming in onto the AWPer.
Row.
Come on. Yep.
He's actually going to get. He's going to do it. Oh no, he's going to wait for the art. He's going to shoot him.
No. Oh my god. I just want one.
We've had opportunities for it. Again, he's trying to win the round as handily as possible, and he certainly helped his team secure it. Good kills and good entries there for FURIA. You saw how awkward it was for Marix. And honestly, just the one smoke that Descenti throws in, like on that lurk out of apps, he never even had to show presence, and Marix was still thinking about him. Rent-free. Everything I do reminds me of him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Unfortunate, but that is the way it goes, and what Inferno can be all about as well, right? Like you said, a lot of core fundamentals come to the test on this map, and just baiting out sound, the idea of presence. Yeah, it's actually pretty important on Inferno, to be honest with you. The old T-side rotational game, faking out, double fakes, yada, 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 especially when it comes to that banana control. And that's what the CTs are going for here. They'll stick around for a bit, and they'll probably drop back. Or will they? You know, the idea of presence. And they are in... Look, man, it's like I watch Counter-Strike for a living. They're dropping back, but keeping the idea of the presence. And now we have, at the very least, utility that needs to be used. And maybe it's going to slow down this T-side. Saying that, getting fast. He wants a flash, but there's no flash coming, unfortunately, here. So they're just going to have to turtle in on the site, get the rotation round from Marix. Spam through the smoke. Flash comes over. It's not the best. It is not the best. Sound does well to find two, in all fairness, but Marix is here quickly going to go ahead of the Molotov. Finds one. Bomb plant is being stuck. The AWP gets ruined. And now it's Descenti against three. Can't cross. Surely not. He's not going to go for it. He's going to try and play around the pillar. He really does want to keep moving, but he can't. So just use this pillar to his advantage. Flash comes in. Position given away. Try and get above this smoke. Can't find the ledge. And they know that he's in there now. Surely dead to right. Bit of a reposition. Brings it into a one-on-one, but 6 HP. There's hardly any time. Oh, he's got it. He's hidden away. No way, bro. No! What? God. That's unbelievable. What a round. What a round. It's got everything.
I thought he got it. I thought he won it.
I thought he'd done it. I thought he had the time.
And it looked awful. Like he couldn't jump. He was jumping. He was trying to go up on top of the dark boxes. And he just couldn't do it. So he ran through instead. I thought he did enough. I thought he did enough. It was a decent attempt from Descenti, but not this time. Or for Awaken, oh god, doesn't fire off a shot. In fact, blinded for the jump spot, but they would have identified him so close by. Sound sitting inside of the smoke, so at least there is the full back support. 3R positioned on B here for OG Academy, and we've seen how quick FURIA went to be on this B bomb site. More sound, yeah, and he is just like a bat using sonar. Oh, tunnel vision on the AK. Might have wanted actually to fly a little blind going into banana. No problems. Molly down. Bruninho. Yep. Sorry, my brain took a little extra time to process that one.
It is a hard one. Yeah.
He couldn't fall back. He had to fight forward. So FURIA were kind of stuck there.
Nasty stuff, and you can see they're maybe a bit frustrated with the way that the previous round went down. And certainly that one had the energy of it. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. OG in a pretty good spot early on, of course. As we said, this is somewhat of a rivalry towards the bottom end of the scoreboards. And it might not stay that as the season develops. We'll see. But all the same, these are the guys that, you know, both on 3 wins. And I think 3 losses for one, 4 losses for the other. And the last time out is FURIA that won it. The Pistols are winning it here. Uh-oh. 3 versus 2, recovered guns, armor for that AK player. And of course an AWP, well, it's deadly regardless of armor. Bomb gonna go down. They ain't got no money. 7 HP on Dementor. I think you might just save here, to be honest, mate.
Yeah, that should be the call. These always suck to give up, but you've already lost more than you should have in this round. Very quick play here from FURIA on the half buy, and it sees success. We saw them try to do something similar in a previous round. You know, they got set up in the apartments, they threw the smoke, and tried to move up short quick, but this time they just attack the long players, and they weren't able to succeed in their spot. 3 rifles, and a round win. They'll take it. I believe they are currently both 2 wins, one with 3 losses, one with 4.
Dang it.
Yeah, no, when you said 3, I did get a little.
It's why
lost.
you fact check
I mean,
yourself,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. The 2 wins that FURIA have are against OG Academy and Apex Rebels. The OG Academy guys, their wins are Apex Rebels and fnatic Rising. The fnatic Rising game was a 16-14, so not comfortable. None of the wins have really been the sweetest. This one would be quite sweet though. Maybe a little bit of revenge or doubling down.
Looks like some revenge. We'll see. We'll see. Nice start. They have done well in these opening moves, right? Getting control of Banana and maybe even a kill to boot. But FURIA not phased. Looking to reaggress. Looking to maybe burst in. Even with the smoke execute and everything, I'm not sure. We'll see. We will see. That's a sight smoke, I believe. I've seen my fair share of not out here videos, so yeah, we'll see what the move is. Actually going to smoke CT as well. Is that for the bomb to go down in? No, I think it's just to cause a little bit of chaos, of course, and Dementer is here to do just that. Player at first, player at coffins will get spammed down. Cowlex. Left against 3, now down to just 2. Bomb plant comes in, a scout on the retake. Are you having a laugh? Oxygen finds his kill, and he absolutely needed to.
That could have been real dangerous. Great stuff from Dementer getting a couple of those kills before the site is fully taken. You saw how awkward it made it in the final moments, having to get your hands on the bomb, dial in the digits, and then you just lose track of where these rotates could be, just how close they can be attacking you from. So again, another one of these decent efforts breaking into the site, but it was one of those rounds that just looked like it was tailored to be an OG Academy success. Like if Sound doesn't train his aim away from the spot he's holding initially, he probably gets a free kill. Gets a little nervous when he starts hearing nades pop out, but that's one of the advantages of sitting on top of the boost at the new box, is that actually there are a few flashes that hit you. Those are designed to sort of push players back from within the bomb site or deep spawn. But he wasn't full confident. This is a confident round. Solo B defender in Awaken, who is there with the AWP but playing deep CT, and 4 are stacked in A. If FURIA go towards this, this is a trap.
Ooh, Sound. Super ready. Still a player in towards short as well. FURIA coming up with some cool moves. Oh, Traders there. Waiting for the flash that never came, unfortunately, for Sound. And Cowlex has been spotted moving away. So Awaken, I think, going to be somewhat ready for this. They might just go through that, though, to be honest. Oh, that's the wrong target. Somehow he doesn't go down. ZMB doesn't commit round the corner. Waits for the smoke to come in. They're just going to try and play the bomb, really. Even then, can we plant? Nope. Boost comes through. ZMB can't cover. And it's all gotten a bit weird. He'll go for the fake, hoping that someone gives him a swing. Only 30 seconds left to go, and both these smokes going to go down in a second, so he'll have no cover to work with. And they are giving him full respect. That means he's going to be able to make it out and perhaps save himself a weapon. So there is that, but OG Academy holding on to their lead pretty substantially.
Is he?
Does he have time?
No,
I thought
he
it was
doesn't.
about
He doesn't.
18 seconds to get across, isn't it?
He doesn't. No, yeah, he doesn't have time.
If it was like 25, if he'd started sprinting immediately, maybe. But there wasn't enough time.
I was with you. You know, I thought he was just you know, basically getting himself out of a tough position because it looked like they were going to give him so much room that if he tried to plant, he'd kill him if he planted, and if he didn't, then they would kill him after time, almost. So I was with you on him saving the weapon, but he actually did want to make a round of it. Didn't matter, he saved his gun anyway, so I guess you kind of fall into plan B. I guess that was plan Z. The round didn't exactly go to plan for FURIA in general. Losing a lot of those duels before they could really react. Fell into the crunch in mid, and then as well, even the Awaken first kill on the AWP and then still escaping with his life. It could have certainly gone better for the Brazilians. Also, are we sticking with Koalex? I think his name is Koala? Like the marsupial?
I don't know. I'm just saying what's on the screen, dude.
This man loves some eucalyptus.
Yeah, I think you may well be right. I think I did see as well on HLTV and everything, which is usually the trustworthy one. It is just Koala, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. We'll go with Koala. Is that how you spell?
Yeah, that's how you spell koala.
It's such a weird looking word. Nonetheless, charging in. Quaez, bit different. He'll get a kill. 4 versus 3. Ready to go in on the B bomb site. Or flash. It's pretty perfect. Yep, in he goes, drops the bomb, and out he will go again. Fantastic stuff. Great info gathered as well. Another flash. And a finish on the round. A little bit of a kill through smoke for good measure. OG looking good here, man.
Yeah, looking pretty refined on Inferno CT side. And I think we'll definitely see the same from FURIA when we're on that side of the map for them as well. But right now, even just threatening certain areas of the map has been provably difficult for FURIA. Even if they take banana control, there's usually an extra player that they have to deal with on the B-bomb site. There has been a few early indicators, and I think OG have definitely got their priorities in the right order for what they need to hold on to and until when on the CT side. You know, they've got a few conditions that need to be met. Do appreciate that they are starting with a little bit more apartments pressure to start this round. This 3-man pack at banana is enough. Carles can actually get an opener kill, or at least some information about where these CTs are set up. You can see OG are not really committed to playing inside of the site, still kind of hovering and actually wanting to cheat rotations almost as quick as possible. Sure, you're not applying any pressure over at B for a little while. Marix fires off a bit of a random shot, but smokes are coming out here for FURIA, so they are coming his direction.
He's about ready. This next peak round on towards long, he'll probably spot a player. It's short, though. That's the main action, and it looks solid. Sound for more. Will lose his life in the back, but they have the info on the remaining 2 and should be able to clean up nicely here. ZMB, no HP, and no chance. There it is. Oxygen will finish him off. And the 9th round for OG looking really good, bro. I don't know what to say. I am pretty impressed. And this, you know, like you said, FURIA, when we swap over, yada, yada, yada. But I feel like this is going to really unravel if they cannot pick up a few more T rounds here.
Yeah, it's just been a little too smooth, I think, for OG Academy. You can see their money is building as well here on the CT side. And while we are entering the last few rounds of the half, they're feeling comfortable, confident, clean. Or maybe dirty, because that's a pretty disgusting frag from Marix. They just double swing deep apartments to fight second middle. FURIA are so boxed in here, and it feels like they have to commit to the B-bomb side. Sound merely dropping them at the entrance.
Naughty, very naughty indeed, and well, it will continue. ZMB can't find anything. So yeah, looking really clean and a lot of pressure now on these next couple of rounds. FURIA, this one could get a hell of a lot worse. Double digits. It's hit early. They'll have a timeout coming in, but they have, you know, just looked incredibly flat since losing, especially that defuse, right? I think that was the big turning point, and they've just not been able to get their heads out of the sand, so to speak.
They did win one of the follow-up rounds, but that was like a low tech buy, very quick, very fast. Again, one of those rounds that doesn't feel like replicatable, sustainable, I think is what we were talking about earlier. So yeah, this is it's a difficult spot to be in. ZMB's been last man standing for a few of these rounds as well, actually many of them, but he's hoping that his entry fraggers can, well, one, create the space, get the entry kill, but at the moment, even on like the macro sense, they definitely are trying to target the right areas, but it feels like the timings of it are kind of in line with OG Academy expectations. They're not really doing anything outside of what the OG side are anticipating. This kill from ZMB is fantastic, but he's not expecting Marix to be so close.
Yeah, we're playing a pretty conventional kind of setup, aren't they? There's not much depth to the A setup sometimes from the OG Academy side. Just one short, one long, and maybe a backup somewhere. Meanwhile, it is a B hit. Oh, the flashes, man, have just been so good. Wow. Wow, not ready at all, you know, just not preempting them. Not a counter flasher, not a counter flash itself, or kind of a preemptive strike flash, right? You see a lot of teams will smoke and then throw a flash inside it, and that's so that if anyone's lining up or whatever, they're put off.
It's one of those things, though, like, a lot of the teams nowadays have gotten so good at sort of changing their tempo, moving into bomb sites. You know, typically an execute has, like, a very set rhythm moving into sites. Teams get so good at sort of stopping in place, pausing for a moment, and then resuming afterwards. At the moment, FURIA are just falling right in line with the expected tempo. And so all this counter reaction, like, that's what OG have been great at this game so far. ZMB, you see if he can get the entry back onto this B bomb site, closing gaps very quickly. The pace is so much faster than previous rounds, but Dementor is still plucking down the numbers, and they're playing a ring around the rosy, but Sound is eventually flushed out. 4-on-3 to this retake.
Yeah, I thought he was in a good spot there, maybe overlooked, but ZMB not forgetting. Decent nade damage. There's some spam through. ZMB, unfortunately, will fall, and certainly going to be annoyed by that. 3-on-3. Looking for this 12th man to really start hammering in that final nail of the coffin before the first half even finishes. Smoke at Banana. Nice little fight. Great flash over from Quaez. We'll see here. Moving through to from Coffin. Not looking good, is it? Not looking good. Tap onto the bomb, and they're just everywhere, really, at this point. Not going to happen for them. 11-4. It's still not great, but, you know, I'm sure that they will take it, and finding that final round, it's a little bit of a, you know, nicers all round. And something that's a bit different there, they up the pace, and they kind of, the timing on their own flashes is so good that when the CT flash is thrown, the player that's moving out with it gets blinded. And that's what really starts the difficulty. So that's also another thing I think that they just really have not been paying attention to, is having someone sat at the back that it's like, right, we're making noise, so now would be the time that they would usually flash, so we've got to offset that by a beat and then throw our own flash. And there's just not been as much of that. But unfortunately, like I say, I think it takes them a bit too long to figure that one out. We do indeed have the pistol getting kicked off here. 11-4. OG with the 11. Let's see what they've got to say in a round like this.
Short one. He saw us. Short one.
I have short for you.
Get a boiler, Lassa, please.
Short thing, long top.
Mistuck.
They're two still down.
Short.
Short. Go away.
No, he peek.
Arch and short.
Arch?
Yeah, you saw him arch. Sound.
Arch.
He was arch, I think. I'm pretty sure he was arch.
You can come. Yeah. Planting inside. Can you maybe... Okay, let's play double side, fuck it. Can you go Vino and half my short?
He's full HP. Can be...
Go Vino and half my short.
He's maybe with utility,
He's library. Library stepped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Safe call.
Yeah, this is
just guiding. I pick on you.
Yeah, sound hold him and you pick on him.
Yeah.
Auto? Oh,
No.
That's fine. Oh, that's fine.
Nice!
Nice.
I'm
the
thing.
Oh, yeah, I saw it, but I like it also that like the
Right, there you go. I mean, it's a little easier, to be fair, when the comms are in English. I won't lie to you, to sort of pick up on
what's going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's that, but then
interpreting.
also, you know, you can get the energy a little bit, because obviously that gets kind of crazy in the middle there, and it nearly got too crazy when we had like the 2K come through from Choirs, I think. Did think for a second that, oh god, this is gonna turn into a mess.
I mean, those comms were cluttered.
Yes.
You know, there's players that are dead,
I think
making
it's
the communications happen, and you know that's something you can compensate with. Like some players are just naturally more quiet, so sometimes you want somebody to speak for you, but there's a little backseating going on.
Well, yeah, I think that's true. I mean, it's kind of curious, isn't it? Because again, we have these, you know, whole teams together, everyone who's a bit young, and one of the things with OG Academy is that they've got a couple players in there that were in, you could argue, the old come-up system, you know, of spamming your games, entering your qualifiers, and there was nowhere for you to necessarily play as a young player, so you had to really prove yourself and maybe join in with some of the stalwarts of your nation and then move on to an international team or whatever. But yeah, we have a few more of those in here, like a Marix, like an Oxygen, like an Awaken. So I'm thinking perhaps it functions a bit more mixy, so they've not quite worked out who is king vocal player. You know, what's kind of the hierarchy of, all right, players who are alive, who's the guy that talks when you're dead to say, like, as someone did, could have utility, you saw him arch.
Yeah.
You know, but that's very, like, that whole little moment was like, you saw him arch, I think. I'm pretty sure he's arch. And it's like, you know, I even get told off at the level that I play at where it's like, you know, you give maybe info.
When
maybe
it's
you should
100%
only,
certain.
You know, exactly. Maybe you should only say things that you are certain of. So,
yeah, a little
things
spooky.
like that. Yeah, but they still won the round. So, you know, whatever, man.
Yeah, we're picking at small things that ultimately they're probably never thinking about anymore. You know,
True.
They've already moved past it. How dare you apply parasocially your matchmaking experience to the academy?
I'm just trying to relate to the.
I relate as well.
So I think it's fair enough. We got a pretty far back execute coming in, actually. That CT smoke was kind of miles away, which is certainly something to consider. I think all thrown by one player. Awaken will find the first sound out, stopping Koala from getting aggressive through that smoke, and 5v3 save for FURIA Academy. OG, game is in their hands, absolutely.
Pushing it with a bonus round as well, having the SMG to close in on that gap. You know, you just upgrade away to M4s, and it's all fine and dandy. You know, we're talking a lot about the idea of tempo and changing that for FURIA. OG were pretty silent after they took over banana control and just burst in, creating a lot of, throwing a lot of flashes as well for the SMG to close the gap. But FURIA just were lacking information. They weren't ready to jump in with a piece of counter utility, something that OG were constantly doing, it felt like. So yeah, this is really in OG's hands to take us through into the promised lands, get a little revenge against FURIA Academy. That's a good thing about a double round robin. Unless you're playing them both on the same day, which, like, sometimes it might just not be your day, but on different days you can have the last laugh. Well, the saying it goes something like every dog has his day, but let's see if the Panthers, if this is their day to make a crazy comeback. This would be a long one. Nothing's ever impossible. 10 rounds in a row needed, but it has to start here. Good damage at the start of this round onto Sound. 16 is what he's left with.
Uh-oh.
Little apartment's microaggression spotted and identified.
Apartments, it can be a difficult one to master, that is for sure. So we'll see what the move is with that control. They had 4 on A for a little while, starting to move 1 back towards the B side. FURIA can't afford to take any risks, can they? So they have to play things pretty much by the book. It's actually going to be an A execute, so feels like keeping the 4 there was the move. They're not quite biting, not quite buying it. Bernino, this is going to be a mess. This is going to be an absolute mess. Maybe he comes away with a few if he goes overlooked. He's got ZMB as well to assist. They might indeed overlook him. ZMB with 1 and getting some damage in as well to allow Bernino to get 2 on the bomb and maybe more. Oh, the dink. Marix will take him down. Thank goodness for that AK, but surely enough has been done here in FURIA. They will break the silence. Their first round looking incredibly likely. And indeed, it will come through. Let's go. We've got the 5th out for FURIA, but there's still a lot more work to be done.
Yeah, an absolute crunch in middle by the time OG Academy decide to make their way up. That's a pretty sizable hold. And even just having the contingency of having somebody in pit makes it so much easier for them. First round found coming into the second half. Let's see how FURIA are feeling moving into the second. Potentially.
Aí, vai. Volta.
Dog no meio.
Não apagou. Ô, Léo, consegue vir pra cá depois? Pode vir na banana?
Meio.
Tá muito calmo aqui, guys.
É.
Foi fake, viu? Cuidado de explorar o tapete.
Tô aqui, tô no save aqui.
Mirando ar.
Tô mirando meio agora.
Bangou ar, vai passar nip, banga nip, Cauê.
Bangar, Léo. Banguei uma nip.
Xuxa.
Bum.
Nada,
Tem.
nada.
Mais um nip, passou.
Xuxa.
Já tem,
Área 2. Nossa,
Fecha
velho.
morta.
Área 2, hein. Área 2, bomb.
Bombe mais um, bombe morto, relógio.
Puxa
o último. Dá pé, cola, dá pé.
Pra ver,
Vira smoke.
Bomb. Boa. Dropei decente.
Someone's hype.
Yep.
Someone's clapping.
Got the hype man in the background. Pretty good, pretty solid. I mean, they're going to break the bank here, aren't they, is the big thing. So giving themselves some room to play with. It's unfortunate. If they'd won the pistol out here, then maybe, you know, we start to say, okay, this gap's closing fast. But because of that dropped pistol, it's pretty hard. Unfortunate. Do have a flash peek from mid, but not too much action quite yet from these upgraded pistols.
I don't know that I had any particular player on OG Academy that I was looking at to be a high performer in this game, but Sound has, I think, been a surprise. So how many double kills he got on the CT side. Didn't always make it the most difficult, FURIA, but Sound collecting on every single one of them was impressive. OG's prospects of this round are looking rather dire, but the FURIA Academy side need each and every round. Even from the comms we were able to listen in on, nobody got too excited. Nobody got, you know, there wasn't much intonation in comms at all. Everyone's just understanding the process they have to go through.
Yeah, I think we talk about this a lot, right? It's like you got to ignore what is at the top of your screen, really. It is a round-winning, you know, move that you're after, not a game-winning move. Oxygen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How has this occurred? He's got a good pistol on him, this guy. That is for sure. Oh, no. 3 versus 2. This one might be game-winning. Certainly, as an individual, it looks that way. We have the retake smoke out. Good nade. Never mind. They always let you down. Will FURIA Academy let us down? Koala. No, not going to do so. And they've pulled it off. Beautiful stuff. Very well played around that smoke. And that's got to get a bit of energy in because that's a great round.
Yeah, and that's a scary round to retake. You could have certainly seen an argument for them to save, but that wouldn't feel like the right selection. You know, you have to basically fight for an overtime, and they didn't want to let that round slip. If they're gonna go down, they go down together, but they don't. They subvert our expectations. OG Academy had a round almost served up on a silver platter by Oxygen. Almost ain't gonna quite cut it though.
No. Certainly is not.
Oh.
What has happened here? Flash is super effective. Furia pulling out some of their best little rounds, aren't they? These are really looking scary now. Dementor will catch Quires trying to get away, but I mean, to what end? The bomb's dropped in the sight line of the AWP. Actually going to give it up, but at the very least, they've bought themselves, you know, a good 30 seconds here, as well as, of course, a 4 versus 2.
This was sick. Fighting second middle floor and as well from the apartments. Got the flash to couple up, the smoke as well as coverage. Marek's actually saw them cross, but just you can't get the wards out fast enough to save your teammate. 2-on-4 will be near impossible. ZMB will continue to make it so. Took a while before we saw ZMB on the AWP. He is one of many Brazilian in-game leader AWPers. I don't think we know how it all came to be. Is it all Fallen's fault? I think that's part of the hypothesis. This feels like a chicken and the egg origin story. Sound has been incredible, and a 1-on-5 would certainly, or I guess a 1-on-4 would certainly be something. He has brought it just down to the 2 remaining players, and he is boxed in. They know it has to be the B bomb side, but Sound's still uncertain if they are close by or not. Fast flank is coming, but Sound may just pull this one off. He's been so crisp.
He's looking for the fight, isn't he? He has to take it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is inches. If he makes it around that corner, you know, you kind of have to give it to him a little bit to just play the mind games at the 14-7 mark. Not going to happen. Makes it costly at the very least, though. And when you're on the comeback train, the last thing you want to be worrying about is the money. They certainly will have to in some future rounds if they're not careful.
Honestly, when you make pushes look that good on CT side, people would really wonder, like, why don't CTs do that more frequently? Just felt like it was very well set up there for FURIA to succeed and caught OG sleeping. By the way, the only reason Sound doesn't win that round is because he thinks nobody would dare pull out a Molotov in a 2v1 if he didn't have protection, if nobody was behind him. Six rounds is all they need to tie things back up, and like you were mentioning, want to make sure you don't lose track of the money situation for the CT side. Koala around the smoke will find Sound and back himself away. Boost could have been an entry point for OG Academy. Instead, it is the way they lose their first.
Don't know that they make it in towards B here either. Smokes will come raining in. And it is once again that site smoke. So perhaps looking for a cheeky play or a bomb plant. I believe it was FURIA that pulled out a round that was not too dissimilar from this one themselves. Oh, they try and fight CT, but Freninho is there. And he is running rings around them. Find himself a nice little 4K there, I believe, in all the action. It was only 3, actually. I think he had 1 robbed. Nonetheless, another round for FURIA. They are not letting up. Looking very, very good here. And just, you know, a couple more rounds on that T side. We could have had something completely different. But as it is, we're still banking on FURIA to keep this going.
I'd say the difference between FURIA's defense and what OG Academy were offering is that it feels like OG are still in the rounds very frequently. Like, we're actually seeing scraps on the sites. Proper duels between one side and the other, whereas on OG, when they're on the defensive end, it felt like FURIA actually just were almost always at a disadvantage. This is a great opening pick from Awaken, prepared for the boost up by FURIA. Takes out the in-game leader of the Brazilian squad, so not exactly what you want to see have happen when you're halfway on the track to a comeback. FURIA still doing a good job of hitting all of their shots and actually being tricky around some of the smokes that are put in as part of the execute. How can they recover from a 4-on-5 though? This is a real difficulty.
Bruninho is kind of the man right now. Flash, it's not going to blind him. Oh, and he's slightly off on the angle, and well, isn't that worth so much here? He will get taken down, but he's found the frags. He's maybe bought some time. My man Descenti is pretty pinned on the A bomb site here. Not really sold on the fact that they're all B. And might just now call to save, in fact. So, yeah, that's a little unfortunate, I suppose. Just that opening kill making all the difference, to be honest. And here it is, as we talk about so very often. The slip-up and the 15th.
Yeah, there was no way to make this round feasible from a retake perspective without compromising one of your bomb sites. You know, going for a gamble stack or having somebody float, sort of leaning one direction for a rotate was probably your best chance at it. But then if you did that, you very likely leave one player alone on one side of the map. And maybe you make that gamble. Maybe most teams would. FURIA decided to go 2-2 split, and when the banana setup gets broken down, it just too far gone. Now a 6-round discrepancy, and overtime is what FURIA are targeting. OG Academy might make sure that doesn't happen, though. They've been having some great performances on not only just entry kills, but even some of the late round damage. The save was imperative to a FURIA buy. What sucks about being trapped at 15, like against 15, is that, you know, that cool second mid push we saw? I feel like you wouldn't go for that ever again now because of where you currently stand. Because if you lose a round trying to be hyper aggro, it might just slip into the back of your mind. You could have played it more safe. You could have played it a bit more standard, more orthodox. I feel like you lose creative freedoms when you're up against the wall.
That is true. But at the same time, maybe that's what they expect you to do, so I don't know. It's tough. It's a hard spot to be in, right? Damned if you do, damned if you do not. Imagine if ZMB gets one of those. Not what happens, though. Sound's going to find Koala trying to get aggressive in Banana. Pretty big kill to come in. Once again, splits your defense. It is a tut of the teeth. And perhaps a little sigh that you try and hide from the rest of the boys. And, well, it's going to be a flood. A waterfall coming out here. Kawes can't find a single frag. ZMB on this AWP. Gotta pop off, and he can't. 4-on-2 has to be the game. OG Academy, it is now in their hands, so long as they don't mess things up.
That could start it. One smoke, one molly. They have it. They can break up the bomb site. They can break down some of the crossfires they have built, but that molly is just buying more room. They do have a kit as well on Descenti.
Moving in, slow but sure. I mean, this could be the move. They used this smoke to great effect last time, but not going to be this time. 16-9 OG. Took them a while to get there, you have to say, and some great little rounds, some great pocket rounds coming out from the FURIA Academy, but not to be. And they will indeed, unfortunately, remain towards the bottom end of things over in the Group B side. Nonetheless, hell of a performance from OG Academy. That CT side, pretty stellar.
Yeah, it's really what gave them the leg up in this half, and we knew that the FURIA CT side was going to have some kick to it. You know, there was going to be some bite to the bark, but unfortunately just in too deep of a hole, and I think they'll really reflect on this T side and look at how they might have been able to counteract some of the ways that OG were constantly reacting to their own plays. It felt like they always had one extra step to take before FURIA could get into bomb sites, and they converted on a lot of those rounds, and hats off to Sound. I mean, he was a major propellant for exactly that. Every time they attacked the B bomb site, Sound got kills.
Yeah, man, a really, really solid game out from him. Ending 30 plus there, I believe. So yeah, absolutely incredible stuff, and a guy that I'd not heard as much about. You said you like OG Academy, this team that's been kind of put together, and maybe it's taken them a bit of time. This season has been slightly rough, to say the least. Should correct myself from earlier. It's Group A, of course, not Group B. Slip of the tongue, excuse me, but it has been a bit of a rough one. It has been a bit of a rough one, I think, really. And they're slowly ramping up, slowly learning. But I like what I saw. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, obviously, we're just on for the one day, but hopefully catch these guys in playoffs. It's going to be tough to get there, unfortunately. We've got more Counter-Strike coming up, though, of course, folks. More and more games on the horizon for you guys. It's Big Omen up against ENCE Academy after this short break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are here with more of the WePlay Academy League, of course. Getting into our penultimate game of the day. We've got Big Academy up against ENCE Academy, or Big Omen Academy, I believe we are entitled to call them. Nonetheless, these are, you know, two of the teams that I think maybe a little bit less happy with the way things are going so far in this season. Big are towards the top end, but not quite as solid as they'd like to be. And ENCE, you know, it could be worse, but it certainly could be better for them over in Group B.
Yeah, and I think one of the cool things is that as academy squads, both of these are at least candidates that we've seen take part in LANs. I think sort of outside of what they've been able to do. I think Astralis Talent might have been able to do something similar. But just to have Big Omen Academy go over to America, they came second in what, Fragadelphia. They, I think, regularly hold cups themselves to see if they can be beaten by some emerging German competition as well. So these are guys that get repetitions in, and ENCE as well went to the assembly summer, I think it was, and they didn't do too hot, but at least those are repetitions that they can have and experiences that they'll take forward, especially them being quite a newly assembled squad, only taking part in last season and this season now for ENCE Academy. They have gotten off to a little bit of a rough start, but not as poor as some of the squads I think have been around for a little longer. So I think they've definitely seen some growth, a little bit of development over that time.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is only a handful of months, right? So, yeah, there was a bit of a rebuild kind of project going on, I suppose, really. So we'll see. We'll see whether that pans out. It might be a future seasons kind of move. It might be a squeak into playoffs. We'll see. You know, I think that this game could be pretty important for that, to be honest with you, because Big are one of the teams that you'll have to be battling for said playoff spot towards, you know, 3 and 4 rather than 1 and 2, which I think are maybe now out of the question for both these teams. Nonetheless, getting into the veto, nice and sharpish. Again, it's a little bit similar to the last one where I think that, you know, there's maybe for Big Academy especially, only really one option that gets removed. ENCE, they're a little less open, you know, and the fact that they go first here actually may well affect them. So we end on Mirage, and again, it's a nice healthy middle ground. So in terms of the maps, in terms of these best of ones, as is the notion at the moment, you got to be able to play 6 maps, right? The world that maybe some of us still cling on to a little bit as, you know, the old guard of Counter-Strike ever so slightly. 4 or 5 years ago, you had teams that couldn't play 2, maybe even 3 maps, right? Especially when you got to this sort of level. But now that is not the case. Everyone has got to be able to play at least 6. You only get the 1 permaban most of the time. And I think that, you know, this academy, again, with the best of 1 format, is a testament to building up those skills.
Yeah, I think one of the things that will certainly be awkward as well is just thinking about the situation that Big Omen find themselves in, you know, similar to what we were talking about with Astralis and Mr. Sin is a pivotal piece of the Big Omen Academy, and he is currently standing in, I think, for Favin at the for the major. So that is certainly going to be a firepower element that is missing from this squad. I think Tizian will be stepping in for them as a replacement. And, you know, Tizian, incredible role player, support soldier for the Big main squad, might even just be able to grace them with some extra mentorship in his brief time with them. I think this squad has really developed. They've been contenders in both Season 3 and Season 4 for even just being the winners of the whole season. They came second to MOUZ NXT, who, again, they've won, like, what, 4 seasons? They won the first 4, actually. Only being toppled in Season 5 to Fnatic Rising. But Big were right behind them, and they were constantly contenders. They were one of the strongest teams in the Academy League. So this will be a big scalp if ENCE could somehow take it, because they've got to face them still twice within this group.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, you know, pans out to be a pretty difficult one. Let me have a look. I am fact-checking. See, I did think this is why... ENCE have already played them, actually. And ENCE won. So
oh yes, it was a 16-10.
certainly seems to be a
Yes,
squad.
you're right.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be a squad that they've been able to work on. Maybe they're scrimming a lot against each other, and yeah, last time out they were able to pick up the victory, not in super decisive fashion, but ENCE did indeed get it. That was played over on Mirage as well. So I think that's perhaps one of the reasons why we're returning here, is that Big want to get the revenge, and we'll see indeed whether they can find it. Should be into things quickly. As you can see, auto snipers do not often find themselves in the pistol.
No, they don't. And I think that's also one of the narratives that I actually should have been picking up on, is the fact that they beat Big, they beat Young Ninjas, who are, these are the top contenders for great position out of this group, and they heavily tested Spirit Academy. The one thing that we will note is that, I was kind of talking about it earlier against the Prospects, is that they did have a 12-3 lead that they bungled versus Prospects, and ended up losing that close Ancient game. So that's something that they probably want to be able to reset from, and unfortunately it is an Ancient again, so no problems there. But yes, you did fact check. And I was like, I was looking at it, and my brain still was like, yes, they haven't played Big yet. So no, just parsing of information. Either way, I'm excited to get going into this, because I haven't really been able to watch much of ENCE Academy firsthand. I know I've sort of been peering in from a distant telescope, just looking at what YT's up to on maybe the Twitter timeline, and be like, oh, he's enjoying some time at LAN. And especially the idea of him coaching, something that very much tied to his personalities. We always wanted to bring up young UK players as well, and now doing it for the Finnish scene, which is always interesting.
Yeah, I mean, power to him. So just hope one day we might get him back. Yeah. Nonetheless, I think that moving into a game like this, he's definitely going to be the hype man behind them, and certainly giving them the energy that they need when you got a team like Big Academy. Obviously, had a player drop out for a second there. Looks like they are indeed back in. But to speak to your mind and where it's at, we are on a long day. We can now call it a long day. So I think it's all good. Restart coming in. We will get into that pistol in just a seckie here, folks. So excited for this one and how it goes down. Big Omen Academy starting off on that T side. We'll see here.
I think one of the heavy hitters that we'll keep our eye out for is Juicy. As far as I can tell, he has been doing some great jobs. I've seen a couple highlights from him so far this season. So want to see that he can put it really where it counts. And into Omen, that would have been nice, but Henu's already gone, investigating and finding 3 players, staring right into his noggin.
And then silence. So really trying to run the Discord here. The information disarray. Execute will come out. The man down below with his dualies. Ready to get her done. Oh, great little flash comes around. Can't capitalize. And yeah, I was going to say there's someone above that should be able to find that frag. 5 on 3. Poddy will be the first for the Finnish side to open up. Needs a little bit more. Okay, that certainly works. Poddy will get one more. Milsty able to find 2 somehow from the back end of jungle. And well, it looked good for Big. And you've got the old immovable object and the unstoppable force. And it will indeed be ENCE taking the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, a little surprised to have so much success there from Milsty, but stood his ground great. And Poddy as well, just finding a couple of those kills. Just because we find the entry doesn't mean that it's all going to be fine and dandy. I think that's what Big were anticipating, and that's what they were certainly hoping for. So many players grouped up for ENCE Academy. They never really broke their setup. Or got too scared.
All quiet here. Love that. Got the ENCE iconography, I guess you could call it.
Mm-hmm.
The ENCE logo on the headset there. Reppin', always, wherever you go.
Right where the badge would be.
Yeah.
And there's Tizian. Look at him go. Not the round to really look at him go, but hopefully...
Oh, we'll see. You might have a chance. Oh. Okay.
He's got a Glock.
I'm really trying to will this one into existence. Now, what we have missed here, Michael, is this is actually a classic, isn't it? This is a classic, you go A, I go B. However, it did not work at all. So lots of money being made on the kill bonuses there. A few SMGs getting involved in the action as well. And here we sit into the early buy from Big. Let's see what this has got in store. I'm not sure how much of a fan I am, to be fair. I think the force buy and a bit of speed could have been the move.
Are you looking at Service Hair? It was crazy.
I will check it out next time.
Yeah, it couldn't just be me. It's dark. It's hard to see. Right, tired of the slow builds here from Big. Now that they're into weapons, they're fast to take this mid control. No counter utility in from the CTs. ENCE are not going to overexpose themselves. Could have lined up for a Molotov, a deep HE. People love setting up behind those boxes. Almost a very well-timed nade into the B apartments. Aqua was about to walk into it. Nice and calm, the build here from Big. But they were far more assertive than any of the previous rounds. Even in their pistol, they were slow and, honestly, kind of a drag. But Juicy is investigating, clearing Palace, and may get some deeper info. I don't know if it'll come quite quick enough, though. Big Omen Academy are setting up for what looks to be a potential B-side finish with a split. And he doesn't actually round the corner, so they've got deep progress on A, but very little to actually reinforce a stack.
Yeah, it's still, you were saying they'd picked up and they've been a bit more forceful. It's still pretty damn slow. So they're confident in their position on A. They're going to go fast here towards B. The Molotov burning server down. Trade will be there at the very least. 20 seconds, though, Michael. Where else can they go? Oms hit the deck. That might just be enough, to be honest. Oh, that is unfortunate. Milstead. Unlucky. Very unlucky indeed. And there was that third player in all the action, of course, that didn't find a kill, and perhaps the key point of the round. Just sees in behind, so... yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Hyped. Looking away. The MP9 gives itself away, though, and of course, Poddy has gone down, so... Jesse just looking for a way in, maybe a gun, maybe a frag on this MP9. They were on the bonus, of course. Maybe a defuse attempt. Oh, okay. I think he actually could have maybe
I think he could have as well, yeah.
To be honest, they got off that bomb site pretty quick all at the same time. And just didn't stop running. So I think he definitely could have gone for that, but, you know, that's a different universe.
Yeah, mega risky and hard to know. Hyped wanted to get as much distance as possible because he was low HP, so... yeah, there was a window. Oh well, just window shopping. Big Academy's first round, and their first gun round as well. So nice to see that that conversion comes through. They were very methodical, and yes, they were a little slow. But they made sure to take control early. So that if ENCE had any counter reaction, they were prepared. This time ENCE are a bit more assertive. Do they linger? Do they hold?
Very slow again. You know, they really do not like their aggressive early moves trying to look for a pick. It's just sort of defaults and bait out the utility. This is, I will say, how a lot of games can be played at the top level, though. This switch up in pace is maybe what we'd want, though. As not to get predictable. The P word. Henu, see ya. And now, Milstead knows that he can't really go down here, so has to concede that mid control. And again, they're looking to go for a B split. This time only into 2 players. And another find comes in. Aqua holding the apartments perfectly. They're actually taking the bomb towards A by the looks of things, though, which could be a bit of a problem. You'll see pretty close to the action. Gets the dink, but will go down. Poddy does find a frag over on B, that is. The A defender's not really able to put anything up, to be honest. And, well, they'll even find the final frag before the need of the bomb. So it is slow. It's a lot slower than what we've seen today. I think that's the thing. We're conditioned to seeing a bit of a faster brand of Counter-Strike. Either way, it's effective.
Yeah, very spread. And this is going to make it very difficult to read what is coming their way in any given moment here for ENCE Academy and how they adapt to it. If there were 3 or 4, you know, if we actually saw concerted effort into sort of one targeted area of the map, whether that's the B apartments or mid control, then I think it would be easier to isolate. But they spread themselves out so thin on the attack that it does come down to a couple of these critical duels just being outright won. That's the one way you can punish people not playing together is, well, you kill them or you at least trade them. An attempt was made.
An attempt was made, and he did come close, if not for the pesky man in Palace, who was also holding a little bit, you know, more open. If he was just spamming that jungle angle, then maybe he gets away with it, but USC not going to be the case for you, mate, unfortunately. And now, speaking of the slow anti-climax, we've got ENCE Academy just holding and trying to deny kill bonus away, maybe look for an exit. Ultimately, it's not massively exciting, but big Omen Academy do not care. They've got 3 in a row now, and they're looking good. Getting momentum here on this all-important T side.
Nice and stable here from Big Omen Academy. Yeah, ENCE are not exactly out of it. Of course, they will be able to facilitate a buy into this next round, but the way that they've been building into these finishes, I want to see ENCE do something to disrupt the flow. Right now, there's no panic stations. There's no plan B having to be implemented in the mid-round. The Big are set up. They get in position. They execute. They take. It cannot be a simple transaction. Make it difficult. I know many online clerks certainly do.
Once again, real combos being had here on the stream. Poddy, real nice double spray down. That's certainly what ENCE Academy needed coming into an all-important round like this. Looking very good indeed. And, well, you know, Big Academy, they've changed up the pace. They've gone a bit faster. They've gone for some, you know, initial looks and trying to just work on the mechanics. And it's gone south very quickly. Only 1 kill coming in. So maybe indeed, yes, they need to stick to their slow style, as it's the only one that's worked so far. It's a small sample size, but all the same.
They did have money to burn, so even if they, even by changing the pace up there, it's just, it was a test. One that ENCE passed with flying colors. Great job, ace for everyone. Gotta keep it up, though. Now is simply the mock exam. Now the real one comes.
Yes, exactly. And another faster, pacier round. Flashes over the top, pretty effective. Trade is there, though. That's the mid control coming in plus a kill, so they've got to be happy with that. What is the answer from ENCE? Are we looking to fight back? I don't think so. So yeah, fair enough. Oh, here's the big ones though. It's Process with a lurk out from Tetris, a jump across the stairs. Perhaps he finds 2 nonetheless, and that's opened the round way back up, and I think a save from ENCE. So there you are. The mock went well, and they maybe got a bit overconfident going into the main exam.
LT will be the man that stands left, but a 1-on-3 where not all damage is absolutely confirmed. They can't get their hands on its AWP, but that will be it. This is a save call here from Milty. He secured his exit. I don't think Big are too interested in hunting him down. But yeah, Persis getting a whole lot of room going in towards that A attack. Crept all the way out. Found 2 kills. Maybe Milty? I think his head was narrowly spotted, so they definitely know he's here. Uh-oh. A lot of warning shots. But they are tracking this all down now. Wow, this is a chicken race.
He's out of there. He's out of there. He's going to live. We're all good. Big Academy, though, straight back on the board. That's definitely not what ENCE wanted. I think that's what you were alluding to. The money in the toilets. So it's a rough one here. They're going to try and, you know, cobble together what they can and hopefully put up some kind of a fight. But you don't expect that to be too much. It's not the worst. If we're being really nitpicky, there's maybe a FAMAS drop that could have happened here or an MP9. 2K sat on MILC.
Yeah.
MILC. Okay. It's tough, mate. It's tough. In the flow of... I'm not going to lie to you. In the flow of the round...
Yeah.
I'm just kind of making a noise that's vaguely near what he's got written there, but it's not the easiest. Nonetheless, he's got cash. And it would have been pretty easy for him to drop, but he's not. An early tag onto the AWP, meanwhile. Means they might not get the excitement out of this round that they were hoping for.
Can be silent jumping up like this here if you're Aqua. That's why he continues to do it. See if he can find some information, but nobody gave up their spot. Tizian has found a 1-for-1 trade in mid. And like with the big main squad, he is given the bomb. Forever the soldier. Never the star.
Perhaps now is his time. Ooh, that's a hell of a shot from Hyped. Yep, gonna keep him coming. And he's just opened the round way up. The bomb's still in an awkward spot, though. Aqua, quick. 20 seconds, that's all you've got. Bomb's gonna be retrieved here, but they've lost another player in the process. Smoke comes down and Aqua's looking to work with it on top of the bin. Maybe catch a player trying to get aggressive. Poddy is not really giving him that chance just yet. Both moving in from different spots. One from short, wins the fight against the AWP that moves a bit slow. Aqua, meanwhile, still on the smoke, still creeping in, still looking to get this timing. The AWP up close, misses the shot. And now he swaps to the AWP. This gets a little weird. Oh, tap onto the bomb, though, with the kit. The AWP's not the best weapon for this. Bit more right, young man. And unfortunately, I think this full hold's going to come in. And that's a 10-second hold, in fact, not even with a kit. That is insult to injury. ENCE will find themselves the even up once again.
He's going to be kicking himself that he switched to the AWP there. It felt like the right move for him for a 1v1.
I think you even go Glock there as well, like, to just figure out where he is.
There are a few different ways he could have played it, but the AWP was the most punishing of the routes he took. And he couldn't find the angle. Nice recovery there from ENCE, all things considered. Definitely a close round, one that could have taken many twists and turns. Hype almost propelled them to success. That pesky smoke. Fins aren't finished, and Hanu is gone. Okay, dink for dink, that's not ideal. Could have been if he had an AK. Plays like that can really linger with you as well. You know, you take a bit of a risk going for this mid-peak. There's nobody alongside you, so you are completely alone. It's about the most amount of ownership you can take in a round is just by being aggressive solo. So this round might fall out of their hands, and part of the placement would be on that early success towards the lower tunnels, and it was only one bullet that separated the two. Bigger moving, and into this B site.
Flashing in, indeed. Server, the first line of defense. The smoke behind him now. He's really committing to this one. Hype's going to take down MILC. Server will get traded out, and, well, I think it's maybe a save angle. ENCE Academy cannot string them together. And even the save's going to be tough here, because Mr. Tizian has got other ideas. Yoink. And that might just be an AWP recovery if they want it. They should be all right with just the one. Juicy, meanwhile. I mean, what do you do? Trying to catch a kill bonus or a player escape him, but ultimately it is that fifth for big.
Yeah, and good reaction here from Big Omen Academy. Just moving together for the exit. they had run into Juicy, that would have been pretty poor from them. They had split up and separated, especially if the hyped AWP had made its way over into the ENCE Academy hands. Might be able to get his hands on a rifle. Oh, got it. Got a little confused with the body placements and where the gun went, but he does upgrade at the very least. Yeah, that's a tough round to lose. Very, very isolated 1v1 in the underpass, and then just having to clamber into the B site on rotation. You missed some critical shots. Only finishing frag was on the low HP player. Quick boost into window room. That's nice. Henu won't quite join him. Oh, God.
That's not pretty to look at. That is maybe not pretty to look at. Oh, goodness, it's all falling apart. What is going on with this game? This is certainly one of our more back and forth. You know, we've had some pretty streaky games as the day goes, but this one is round after round after round, just going opposite directions. Goodness gracious. And Poddy even beating out the AWP with his scout. That's a bit silly. Yeah, that's the way the first kill comes in, I guess. Instantly traded, but Miltzy's a little bit like, okay, I guess I am dead.
It does feel like Big Omen Academy at certain points are like limit testing and just running through smokes and trying to do their own thing some rounds, but then also having some more organized sort of backbone rounds, which is fine. You know, I think that's definitely a style of calling that can work. You sometimes don't want to overthink things, but after I think what was Prosus ran through that smoke, it felt like everyone else was kind of committed to fighting the same fight, and that's not ideal. Don't give yourself the most amount to succeed. 2-for-1 trade in mid here for ENCE Academy. This is a buy Big, and Prosus will find the entry. Secondary frag not far behind. 48 remaining on Poddy, and the Molotov down. There is a smoke. He can take Sanctuary inside of it. Uh-oh, he is now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Nade will sail too deep. They thought he got out completely. Serva could find a good timing on a flag. Poddy, they still have no idea he's this close.
Wow, and Serva finding that kill is massive. Okay, Poddy's going to go down. I was going to say they'll be distracted away, but Poddy doesn't really make great use of that opportunity that was given to him. Serva going to fake out the window jump, but Aqua ain't buying it at all. Who wins? Step third. Aqua will get his timing. Beautifully played there, actually, in a little 1v1 in isolation. Either way, it's a lead again for Big. Can they hold on to it?
Yeah, it's not been the most convincing streaks. Like I said, we've been kind of spoiled for that in some of the previous games, but these two are neck and neck. Did you see his hair, Serva, in the end? Did you inspect it? Looks like he's got like a Mickey Mouse
just from the picture
thing going. No, from his player cam.
From the cam.
Yeah.
I need to catch it. I still need to catch it.
Too.
Oh, sink through the wall. That's awkward.
Pretty uninspiring dink.
He's alive. Here we go. I'll get it. Oh, it's a bit dark.
Yeah, it is dark. It's hard to see, but
yeah,
it's got like bunned up. I think on either side.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure because it looks like in his picture that's not really the deal. He's got quite short hair. So I guess he's got long hair now, and he needs it out of his face. And he's just kind of grabbed the nearest thing to deal with that.
Well done.
That is fair enough. And it's funny, it's character, you know what I mean? Yeah. He's building a bit of a brand for himself.
Great arc on his hair buns. I explored that, the long hair option myself. And it's high maintenance, I will say. I don't know how people do it.
Yep. Feel you on that. I had kind of long hair in lockdown, longish. Mine just sort of it's just a mess. I don't think I could get actual like long hair. I'd love to, you know, go through the rock and roll phase or whatever, but just
You
don't
can't,
think it's the
can't grow a
move.
fro or something. You got like naturally curly hair, so I feel like.
Maybe in the past, I used to have a massive head of hair. I'll show you pictures one day next time we're, you know, in person or whatever. But it has since thinned out a little bit. And also my hairline's not amazing.
Yes.
It could be worse, but, you know, I don't think I'd want to grace the world with that super long haired, you know, hairline deal.
Don't know till you try.
True, this is true. This is true, and you can always shave it off these days. Molotov in towards Forest, pretty solid, and, well, a big frag from the big man, Tizian. He will go down, and Server's actually still here. Oh, goodness, and, well, there you are. He can see everything with his hair out of his eyes. Hyped. Against 3, cannot get her done. And we're back to ENCE's winning ways. Okie dokie. So, every rifle has to be traded. That is the unwritten rule of this game. Still, there is space for Big to grow the gap before the end of this first half.
Yeah, it feels like we're just constantly stuck in a bit of a back and forth, which it is good to see. You know, we're seeing some reactive plays, some are, I guess, proactive. You know, we've seen the targets for either side change from round to round, and to varying successes. So it does give us an indication of just how close these teams are competing in. You know, maybe Big Omen Academy have a bit more of a spotlight on them because of their international ventures, but these Academy guys have certainly come to play. They don't want to get locked out. I think they went 4-8 season.
Minute and 15 left on the clock, looking to find some space via middle, it would appear. Mid smoke comes in. Probably someone that we've heard a great deal from this game. Oh my goodness. Poddy will get taken down. Miltsy as well, also caught. Looking good, 5v3. Down goes Server, who is being the annoying one from short. There's still 2 players in and around that A side. Awkward fight at mid. That's his position given away. Juicy been looking good for this squad. Finds one, just can't get any more, man. And, you know, these slow rounds, they're difficult. They're very difficult indeed for these Academy players to deal with. It would seem, sorry. Nonetheless, 8th round is all good for the Big Omen Academy.
Yeah, I feel like the temperature control for Big Omen Academy has been great. When they slow roast these rounds, the meat is tender, and it's right for the picking. Prime eating hours. But when they decide to go for these faster, I guess, like the faster plays or these bursting maneuvers, either in mid or over the B-bomb site, you just feel like you end up with an overcooked outside and undercooked inside. I don't know why I've decided to go with food analogies. Maybe I am just hungry, but
perhaps.
I've also been watching some Gordon Ramsay recently, so that's all tied in together.
Fancy yourself a little chef now. I
yes.
know how it is. I watched him make scrambled eggs one time. You know?
The classic, I'm eating a pizza and I think, wow, I can't believe you can't cook a scallop.
Yep. No, I feel you on that. That's a nice little move from Miltsy there. A little backwards jump out the window. Not bad, not bad.
I found easy access as well. I think he's hoping that they nade the window, because that way he won't have to break it himself, and they'll be none the wiser. Well, Henry's making noise. He doesn't care if people hear him.
Classic decoy. Even in these rounds, though, even in the last round and a half, Big are playing very slow. I mean, look, man, they tried some fast rounds and it didn't work for them, I suppose. Yep. You know, you can't knock it. You can't knock it. It's what works for them. Miltsy's going to get out of there as the Molotov comes in. However, a little weird. Flash comes through. Tizian will find him, though. That is a fight. Tizian wins every day of the week. He's done those many times, hasn't he? And now the mid control coming in. Poddy, nice big headshot. Walk through this smoke, Henu. Trust me, bro. Yep, he's doing it. We'll see. Could get the backstab pretty easily here. Oh, he's lost all his teammates though, unfortunately. Just needed a bit of survival from them. USC going to be watched for and taken down. Now just the big man Henu with that saved AK, of course.
Yeah, and he's a dead man walking. Took a lot of damage on the tags, and there will be 4 up for a 9th round here for Big. Again, the slow cooker releases its tender juices. 9-6. I don't think this is going to be quite enough for ENCE to feel too comfortable, but it was pretty back and forth. You know, you could see just how the rounds developed there on the scoreboard. You know, like 3 in a row, then 1, back and forth, and we were constantly bouncing. But ENCE will have to make it work on the attacking end as well. And that's the one thing I will say about Big, is that regardless of who they've had in the roster, whether it's Sin or, you know, Tizian or Keto, their CT sides have always looked pretty damn good. Will be an uphill climb.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. We'll see here panning out how he goes down. I mean, it's been a pretty damn solid kind of game, to be honest. The back and forth, but indeed with Big having themselves a little bit of a way in. We've of course got the team speak here of ENCE. See what they have to say in the pistol.
Savutti mut. Apart sieltä. Montos on vihu.
Ota savut. Montos on sit.
Okei, Montos on vihu. Kimmo jäi.
Nice. Tuo tupla vielä jungla. Tostaan sitten jungla yksi. Jungla. Missä muut loput?
Unlucky.
I was kind of just hoping to hear Whitey just go, "Great job, lads," afterwards.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, without the Dubski, I don't think he's going to be saying too much. But no, it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. You know, it's definitely a rough little moment with the Julies. You know, getting the better of you. And they will take the time out here. So you know, this is maybe where Whitey gets activated. Not sure. Not sure. I'd imagine there's a few choice words in there, you know. He's a passionate man.
I do always wonder how much finish he's probably picked up in his time there. Because I'd imagine for ENCE Academy and for like the ENCE project as a whole, they're actually looking at this with great intent. The main roster been departed from the Finnish scene really for quite some time. Most they've got is Sol, their coach. No more Finns in ENCE.
Yeah. Shout out Doto one time. Maybe they should get him in the academy roster, bro.
Maybe. No.
First head found. Looking good. Big man Poddy, who, you know, towards the tail end of that first half, actually was finding some nasty shots. Big Omen Academy not afraid to get a bit more aggressive on their CT side, it would seem. Get it in the faces of their opponents. Gathering the info at the moment is Tizian. Ooh, Juicy. And there was nearly the catch out for the Galil here as well. Maybe still an opportunity at that, as there is a gap above the smoke. Okay. Hold on. Hyped. Will drop one more, though. And the bomb is a bit far away from the action, so it's not like they can really capitalize super fast and just burst onto a bomb site. So I think they should be able to at least recover positionally. However, of course, any kills that come in at the moment for ENCE really could be dangerous.
It's a cool little split that they can pull off because they've got these two players and a short presence here from MILTZ. Timing's poor. Juicy should know exactly where a player is coming from. MILTZ preoccupied with the short duel, and yeah, too difficult to read. Smoke was down. Aqua bypassed him. 11 for Big Omen Academy. No, I mean, there were certainly chances to come back into that round there for ENCE. But a steady uphill climb. They just kept on losing one more player than they were hoping to. If they were equal numbers, far more feasible.
Well, ENCE probably just using this one as a bit more of, you know, a timeout, talk about the next round to come. That's some decent nade damage, there you go. Sometimes they are so disappointed. It was obviously a running gag at which is the original term for a meme, if people are not familiar with that, at Pro League, where Sadakis kept saying, you know, oh, this nade's going to be big, and then it wasn't. But it is a testament to how disappointing they can so often be, those heavy explosive grenades.
See, I typically just believe that that's only become the narrative because we constantly try to see into the future, and we are frequently wrong.
Sure. But hey, geez, it's like an instant future, isn't it, I suppose? Like, you don't have to wait very long.
And it only takes a little bit of geometry to get in the way, which is... I don't hate it as a game.
It should be that way, I think. If they were, you know, there's a world in which they could be absolutely ridiculous. You
Super
know,
proximity damage.
Yeah. Which is just not the way it should be, really. You should have to be precise because they do a lot of damage when they land.
That they do. No, flash is really on point, and that was precise. Persis couldn't quite track down more than just the one kill, but all the rifles will sweep up, so no big deal. Acceptable losses here for Big Omen Academy as ENCE look forward to their first gun round. Here's a question. Do we have the pacey kind of play that Big were trying to do? Do we have the slow procedures? Or do we get a kind of a mixed bag?
I'll tell you at the end of the round, mate, when it's panned out, you know? But I do think they're going to try and pull off something a little cheekier, right? And Big were going by the book, by the rules, even when it was a bit faster. But you can already see Server is in with smoke, a molly, clear out Con, and he's clearly gone, yo, I've got an idea for this round. Let me get at it. And everyone else is kind of just chilling for a bit, you know? Oh.
Yeah. That's rough.
I think that spread to him at just the final second as well. Juicy's going to find Process. Pretty big kill. That's one of the AWPs taken down in this round. So that's something to work with. Still got to get the bomb back, and a nice little shift from Tizian through his own smoke, getting the ramp control as well as a bit of info here. Oh, they've got to be very careful.
Yep.
Oh, God. What is happening? All right, Juicy has no idea, just not banking on it at all. And the bomb is isolated down here. Tizian looking to fight him. Flash will go round, will indeed get said fight, knows that the bomb is there and takes his head clean off. That is cool, calm, and collected. Oh my goodness. Naughty stuff, and well, the rest of the boys can hold down from Con pretty convincingly. That might just start to seal things here for the victory.
Absolutely illegal behavior. I mean, he's floundering this fight. He's whiffing. But decides that the Deeg is where he goes next.
Just close your eyes and let, you know, whatever divine power you believe in, just let it take over.
If I hit it, I'm a genius. If I miss it, well, I was out of ammo in my primary anyway.
Yeah. But that is the definition of just not panicking, just staying cool.
Yeah.
Fight's a bit weird. It'll walk into me. Watch this. And it kind of was the round-defining play from him, to be fair.
Well, this feels like a dying round, maybe one with dissipating embers. There was a little bit of fire, a little bit of spark to ENCE on that first half, but T-side has not treated them well so far. Again, we are in early stages, but the problem with Big's lead is that even if we are in the early stages, they can also close this game before you have too many cracks at it. They can make this half by work. A lot of utility being deployed simultaneously. This will keep a couple of players busy here on the Big Omen Academy while the ENCE squad group themselves in the apartments. There is a little bit of a lean here from the CTs, but Aqua's the main point of pressure.
Nice find from Server. Hyped. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's big. 30 seconds. Tizian going to chime in with one as well in from the short area. Sky does manage to get a kill. A player that's been kind of quiet. Not in a bad way, but I've just not seen his name in the kill feed very much. Sky will get a mention. And Big Omen Academy will get a 14th.
Yeah, nice and cool there from Hyped. Another one of the players that we definitely look to as being a propellant for the Big Omen Academy squad on the AWP. I mean, you see how hectic and how chaotic it is for Aqua at first, but then as soon as Hyped gets those 2 kills, it's suddenly way cooler, way calmer. He steadied the waters quick on B. Oh. This guy's secondary AWP will not find the connection. He made the short jump, but couldn't hit the frag. We're quite ready for him either.
Hyped. He's not going to miss. Not the round you want to get opened up on, is it? Poddy will trade quick. Palace info is in. Big are finding gaps. They're finding very big gaps. The bomb, meanwhile, is shaping back towards B. Well, there is a nasty man waiting in the kitchen. Process is going to melt MILTzy again. Not really sure what's happening towards Connector, but they are losing a fair few players over there. The timing on that smoke is ridiculous. Aqua just needs to be careful. Flash comes in. He could get them all here. Not going to happen for him at the very least. He's got the info as well as a frag.
Oh.
Nearly lining up. Sky can't find it. Maybe the AWP is not for him. There it is. No scope in for 2. Nope. But still, 2 versus 1. Bombs hit the deck. Should be a very, 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 very doable end round scenario for Big. You are joking. Poddy still hits the shot, despite Process creeping under his crosshair. And now it's the one-on-one. Tizian's giving him so much respect here. Just going to look to play the bomb, really, once it goes down, I think. Plant's going to come in. Will be held. Tizian, this is when he strikes. He knows his timings. He knows how he can move in and get the catch. That's why he's giving him the space, because look how far forward he is. Poddy's not going to be expecting this one at all. Going to use that smoke to his advantage as well. Maybe even play inside it. Looks like it. Tizian, oh my goodness. This is all down to timing now, to be honest, but all the same, he's gained so much ground, and Poddy needed a ridiculous shot. Not going to happen for him. Defuse comes in. Tizian with a great 1v1. All the academy players can certainly learn from that.
Gave him room, let him stew in it, and you could see just how proactive he had to be as well, just bouncing between those angles, never really settling on one. Everything from Tizian was a little bit more deliberate, you know, committing to one side of the fight and fixating on that idea. Definitely different approaches to how to play the clutch, but Tizian, it does feel like it's just another day at the office. To get around here on this T side. Again, the attack has not been great, and Big Omen Academy might just close it before we even consider this close showing. Hyped. Opener is great. The util sailed out as well for the execute and will not convert on the secondary, but actually moving past the smoke. The Molotov burning him up, but Process is safe from the flames. They drop right on top of him. Okay, the spam on top of Process. Thought he might have fallen flat, but 2 players that remain, and it's desperate. Hanu's just jumping to his doom. Last player that remains is outside of B, and MILTzy is gone as well. Big enact some revenge, and that is certainly nice, and they do so handily. 16-6 the score. ENCE could never get it going on the attack.
I think that's why they wanted to come to Mirage, right? Maybe getting caught off the first time they played them. They've gone away, they've worked on it, and that is, yeah, disgustingly good. The most one-sided game of the day so far. And that's even after the first half going mega back and forth. Looked like we were in for more of that, but not the case.
Yeah, I have to say
really
that,
solid play.
Yeah, there were some, I mean, at the start of this game, it felt like it was completely open field. You know, Big were throwing in some crazier rounds, ENCE were counteracting it, there was great trading. On honestly, both sides of the equation, I didn't know how to separate these two. But then that second half was really where we started to see like some of the star power, whether it's Hype getting aggro on the AWP or whether it was some of these mid takes that kind of fell flat for ENCE Academy. You noted the connector presence being destroyed by a Molotov nade combo in a couple of rounds. Like, those are the kinds of protocols that you want to have if you are ENCE Academy that Big currently own themselves. And that's because they've been in this league for quite some time. They've been developing, and they've been a contender for many seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you know, they're obviously looking, I think, in this season now to, you know, there's been a bit of a mix-up the MOUZ NXT roster that was so scary has been moved up to the main team even, and, you know, they've been dethroned last season. So they're looking to get in amongst that, you know, and make sure that they are now one of the bigger names in the hat as they have been, you know, in previous seasons and whatnot, and perhaps finally get it done to really prove that this project can work out. And now, in a way, it's kind of, okay, Tizian doesn't work for the main roster. They got Sin up, but Tizian is probably going to be a bit of an upgrade coming down to your level. You know, he might play a bit more confidently. He might also feed in some of those super valuable intangibles that you're only going to learn having played in a few colognes and things like that as he has. So, yeah, really, really interesting time for this team now, and looking good, looking very, very good against the ENCE Academy. You absolutely can't knock it. A good number of individuals in there really taking over as well. So I'm thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, the ENCE Academy aren't too far away from actually being where they at least placed last season over, but they want to do better, and they have certainly shown that much as well. They've tested teams, but not quite today. We do have another game to come up, but we're going to have to go to a short break before we get there. Don't go anywhere. There's still more action to come.
Hello, everybody. We are here for our final game of the day. Of course, it's sad that we come to the end of the day so quickly. It's all flowed by quite nicely, to be fair. But we're here with two teams that we've already seen before: 0-0 Prospects and, of course, MIBR Academy. Yeah, looking forward to it. I think, you know, for me, we've not quite seen everything out of these two teams today, right? So it'd be nice to get a bit more competition from them, I think.
Yeah, we certainly got a lot out of 0-0 Prospects, though. I mean, an overtime win over Spirit Academy that were definitely favorites going into that matchup. For them to have been able to deal with that team and do so in the manner that they did, because it looked like Spirit were honestly desperate for rounds. Like, they had to rely on a couple of their players to just come in with like critical multi-kills. I think Zontix was the one we certainly highlighted. But I do wonder whether MIBR Academy are going to have that same sort of level or element to them, because when you saw them earlier against Astralis Talent, you know, we started off with Card with some great moves, and he was hitting some great shots on CT side with the AWP. But then after that, you know, they just started to get destroyed by not only Altex, but Bro. And I think that the 0-0 Prospects guys definitely have the firepower to match a couple of those names.
Yeah, certainly. I feel like this is going to be a bit of a fun one, actually, especially on Overpass. Obviously, the map that was played earlier by MIBR, as you're saying, but it's also a pretty comfortable map for Prospects. So it could get very interesting indeed here. Could get very interesting indeed. And hopefully, you know, for that final game of the day, we do get given something that's nice and close and results in some pretty good Counter-Strike. But I do feel like, you know, from what we've seen from the two teams, Prospects have got to be kind of a clear favorite coming in. I think that, you know, Hype and Card is maybe the big fight for me that's really going to be important. And I think that Hype was pulling off some pretty incredible little moments, you know, and some nice mid-round trades and things like that he seemed pretty effective with, whereas Card, more of a late-round activator, you know, trying to pick up those clutch situations. So I'm not sure how well those two things will match off against each other.
Yeah, I think as well, if they're able to watch any of these games, like we saw how frequently MIBR were falling on sort of the same setups on CT sides as well. If that's something that 0-0 Prospects have looked at all coming into this game, then yeah, Overpass is a great map for them. You can see you had the stats there for both those squads. You kind of outlined it accurately, just the fact that it's a comfortable map for 0-0 Prospects. It's one of the many frequented ones that they actually find themselves on. Inferno, Overpass, Ancient seems to be the three that they have as typical landing sites, whereas MIBR Academy, it's a little bit less diverse. You know, the most frequented map is Mirage, which is fine. You know, Mirage, I think, is pretty standard, especially when you're constantly sort of fighting, even if it's in your region. I know from watching South American Counter-Strike, there's still a lot of participating tournaments that are focused on best of ones. So even when they're able to compete outside the Academy leagues, it does boil down to some of the melting pot maps. But they did have that crossover. They both don't like Vertigo, which is nice.
Neither do I. To be honest. I don't know about you. I feel like it's definitely one of the worst maps in the pool.
Definitely the more hated map.
Yes, that's for sure. I think I'm certainly not coming in with a hot take there. But we are about ready to get into things. As you can see, folks, the final game of the day getting kicked off in just a few moments here. And in fact, we are straight into the pistols. So let's see what we've got in store. An early Heaven Smoke to come through that I think might have failed. I can't quite tell from the trajectory through. Nonetheless, Franson will go down. It was all a distraction play anyway, by the looks of things.
Oh, well, that's a free kill there for Insane. And the secondary, just before falling off and getting traded, could have been cleaner, that's for sure, but mission accomplished. And you can see now 0-0 Prospects have to recover this round. 2-on-3, they've been able to bring it to. With Love being low, they might be able to capitalize on his HP. He's still in proximity of this B-bomb site. Starting to cheat away, though. I think they have an inkling that might be an A-side finish, and that's the wrong call. Actually, no, that's what they're setting up for. A boost deep.
Could be nasty, actually. However, Bob XD has gone creeping under. Whoa, not going to be ready for them. That's unfortunate. Could have been an absolute mess if he'd gotten away with a kill, but not the case. Bomb plant comes in off the back of it at the very least. So they have that for the next round. Alex looking to get out and get himself into a decent spot here. Lub on that 7 HP leading. Oh, the charge. Surely dead to rights, and he is indeed. got the bomb down, but MIBR Academy is sort of the underdogs, I guess, getting off to a nice start.
Good priorities here for MIBR Academy. They used the low HP player to constantly act as the information gatherer when it came down to it. Love got boosted up. Use the 1 retaking and the 3v1. That's how you want to leverage the extra body as best as possible. The attempt was nice from 0-0 Prospects to get close, but not to be. I do think as well, when it comes to the Force Buys, we definitely... I think we saw MIBR Academy almost full to the Force Buys, and we're actually tested it in a couple of the rounds against low money. So, again, these are important things to note for these teams in their continued development. Losing to bad buys is unacceptable. Bound to happen, but that's the standard you have to keep.
Well, we'll see here, mate. We'll see what pans out. Lub spotting. And Franson might have heard a step. But nothing really showing itself. A minute gone, thereabouts. And they're slowly encroaching towards the A side. Shadow and frag. Franson did a little double take there, of course. 5-on-4. Straight out the gate. They start to panic a bit. What's happening? Is it B? Is it A? MIBR Academy starved of information.
They are stacking the right direction. Even in their guessing game, they might have guessed correctly. 50% chance they were on the right site. Will make a lot more noise now. Prospects trying to close in on that gap, but the extra numbers, I don't know if they'll anticipate it.
Earning. It's awkward. It's very awkward for this MP9, in fact. Spinny's lost his teammates. Just him. Drops the bomb. 10 seconds. Just about to get it down. He's dishing out the damage. He needs the help from Insane now. And there he is. Franson, meanwhile, was the B guy on the lurk, so not going to happen. A weird one. A very weird one indeed. But MIBR will get there second.
Yeah, having that extra body there has certainly mattered. We saw the util come out from 0-0 Prospects, but they also weren't expecting somebody to sort of late swing them in long. So just man during the utility getting peppered. That's good. MIBR Academy are willing to take that gamble. You know, they lose one over at B, but they don't overreact and think, oh, we need to reinforce just that bomb site. They were ready for the next step from 0-0 Prospects. And again, I'll focus on the idea that maybe MIBR Academy will be read into somewhat on their earlier adventures. 0-0 Prospects, wow, that's a very fortunate frag. The full flash onto Franson. Oh, you get more, maybe.
Bro? I mean, Lub's just looking at the wall. Oh! Must have spotted the shadow and just keeps on fragging. Goodness, okay. Lub stealing the limelight away. 3 versus 2. Should be able to get the bomb down in that smoke, you would imagine. Spooky trying to find this guy. Goes flying down to get him. This is actually a very doable round. I shouldn't laugh. 16 HP remaining, though, between the two Prospects players. It doesn't matter. Getting the kills. Just need that head. Where's that head at? Excuse me. Nonetheless, be God. Moving through. Slow but sure. We'll take them both down. That is most unfortunate. 0-0 Prospects. Still on 0 rounds.
So elusive, so evasive. Like you said, that all they were looking for was the headshot, and no head given. 3-0 for MIBR on the CT side. Very close call, very close shave. But one that they will certainly take. Franson, I mean, there was a world we lived in where he could have gotten 2 kills with just like the most fortunate timing and sometimes spray. But it wasn't this one. One of the realities in which they falter, they fail. Wasn't all investments from 0-0 Prospects. They had a couple of weapons, and with the plant they got in the last round as well, they buy up again. More AKs out, more utility as well. Franson still trying to take that duel, but he tried to dip and dive. Shot a burst and wanted to evade capture somehow, but there ain't no jet dashing here.
Not in this one, mate. Not in this one. It's all about the aim, and somehow Card is off there. Does manage to find, oh god, another. He keeps him coming, nearly. But of course his teammate's there to trade him out. Looking very good here, MIBR Academy. Hot stuff, 4 in a row in very quick succession.
Maybe just having those extra repetitions earlier on in the day would be something that helps them, in fact. Supposed to learn the most from your losses, and there were certain exploitations that happened. Again, we've not seen the same setups like we did sort of round after round for MIBR, which has been nice to see. Activation of cards, AWP, you know, these are all the win conditions you would expect from the Brazilian side. See how active ENCE gets. You saw some aggressive moves at the tail end of the Astralis game.
Very slow outside of B here so far. Minute 15 left on the clock. What? A dangerous spray through nearly cost Lub his life. All the same, incredibly slow here. Very just, you know, working their way through. I don't know, the late round they execute. They might sniff this one out. There's only a couple players here, but they've got some decent positions, I'd say.
Spooky given a Molotov. He's on nade duties. The rest of the squad are going to converge and attack from the long position. Last time they tried to do this, they started losing numbers before they actually cracked the bomb site.
Oh my goodness, so very blind and on the bomb site. 20 seconds. bob_xd. Looking good. ENCE needs to kind of chime in here, but he can't. And 3 versus 2, still that advantage. However, bomb going to get dropped. Not a lot of time to go. Surely you can just rush him down here to deny the plant. However, he's got a good little spot for it. A flank also coming in from down below. This is all over right now. Branson loves a good lurk. We'll see whether he can do anything with it. The AWP surely does not expect this. Down card goes, and man, that's so unfortunate. Lub with almost the hero play, but couldn't keep them off the bomb. He dropped it, but couldn't keep them off it.
Yeah, and Hype doing the most as well to just sell the idea that they've got to deal with what's in front of them first before they can make that retake happen. You can see how much attention he drew from the last remaining players there on MIBR. It's a bit of an awkward-looking round. You know, you look at all the players on the map. So they broke in, they got the bomb down, and then that late activation on the flank. If they had simply died, Franson would have looked a little silly, being so detached from the action. He was the linchpin. 4-1, and money not so hot here for MIBR Academy. Let's not forget they came down to a 1-on-2 that they won out. Boosted, Spooky getting tagged. He won't want to challenge that any further.
Flash in. They know there's got to be a player towards barrels. Flash will allow him to move away and actually buy a fair bit of time here for that CT side. And well, 0-0 Prospects actually going to bail. Actually going to move away. They've got mid, Fountain, and a bit of long control as you see bob_xd creeping up long. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be the move. I think it's looking like they are indeed 4 on B. So it could indeed be the move. So, I don't know. 0-0 Prospects in a very good spot with this one. Uh-oh. As a second big tag into the round, yeah. This is indeed how it goes. A bit of a train by Used to love the double scout card. That's a full HP player taken, by the way. Keep track. I will try and do my best as well. They are going to get the bomb down, but certainly a chance into this one. Boost coming round for this scout. Down it goes. Okie dokie then. And you know, you might just take it into the next round, actually, if you can't find a kill in the next couple seconds. Could be the argument. Uh-oh. There it is, couple seconds. Not a lot of time. Oh, double spray down massive from Alex. Keeps him coming. And he'll, in fact, he's robbed there, but he's done the damage for that round. Second for 0-0 prospects. They don't let it slip away.
Yeah, that could have been very scary. I mean, well, we're looking about like 250, almost 300 damage on the scout here from Card. He might have even landed a follow-up tag while he was falling back from Bank, but on this retake, just couldn't get room. All this extra util that was down for 0-0 prospects was well placed. Kept them at bay. There were smokes, and that makes it very, very difficult to run through. Maybe a couple 5-7s would have done them good. Not too many Deegs. This is indeed very spooky.
Nice. Oh!
Oh!
Oh! We've been robbed of a couple eco aces, haven't we?
Yeah.
God damn it. Still. Nice.
That should teach you a lesson. Face your fears, kids.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. Again, to get real on the podcast, it is true. Okay. So, 3 in a row. 0-0 prospects. Looking a hell of a lot better here. Give us another rifle, maybe another 2, and definitely start to believe in this T side. MIBR Academy. And they get a bit unlucky. They lose that first round and their money is just in ruins, right? So you can sympathize with them a bit. That 6th opponent in the economy gets the better of them, as it so often does to CT sides. But now, it isn't an excuse. So we'll see what they've got in the back pocket.
Oh, God. We've seen Lub play up close on wood a couple of rounds over on the B-bomb site. And it has been a very good position for him. We had the 3-man spray down in a round prior, but this time they tried to investigate too early. High AWP strikes, and Card at least will find a response, still maintaining some short presence. Was a man right behind him in Franson, but didn't decide to hunt for the trade. 4-on-4 as the round develops, but 0-0 prospects don't have much control of the bathrooms or connectors, so actually moving towards the other bomb site feels almost impossible from this spot. Especially with the time remaining, they're going to feel pressured to go B.
Going for it. Certainly going for it. I mean, the utility back from that CT side is just non-existent, so they really should have this site under lock and key, to be honest with you. Nice find from Bob XD, and they're the 2 kills that you really need to open up into a round. Open up into a bomb site. Card's already on his way out. Spinny's going to try and join him, but he's stuck. And he's dead. Lovely stuff. Prospects picking it up, looking good while doing it as well.
Yeah, that looked like they honestly just ran out of options, but even with that being the one option that they could feel comfortable in doing, I mean, that's not something that MIBR will have a great read of on the other side of things. You know, they're very defensive inside of bomb sites. That's how they were playing earlier in the day as well against Astralis. So even to see Card get sort of aggro on short is, I think, somewhat abnormal, at least from what we've seen today. That AWP, and he will. Okay, that was the one player he had to find, and he succeeds. So it's not all doom and gloom, but this is a potential turning point in the game. We could see the 0-0 prospects in the lead.
A swing round is what an Irish friend of ours might say. Dean used to love saying that one all the time. A swing round, and I think it is indeed true. We've got MIBR's comms, so let's give him a listen.
Alguém fica com a info e aí a gente segura H, tá ligado?
Quem tá sem HP passa tóxico. Ah, todo mundo tem.
Eu tô em cima de você aqui, o foda é que eu não sei se eu vejo ele entrando.
Tá, vou ficar do tóxico aqui dentro.
Não, não precisa, só segura H. Tipo,
Tá.
só alguém pega a info da entrada do sapão. Quando
Então,
eu vou entrando, a gente só tá H.
Eu vou ficar lá, mano.
Ele pega.
Pegou meu esgoto, eu acho.
Eu passei liga, não sei.
É, isso é bem que passei liga, né, eu acho.
Bem,
Abriu liga ou fechou? Abriu ou fechou liga aí.
Rolou uma tóxico, voltei. Não faz ainda, bangou.
Faz.
Faz.
Peguei um rua.
Acabou. Não entrou, guys. Não entrou. Tô
Cimento,
cimento.
tem cimento,
Tóxico 1, vai entrar, guys. Bangou.
Comenta meu.
Entrou.
Comendo.
Alp.
Cimento abrindo.
Cimento morto.
Cimento combo, tá.
Cimento e fer.
Cimento.
Cimento entrou.
3 pilar.
Direito pilar 1. Esquerdo pilar
Tô comendo carta esquerda.
Tá de Alp na água. Valeu.
That's close. That is close. I mean, that's a nice round. And it's good to hear the comms in a round like that as well, and how they can kind of switch a little bit from the early round into this is sort of doable.
Yeah. I mean, it was a little hectic. I think there was a lot of ideas going off at the start of the round, and they kind of just settled. Okay, we stick to this. Alt finds the first kill. They get a D kill. It was 5-on-3, but they couldn't stick the landing. There's a dodge bullet there from 0-0 prospects, but hey ho, had a good crack at it there. MIBR Academy in with the full buy once again. That was always the plan.
Wow. Ooh, nice on the trade. I thought as soon as Spooky starts shooting, that boost is coming in. Just a few too many bodies, I suppose, for the CT side. Lub's going to get picked off by Hype as well with the AWP on short. Great bit of control from the prospects. So 4v3. First flash in. Spinny. Can't hit any headies. So 4-on-2, probably going to be all she wrote for this round. And 0-0 prospects. This is now 6 in a row for them. MIBR Academy with a clean pistol opening, conversion, first rifle, all that. Just can't find a round now, man. Looks to be another streaky affair.
Even the remaining save here for B-God is looking unlikely. They took ages to get the bomb over to the bomb site. It was dropped outside of B. I don't think they even them, they weren't expecting this to be as successful as it was. B-God could be anywhere, but they should spread out. They've got money to burn here on that Swedish squad.
Say that 3 times fast.
I love my alliteration, but I do paint myself into a corner sometimes.
That's tough, bro. That is tough. Swedish squad. Yeah, Swedish squad. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you'd be alright.
You get there eventually, but I think when you've got it in your head, it's a skill, guys. It is a skill to be talking and thinking and getting the words out all at the same time. Oh! Let's go!
Oh, what is going on?
It
felt like you were swiping forever.
That is the longest knife kill I think I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. We finally got one, boys. We finally got one. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
He leapt at him too. It wasn't just a simple incision.
Amazing.
Oh, I see what
he was close to death.
Yeah. B-God ducked, but he wasn't. If you're knifing underneath you, you do need to sort of crouch into them. So after he ducked, he was like out of range or something. That's why he was swiping for what felt like an eternity. Well, first knife, and we've had our first glimpse as well at the successes of 0-0 prospects. 6 in a row now. You talked about the streak of rounds. MIBR Academy are not going to feel too good after this T-side start as well for the 0-0 prospects. So 6 is already enough, but there is so many more opportunities ahead of them to build on that success. 1-for-1. Card does go down, but B-God is sticking around to see if he maybe get his hands on a weapon, but we actually could come through. Could have brought more teammates, reinforcements. The cavalry was coming.
I think they're a bit worried, though. You can see they've become quite timid as it goes on.
They've almost lost 2 rounds like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hard scouting play, then the saved AWP. It's understandable that the prospects would be so diligent.
True, but there is such a thing as too much respect. Could be a catch attempt here from B-God. Doesn't happen for him, the tag, but no kill, and that's the A-bomb site pretty open now. I imagine these Deagles will make their way over and just try and, you know, find a little bit of anything. But the round itself is just not going to happen. They're going to hold what they have here? I mean, are we buying next round, or have we miscalculated slightly? Should be buying next round. Can't see the loss bonus anywhere, unfortunately, but...
Yeah, I mean, 6 rounds.
I'd assume they're
max
competent
loss
enough.
bonus.
Yeah, I'd assume they're confident enough to work it out.
I think even if they lost these weapons, it wouldn't be terrible. Like, they'd still be able to afford to buy, but they do have armor on a couple of them, so...
Yeah.
It has some value. They don't want to be
and it is
out
that,
on
it's this whole thing about, like, futility, and then the sort of little things that go with kills. It's kill bonus, which could be a factor, and also just, you don't want to give them that kind of confidence that they're hitting their shots, so... Although a little timid towards the end, it's still a bit silly. We'll see.
Well, the other day, we had a 1v1 that someone saved in. Which I definitely think was probably the most egregious save I've witnessed in several years.
Yeah. Come on now.
But this had some extra logic applied. You see how much they brought down, the extra utility that they can enact with this full buy. The prospect's taking a lot of damage in the opening phases, and it's all due to spam. Franson actually didn't survive his adventure. You gotta make sure it's cut short.
Lub's got to be careful. There's a lot of bodies on the other side of that smoke guy. Whoa. He thinks about it. He thinks about it, but, you know, it's better judgment. Oh, and 0-0 prospects looking for a contact in. The best chance in a while that MIBR have had at picking up a round. Lub could easily get caught nade in hand. He's lost his teammate. The flash is actually sound. He's trying to play around this smoke. Needed more than that, though. 3 versus 3. Back to evens. And great utility to keep them at bay. Clean bomb plant. Clean post plant setup. And this should be, well, a difficult retake for sure. Spinny and the boys not ready for the ABC position. B-God with the trade, but the damage is just absolutely massive. And they are being stopped at each and every corner. Time running out. No confidence to go for it. Low HP, an AWP, and yeah, just no info for it. So they have to hand the round away, and B-God's got to be a bit careful. Should be able to make it away, but that bomb does explode a bit upwards, so I'd maybe watch out. I think he should be okay, but yeah, it was a little weird for a second there. Nonetheless, 8 in a row. 0-0 prospects can't lose a round.
Yeah, this is getting really worrying for MIBR. If you want to be able to look forward to your second half, I mean, yeah, the theory can just simply apply. If they're having success, we can too. But the attacker side is definitely is not the favorable one. And to see them have to be forced to save in a position like that, you know, 8 already feels like too much on the T side. It does open up this opportunity that, like, these next few rounds, you are going to have to commit to the retake if you want to keep this from getting out of hand.
Oh, hello.
Good timing.
B-God gets a catch onto Bob XD, not really paying attention to his surroundings. Happens to the best of us. Fast on towards B, though. Prospects again, finding a bit of a gap. Lub for 1, nearly 2. The MP9 down below. problematic breaking in here. And, well, it's an aggressive position. Spinny's going to go down. Oh, God, going for the plant. Lub should be able to stop this, even on 4 HP. Just gets the bomb down, but all the same, it's only 2, now only 1, now only none remaining for the 0-0 prospects. MIBR Academy will finally break the curse, getting their 5th.
Pretty bold round there from Lub, all things considered. He gets the first kill on the B exec, and then with the smoke that's down, he sits right behind it, and he got spammed to that 4 HP. But he took that as a cue that they wouldn't clear for it, and he was dead on. Wrapped around and they didn't know what hit him. Maybe that's finally. This is finally the moment. MIBR start answering back. They would need to find consecutive rounds, 3 in a row to close out this half. Because their prospects have all the money. Card was holding for the 4-man boost. I can appreciate that he's looking out for something like that. Though, and oh god, Franson's phone too. That's not ideal. They wanted to get aggro through Monster Tunnel. Heck of a round to call that.
Yeah, and very ready for it, like you say. Nearly the toes of Lub taken. Sorry, the toes of Card.
Yep.
Taken off. And a little lapse in connection, so we were a bit blurry for a sec, so I just kind of had to guess. You know, UK infrastructure. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
Either way. Spinny. Has he spotted him?
That's not good.
I don't know. This is all a bit strange. Spooky is going to take out B God, though. Spinny finds his kill, which is all cool, but you know, they're split on both bomb sites. Just kind of got to take a bit of a gamble here, and it looks like they're going to try and gamble B, which would be the incorrect gamble, in fact. So it should be a 9th for 0-0 prospects, all things considered.
Card was still holding on to short. He still had connector. I know he was worried about having to basically walk around like a Beyblade. I get it. But this, if you were going to go and gamble B, it feels like this was not the right move. Card had a lot of information from his spot, but this is now a call to save. Might have been a call to save to begin with, to be quite honest.
Yeah, that is true. I think when you lose to, you know, from the same bomb site so deep in, they've expended very little, not even like utility.
Yeah.
There's just a level of the game that you get to, guys, where that's just not winnable anymore. You know, unless it is, right? Yeah, it is. But it's not winnable by your doing. It's more by the opponents making grave mistakes. And then also possibly, yeah, you playing above and beyond your level a little bit. You know, you got to get 1 or 2 more than you usually would. They'll hold the guns, which is pretty important, actually. Moving into, you know, the final round here. You can see the caches they probably would have been able to buy, but it bolsters it quite a bit. There would have been a few players without utility and whatnot, and now they're comfortable. And the 9-6 is pretty big. That double digits, man, I gotta say, it really is the difference, when, especially when it comes down to losing the pistol. It feels like it makes all the difference.
Yeah, you'll lose all your wiggle room if they get to 10-5. So this is important. BR, for the sake of sanity, need this round. Good way to start. Card, ISO, duel, didn't have a teammate anywhere near him, so if that went askew, you might have seen MIBR QQ.
Indeed, mate. That's pretty good. Nonetheless, 5v4. Card's still aggressive, and Card still in with a good chance to pick up a number of kills here. They're moving out towards long, which is curious, isn't it? Because that's where he was last seen. Uh-oh. Here's the footsteps. He can round. Spots ahead. Oh, no, there's more. Watch out. Running across. He'll find the one that runs across, so they do have to sacrifice a player to take him down. All the same, they've dealt with the AWP, but, you know, to what avail? They've spotted the bomb. You're in towards long. He knows that 2 more players are down there, so it probably speaks to the fact that you're going towards A. You sacrifice so much for that 1 kill.
On the traditional A attack, card is definitely a high priority target. Again, one of the main reasons why MIBR can stay competitive in this, but a man advantage, his teammate should be able to leverage that perfectly. Yeah, first kill is great. Franson dropped and the bomb spotted, so immediate confirmation and affirmation that this site is under siege, and they will not lose hold of it. A 9-6 half, there is a little bit of spark, a little bit of life in MIBR just yet, but when we move into that attacker side, when we see them on T, they need the pistol, it feels, for them to feel confident that they're in this next step forward, because 0-0 Prospects did very well to win as many rounds in succession as they did.
Well, excited for this pistol to get kicked off, of course. I mean, you know, we've got some nice-looking numbers throughout, I gotta say. Spooky, having a pretty solid game. And then our guy Card, we like him a lot. And he's performing very, very well indeed. So we'll see whether that pans out. We will be checking in with Team Prospects here and see how they come around for this pistol round.
Gått mid.
Vai antes alguém.
Eu vou antes.
Monster vit.
Abriu uma madeira.
Não ficou.
Tô cego.
Bora, Gazinho. Pilar.
Esquerda redondo. Morreu esquerda.
Ponte água.
Valeu.
Valeu.
Well, it's a good thing they got the last round of the half, because they did end up losing the pistol coming into this one. They can't go 2 for 2 in this game. Let's not forget that they won the CT pistol. But 0-0 Prospects get to double digits anyway. So, you know, 9-6, 10-5. It's not so different. The context definitely applies, though, and you can see MIBR not buying into anything in this next round. The Rifle of Hype has found 3. Franson cleanup is there, though.
Rough stuff, mate. Rough stuff indeed. You know, this is what we talked about, right? The 6th round, it does give you that breathing room, wiggle room, you called it. But still, you're in a pretty tough spot. They'll get the early rifles out. I don't know. Sometimes I am a big fan, but I'm just not so sure about it for MIBR Academy here. I think that they'd like to kick off, you know, when you're on the way down and whatnot, with as much clean utility as possible, especially if we're going to be expending that basic utility super early on. It leaves them with very little for the late round.
Good news is that there aren't exactly premium buys on everyone on 0-0 Prospects, so again, these range duels can be very advantageous. SMG, though, up and down, it will not succeed. Spinny doesn't get spun out by the elevation. 11-6, and MIBR found themselves into a man advantage, but there are a couple of players that survive by the slimmest of margins, so I wouldn't exactly call them extra bodies to a bomb site. Not quite there yet. Like this move from 0-0 Prospects, though, playing close.
It's all about to get a little bit weird, isn't it? Spooky. Oh, it's Alex, though, who comes in for the big double. Bomb going to hit the deck. A weird catch onto Alex, though. He does get a bit overwhelmed, and Card just can't stop fragging. Even if you paid him, it's just impossible. Meanwhile, they're going to take the bomb. They're going to rush towards B because they've got a man down there. And Bob XD is left in the dark.
Yep. It's awkward. Little team flash. Bob XD does go towards the heavens, so it won't be watched for. They can leave themselves a little vulnerable here. Bob will actually get given a duel, I feel like, on the site, but I think they would have spotted him in the heavens, with the noise, double peek, no problem. Wow, I mean, we haven't really been highlighting the Card rifling, but he did good work there. Nice little double entry, double popper, bang bang, and then the bomb was gone. Funnily enough, it actually just went to the B bot. Like, I can't believe they kill all these players A and then run the other way.
Yeah. Maybe overthinking things ever so slightly is perhaps the way that it goes. I guess. Yeah, I mean, doesn't necessarily. My man Steel. You remember Steel? Valorant player. You know, but we remember him for a few, perhaps wrong reasons in Counter-Strike. But also he was a pretty solid IGL in the NA region, particularly towards the end there. And he had a thing. It was NGE. Him and James IRL, you remember that guy? And it was not good enough. So there you go. And they'd say that sometimes after rounds and then highlight a little... Not every time. But I think sometimes it is worth noting that that is a bad move or a bad habit that you've got that you kind of need to be conscious of so that it doesn't cost us anything in future rounds. You know, we've avoided it in this round, but in future rounds, it could definitely cost. Now, I've talked over this round. I understand that, folks. Just giving a little anecdote. I don't have many of them, but that's one I do have. And, of course, MIBR Academy. They've kept it rolling here, Michael.
Yeah, they have. And they've made sure that they don't falter against the full buy from 0-0 prospects in anticipation of the previous round. You know, they were running around with SMGs, FAMASs, and it wasn't ideal, but they had funds in the back pocket to answer back, and they have failed to do so. So good to see MIBR Academy back into winning ways and pressuring our Swedes. I did like how self-aware Steel became towards the end of his career. He leaned into it. What else can you do when you live in the perpetual uncertainty? As he did. Put down the phone, Timmy.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
You have to admit. It's a legendary piece of Counter-Strike content. And you know, it's funny because there's going to be people kind of watching and in the big leagues that won't really know who he is or know what we're talking about.
The in for all the experienced heads, or at least ones that have done their homework, gone back in the annals of time. That's Molly in the connector. They wanted to boost up the solitary rifle of hype, but Lub, it does indeed love this area of the map. There's a demon on it on CT, and on T, he will make it his domain nonetheless. Nice and simple against the pistols.
Is this M4 still in play, though? Hype is on the way. They're trying to boost him in. This USP's being a bit annoying, and in comes the boost as they all go flowing forwards. Nearly gets away with a cheeky double. I don't think it's going to happen for him, though. Molly comes in to make sure that Nautels will come into this round. I think that M4 is going to get saved into the next. And MIBR Academy closing that gap pretty quickly, pretty substantially here.
Yeah, Hype's leaving. Spooky's hanging around to see if he can get one more kill. Okay, this wasn't really an effort. We just decided to spam the smoke in the end. Either way, the result is the same. Now shy of double digits are MIBR, up to 9. Will be a buy in the tank here for 0-0 prospects, but I wonder whether they sit back on the bomb sites like they have been doing. The MIBR entries have been pretty substantial in these rifle buys. So they might want to try and find a way to instigate the action themselves, kind of pull the flow of combat away from the Brazilians. Who knows if they have a plan like it? Only they do, actually.
Oh, great flash round for Spooky. Could have got greedy as well and tried to take the second, but they're playing very disciplined right now on the prospect side of things, not wanting to any of these moments slip away.
It's exactly what you want to see, right? Saying that the entries are looking good for MIBR and their prospects want to find their own way in. Yeah, flash on short was very well placed.
Hype. Could argue an aggressive angle. Actually won't be able to find anything off of it. They try and trade him out, but Franson is way ahead of that, boys. He's in with the A1S, looking pretty good against the smoke. Here's all the steps. His teammate's going to take one out. He knows there's a second one around here. He can't reload. He's only got 5 bullets. Kind of the annoying thing. But if you get the drop, it's all good. Insaney, meanwhile, goes down on the lurk towards short, it looks like. Either way, 12th round coming in, 0-0 prospects. They finally break the groove of MIBR and they hold on to their lead.
Yeah, from entries on entries to folding them on the bomb site to then going flawless here from 0-0 prospects. So, yeah, it's a change in direction that I think that we need to see from that CT side, because playing passive is definitely something we saw from MIBR, and they started to get aggressive themselves when they realized that wasn't working. Same thing had to happen for 0-0 prospects. I mean, much earlier into this game as well, because they are closer to the finish line than their opposition. So they are urgently looking for answers. Wow, that's a big kill there for Franson. Missed chance there for Love. And we don't often see him miss those chances. He's been pretty sharp this game.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, maybe just, I don't know, unexpected from him. He was just running and running and running and running. Did not stop running up long. I think he was expecting a fight to come a bit earlier than where he got it. So I can kind of agree that, you know, he's created a scenario in his head that doesn't really exist. Either way, 5-on-4. And it looks pretty good, doesn't it, for the prospects, to be honest with you. MIBR are going to try and group back up towards the B-bomb site. They've left a lurker in the form, of Spinny. Been a long day. Dry throat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on.
This one's easy.
For God's sake. I mean, we already got one, but I want more. I always want more knife kills, man. Either way, breaking in towards B, all the actions on the other side of the map, really. Hyper's taken out Insane, and now left down to just Cardi Boy, and he can't spot that player underneath his scope, of course. 13-9. Prospects look like they're back on it.
There has certainly been some issues in these past couple of rounds, but let's listen to what MIBR have chalked up for an answer. Might be just around to discuss what happens in a future buy.
Bolsa, pô. Vamos rushar cimento, viado.
Deixa os bangs, dá pra esses bangs spinning.
Se nós rushar cimento...
Vou bugar pra vocês esse cimento.
Nós, tipo, só... Acho que o Card nem bug cimento, viado.
Eu vou esmacar uma ponte aí, velho.
Vou bugar tóxico, então. Tem que virar. O pilar vai ser vocês.
Vai esmacar uma ponte aí pra ver se dá uma ajuda.
Bora.
Buguei tóxico. Buguei.
Direito de cimento. Liga ali.
Cimento. O cimento vai abrir, tá louco. Valeu, relaxa.
Well, there's a team kill in there. But it's all good.
Yikes.
They went in with, like, no money.
I don't know, bro. There is a look at the start, though. I don't speak Portuguese, but I definitely speak tilted. So I feel like there might have been a little bit of a tilty voice in there. But I don't know. I don't speak the language.
Yeah, overanalyzing. I mean, that's something we can certainly do. I know people love to do that with, like, player cams. Like, oh, wow.
Yeah. True.
Dejected look on his face when he could just be, I don't know,
Concentration face. What? Ooh, what's happened there then? What has happened there? How have we had 3 kills in 1 second?
It was, like, insane. They literally all cleared from the kill feed at the exact same time. You couldn't get synchronized swimmers to be this coordinated.
Yeah. Tell me about it. On both sides of the equation as well. You know, the kill coming in from... It just all happened so fast. Oh, goodness. Not looking good. MIBR Academy, only 2 of them remain. Insane and Spinny. The E's, they're about to be flanked by Franson. I think he should be spotting them by now. Either way, they've definitely been spotted. Yep, and there it is. Franson strikes. I was going to say definitely spotted by Spooky. Doesn't matter. 15-9. Looking all but over, really. Prospects, you know, struggled a bit, but they have really turned things around here, and MIBR Academy just could not get their way back into this game, Michael.
No, they certainly haven't. And they may have a pretty considerable win under their belt this season in the Young Ninjas, but they have suffered many losses, and this might be another one to add to the tally. Prospects are still in contention for the middle of the table. This would be their 5th out of 9. They have to get there first. It's not over until it's over. MIBR Academy still have a reasonable buy coming into this. Reasonable. There's a couple rifles, and they do get their hands on an AK as well via Franson. So these signs of life I'm certainly still listening out for them. I see that heart rate monitor beep a few more times.
Yep. Uh-oh. Hype. I don't think he was spotted, but he's definitely spotted the player there. They've not really respected how deep in he's gone, though.
Yeah.
It's kind of how aggressive this guy's gotten. Meanwhile, out towards long goes the main prong of the MIBR attack. Do or die. Alex in between two different angles. This is weird. This is not a good setup. Not a good setup at all. Smoke coming in. Lub. Oh, spotted. Shots missed by Hype. Pressure certainly getting to him. Alex, though, the smoke is not really good enough to hide him away. And, well, he's going to drop the bomb there. Bob XD and the boys are on the flank. Spooky and Spinny all chiming in on the kill feed. Bob XD will be the only one left against one, and Spinny saves the game. It all gets very chaotic there at the tail end, but it is MIBR staying alive.
Yeah, that setup for 0-0 Prospects did not look good. I was right there with you. The attack from long and short simultaneously, it felt like they just weren't in great positions to help each other. The only way that really worked out is if they just all went up banana or all the way to that A-bomb site. But no, the simultaneous split, it still came down so close. Like you said, Spinny keeping them in it. And they get to double digits.
The buy's not ideal moving forward, so is it, with only one player surviving? So it's all a bit funny here.
About as much as they went into the last round with, but
True.
A couple more AKs.
Would have been nice, though. It doesn't feel like you've got much reward for winning your round, maybe. Nice boost up from Lub to take out Bob XD. There are some great names in this league, I can't lie to you. Another fine comes in, though, and now Alex. Only one on this B site, it looks like, anyway. The quick rotation is through ABC. Spot coming in from Franson and MIBR. They're too slow, man. They're way too slow. The repositions are super strong. 3 versus 2. Bomb's committed in, so they kind of do have to go for it, waiting for that support to come round. They've lost a player to an A rotation. So there is that. Galil chimes in, and he's moved towards heaven, in fact, now. So we'll see. Low HP for a couple players. Card not caring that he's got the bomb in hand. Just going to have to try and make a play, make a move, go forwards. And hope that a frag comes his way. They don't have a smoke for the site. They don't really have a way in. Flash for B-God. They are so patient on this. The pre-fire finds Franson's head. And all of a sudden the round opens back up. That bomb, though, needs to make its way around eventually. So going to have to kind of give up these positions. And how passive is too passive? How safe is too safe? That plant is open to the ABC player. I guess not immediately, but as he moves away, he will get taken down. B-God, only one, stands between MIBR and defeat. What's the move from the CT side? Just going to go flying in. I think they've spotted him. No, they haven't. He gets away with the first, and Alex is so damn low. This is very doable. A clean headshot from B-God to keep them through, and that is a blunder in the 2 versus 1. I thought on the jump spot he would have seen him, but no.
Yeah, it seems like he would have been in his peripherals at the very least, but maybe that's a 4-3 moment. You know, from our perspective, it looks like he's sort of forward-facing. But B-God hit the pre-fire tap on Heaven right as Franson was jumping away from the Heaven. Like, he jumped into that bullet, basically. That is so ridiculous that he's able to pull off that 1v2 as well. It's all 3 kills for, again, a lifeline here for MIBR Academy. It looked good on the initial B-side take. Like you said, too slow to actually take the space. Now the 0-0 Prospects are on pistols, but you've got to feel a little invigorated, if not a little concerned, here for MIBR Academy. They've won some clutches to keep them in it. Vinny, now B-God. Hopefully not everyone has to go through this rite of passage.
Wow. Doesn't make it away. But he's got a nice one to add to the highlight. Real hype. Can't quite join him just yet. Maybe Bob can. Big Bob. Nope. Okay. Big hype. Lucky. Okay.
This is the thing, you know. I feel like I know a lot of Alexes from like different aliases, you know, spelt different ways. Quite a few hypes in the Counter-Strike world. But I have to say, on MIBR Academy, there's only one love in my life.
Oh goodness. Here all week. Well, actually, no. One
today,
night
actually.
only is one night only is the.
You didn't even pay tickets for the show.
I get front row seats, me mate. Am I the supporting act? Is that how that works, or whatever?
I don't know.
Or are we a double act?
Yeah, that's probably more accurate.
Yeah. Like Morecambe and Wise, which is an incredibly niche reference no one is going to get.
I don't get it either.
Really? Okay. Fair.
Yeah, I'm on.
They're like an old-timey,
duo
act. Yeah. Very funny Yorkshire men's. Do a bit of singing. Go look them up. Or not. Either way, Spinny will take down Spooky. And that is MIBR threatening the overtime with a round win here. I could certainly see it happening. The money is in the bin. And an opener into round 28 is exactly what the prospects are looking for.
Said so in the ENCE game, but you know, these isolated fights, these isolated pushes, probably one of the more nerve-wracking rounds to go for. So to have Spooky taken apart so quick, the 0-0 prospects are going to have to dig deep here. MIBR have bailed themselves out of some bad situations so far this half, but they might not end up in many more of them. I think morale's at an all-time high, but no, the alignment there for Alex and Franson. Do they clear for him? He's hoping not. This could be the way back in.
20 seconds.
Yeah, they've got to go B.
I don't think they will. I don't think they'll check him. I think he's going to get away with this. He's going to drop the bomb, and that's how they win the game.
But he might.
He's not even got support. The bomb's not even got support.
Dude, they gotta go.
No. No. GG. Wow. 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 There's no way that is the way that it ends. MIBR. I'd noticed it quite a lot, you know. They'd hit into a bomb site, especially that B bomb site, and then just really put the brakes on. And I think that's what allowed, you know, prospects in places to find a few cheeky rounds, find a few cheeky moments. They needed way more openers than that, and Franson, I think, has really read into their predictability there at the tail end. And why would he? Game hangs in the balance. Why ridiculous play in a ridiculous spot, but that's exactly why it works. And he just does not get checked. And it's all perfect, right? No time for a return plant. No support to help the planter out. What a ridiculous way to win the game.
Yeah, it seems so silly when it's kind of spread out like that, and they have this flank that's coming on the A-bomb site. That was the only way that they ever checked the barrels because of the circumstances. But he gets there too late. The 0-0 prospects had a hell of a run on that T side, and MIBR were definitely deep in the hole. But they came back, and they made this feasible. They had some great clutches, some great moments. This tap from B-God, again, is just a free fire into a jumping player, which is... You know, that happens so infrequently, you would be surprised. But, yeah, the final moment is a heartbreaker there from MIBR Academy. They certainly pulled it close, but couldn't quite continue that streak back to overtime.
I know, it's so wild today. We've seen so many teams with, like, a weak first half and a strong second half, or, you know, a strong first half, a weak second half. No one can really hit this consistency, you know? So it's kind of an interesting one to look into, and definitely, you know, you can see these teams. There's a lot of room for improvement for sure, but it's been a good fun day, and certainly a nice one to finish off there. The threat of overtime, we always like it, but at the same time, when it's been a big, long day like this, the tease of overtime is nice. Getting into 3 or 4 of them to finish the day is maybe not what you want, to be fair. So, you know, I think in a way, it is sad for the boys on MIBR Academy, but ultimately, I want to see more of these teams, to be honest. I think I'm going to have to tune in for the rest of the season. I don't have much excuse because I've not got any work booked on for a week, mate. So I am going to have to check out these teams a bit more. But here, of course, are the games that went down today. We did have one missed. Keep your eyes on the WePlay socials, of course, for when that's going to get picked back up. 2 pretty big teams as well, NAVI and fnatic Rising. So definitely do keep your eyes on those. But these are, of course, all the games that went down today.
Yeah, 2 wins for 0-0 Prospects and 2 losses for MIBR Academy. So the gap gets bigger. Yeah, it is unfortunate for them. But a pretty successful day at the office for the Swedes, you know, saying that they're calamity of different squads coming together. And you can see how these standings have sort of figured themselves out. MOUZ NXT still sitting at the top, NAVI Junior right behind. And again, you know, we have the little contention between them and fnatic Rising that's still to take place, a future endeavor. But we saw the Flames Ascent guys earlier on as well, and that was, you know, that was a nice little check-in. I think we've definitely got some names to look forward to, but they went up against MOUZ, so I mean, kind of destined to lose. They're one of our expected favorites.
Yeah, definitely right, and I think that, you know, a pretty solid day from the MOUZ boys, and a nice day from Prospects, of course, right? But of course, that is not all the action. You've got to keep tuning in week on week on week. You know, it really is starting to heat up now, and a very fun kind of Academy League season. I think that, you know, as MOUZ NXT are not now winning everything and clearing away favorites, there's so many open doors. Just having a little look on the schedule for you here, guys. Everything runs through until Friday, I believe. So, you know, make sure that you are watching all week long. And then after that, we maybe have some tiebreakers. And then, of course, we'll get into the play-ins. We'll get in to all that good stuff over the course of actually, it's going to be on all week, even on Saturday and Sunday. So make sure you're tuning in. Make sure you're checking out. It's all on HLTV. You know where to find it. But from myself and Yumi, that is going to be it for today. Thank you very much for watching. Shout out to production for all the beautiful stuff behind the scenes. And, of course, the teams, the players, everybody turning up on time and giving us some sexy Counter-Strike. We will catch you with more WePlay Academy League action tomorrow.